everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Group Chat of the Dead. Chapter 111 to 123, Anthony, Capitalist Dragon Clan second playthrough torturing Looming Fae, 6K7. She couldn't feel the cold, and she couldn't feel any other sensation either. When Yusuji Ariai's consciousness slowly stirred awake from the muddled chaos, this was what she felt. All around her was a boundless, formless chaos. With a touch of bewilderment, she looked around herself, trying to make sense of it all. She still remembered that last moment. So after death, there really was nothing at all. And so, with nothing left at all, the young girl waited patiently within the chaos, as though waiting for the arrival of something. But of course, no one was coming. For Arii, she had nothing left at all anymore. It wasn't until half an hour had passed that Yusuji Arii seemed to finally realize this. Her hollow soul tried to drift in a circle around her, but she couldn't even manage that much. She seemed to grow a little despondent. And yet, at that very moment, her field of vision caught sight of a translucent, deep blue panel of light lighting up right in front of her. Welcome to the Dimensional Deceased chat group. AAA City Female Ghost, whoa, we've got a new member. Welcome, welcome. The Ghost King's strictest father, welcome. Founder of the Golden Spirit, feels like it's been a while since we've seen a fresh face, well anyway, welcome. Lord of the Ivory Throne at We're All Little Monsters, welcome to the group. This group is dedicated to bringing back to life every newcomer who joins us. New members, please take a look at the group rules first. Yusuji Arii blinked. Chat group. What was that? For Arii, the concept of something called a chat group was completely foreign. And so, with enormous effort, she rummaged through the group for ages, sitting staring blankly at the light panel for a very long time, before she finally figured out where the group rules Anthony, Prometheus, had mentioned could actually be found. After that, taking yet another long stretch of time, she finished reading the group rules, and out of curiosity opened up that ability enhancement menu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Anthony, Prometheus, having finished sending his welcome message, waited for a good long while, and still hadn't received any sort of response from Yusuji Arii. He stroked his chin, silently turning the situation over in his mind. This is starting to feel a little bit not great. When he thought about the kind of state Arii might currently be in, Anthony, Prometheus, couldn't help but feel a faint throb of headache rising up in his mind. Arii, a character from Dragon Raja 3. There was no telling how many readers had been left with their hearts in unresolved knots over her. Everything about her had been wonderful. There was just one problem. Which was, by the time Arii had died, the plotline of Dragon 3 was already pretty much on the verge of wrapping up. This time around, the dead really weren't even worthy enough to take part in the plot anymore. Thinking that, Anthony, Prometheus, let out a sigh, and once again opened up the chat group. However you sliced it, the first thing to do was take a look at what condition Arii was currently in. Resurrection, that absolutely had to happen, no question. But going by the timeline she was currently sitting on, he was afraid the situation might be just a touch on the urgent side. Where Anthony, Prometheus, was concerned, he had always abided by one core principle. If you were already going to bring someone back to life, you might as well find a way to handle the surrounding situation as well as you possibly could. If you brought someone back to life only for the end result to still be a massive pile of regrets, then what exactly had the resurrection even been for? You might as well not have bothered. Of course, all of that was still contingent on first taking a look at Arii's revival conditions. We're all little monsters, this is amazing. Lord of the Ivory Throne, how was it? Done reading. Taking into account the fact that Arii's mental disposition seemed rather young and childlike, Anthony, Prometheus, was careful to keep his tone in the chat just a touch gentler than usual. We're all little monsters, We're all little monsters, talking on this thing, it kind of seems like I don't have to worry about Kodadama at all. Lord of the Ivory Throne, if you like, you're more than welcome to chat in the group as much as you want, but anyway, let's get the serious business out of the way first. Lord of the Ivory Throne, starting with the very first thing, by now you should know what this group is for. So what I have to ask you is, do you want to be brought back to life? Just as he always had before, Anthony, Prometheus, put the question forward. Over on the other end of the chat group, Arii looked at the question Anthony, Prometheus, had sent over, and for an instant seemed to draw a complete blank. We're all little monsters, Lord of the Ivory Throne, forget it, let me try phrasing it a different way instead. Lord of the Ivory Throne, do you want to go back and see that world again, to walk around through that broader, vaster world out there? Lord of the Ivory Throne, and do you want to go back and see those people who care about you, or those whom you yourself care about? We're all little monsters, I want to go. This time, without even a shred of hesitation, Arii immediately typed those very words onto the chat group interface. Longing for that world, for her, was the most natural thing in all the world. She had loved that place dearly, and so, more than anything, she wanted to go back to that world again to see it once more. There were still so many places she hadn't gone to yet. She still wanted to go see the crabapple tree in Korea. Sakura had told her the world was very big, and she still wanted to go and see, with her own eyes, just how big that world actually was. Lord of the Ivory Throne, all right, understood. Lord of the Ivory Throne, did you take a look at your revival conditions just now? Mind sending me a screenshot? We're all little monsters, screenshot. Opening the screenshot Arii had sent over, Anthony, Prometheus, sank into contemplation. The conditions for the revival, on the whole, weren't all that many, they were just a little bit troublesome. The points requirement, naturally, went without saying. What had Anthony, Prometheus' attention was the other condition. The sacred remains. But considering they were already this deep into the timeline, could this thing actually still be recovered? The corner of Anthony, Prometheus' eye gave a small twitch, and then his gaze swung over toward the brand new ability he had just newly acquired. After a stretch of deep thought, he cheerfully made up his mind. Well, things being what they are, let's go kill Herzog first, fam. Sure, the sacred remains at this current node of the timeline weren't easy to get hold of, but if I just yank the time point back a bit, doesn't that solve the whole issue? Sure, it was a one-time use function, but at worst, in the future, I can just go find Lord Lao Jun, and have him fix it back up properly. No big deal. Thinking that, Anthony, Prometheus' mind was already made up. Lord of the Ivory Throne, I've got a rough picture. I'll need you to wait around in that place for a little while. Lord of the Ivory Throne, in a bit, I'll head over to where you are, and figure out a way to bring you back. Time might be a little tight right now, so I'll have to hustle a bit too. AAA City Female Ghost, it's a rare day to see you actually springing into action this quickly. Lord of the Ivory Throne, as for this world, there shouldn't be any need for very much preparation work. Anthony, Prometheus, weighed things over in his mind, and then spoke up without any further worry. Lord of the Ivory Throne, and besides, the situation really doesn't grant me much leeway for dragging my feet. Having sent that message off, Anthony, Prometheus, closed the chat group, turned around, and walked out of the underworld's main hall, calling out toward Erlang Shen, who was outside the hall hunting around for her room. True Lord, I'm going to step out for a bit. There are some urgent things I need to take care of. Out? Right now. The silver-haired girl turned around with what seemed a faint touch of surprise, and then asked, for how long? 2 or 3 days' worth of time should be enough. Anthony, Prometheus, thought it over and answered. Erlang Shen knit her brow slightly, and after a moment, asked once more. Still, a dignified lord of the underworld like yourself, charging into the fray in person. What for, exactly? Forget it. Can't be bothered asking you. Erlang Shen waved a hand dismissively, then, after seeming to think things over for a moment, stretched both her hands forward into empty space, and parted open something that looked rather like a circular ring. And then, Anthony, Prometheus, watched as Erlang Shen reached both hands into the ring, and pulled out from inside it a black hunting hound. What was more, Anthony, Prometheus, discovered in astonishment that the hunting hound turned its head and gave him a single, pointed glance, with a level of comprehension in its eyes that was almost shockingly human. Dogbro even looked a touch disdainful, at which point Erlangchen gave him a light pat on the head, and unceremoniously stuffed him directly into Anthony, Prometheus' arms. It left Anthony, Prometheus, utterly stunned. True lord, this. Take the Shoution hound along with you. Erlangchen clapped her hands together and said, consider him your chaperone for this little outing of yours, that way you won't forget to bring me back something on your way home. I'm guessing, this time, you're heading off into a two-dimensional world, am I right? Erlangchen, a smile on her face, said this to Anthony, Prometheus, leaving him with the look of someone who wanted to say something but couldn't quite find the words. It took a long while before he finally lowered his head, locked eyes with the Shoution hound, and lapsed into a stretch of silence. Hold on, just hold on a second. You're telling me, right as I was on my way out the door, Erlangchen shoves the Shoution hound over at me and goes, worried this trip of yours is gonna be too tough. Then take this along with you. Anthony, Prometheus, was speechless. You'll remember to bring me back a souvenir, won't you? Erlangchen asked the question with what seemed almost deliberate casualness. After drawing in a deep breath, Anthony, Prometheus, straightened his back up at attention. Mission accepted, guaranteed to be carried out. All right then, take Shoution with you and go. Anything beyond that, I can't be bothered to manage. Erlangchen waved her hand and stopped looking at Anthony, Prometheus. For his part, Anthony, Prometheus, went back deeper into the underworld's main hall, casually grabbed a few things, and once again opened up the chat group. Then, he sent a teleportation request directly to Arii. Lord of the Ivory Throne is requesting to enter the world of group member We're All Little Monsters. We're all little monsters, this thing. I just tap accept and it's good. We're All Little Monsters has accepted the request. Here we go. Anthony, Prometheus' expression sharpened up. He linked into the Stygian vessel's phase teleportation engine, fed the coordinates over to the Shoution hound, and then felt that familiar sensation, as though he'd been thumped solidly over the head with a dull club. In the next moment, the world teleportation began. Japan, Tokyo. Rain was pouring down in sheets. The cloud layer in the sky was so thick that not a glimpse of sunlight could break through, only the countless flashes of lightning surging within it. Pedestrians out on the streets were rushing to take shelter in a panicked rush. The entire airport had been jammed up to the point where not a drop could leak through. In conditions like these, trampling incidents were breaking out one after another, never mind the disaster that, even now, was still bearing down on them from afar. The vicinity of Akai. Woof. All right, I get it, you don't want to get rained on. Quit barking. A somewhat resigned-sounding voice rang out, addressing the barking black dog on the ground below. Then an umbrella unfurled open in the pouring rain, and in an instant, it was as if even the rain itself had begun to avoid this particular patch of ground. All that remained were the two silhouettes, one person and one dog, drifting along together through the curtain of rain. Anthony, Prometheus, kept his eyelids lowered, taking in the surroundings around him. His soul's perception had already long since spread out without any restraint at all, almost to the point of blanketing the entirety of Tokyo. And so he saw it. The earth across the whole of Tokyo seemed to have been draped over with a faint film of crimson. In the midst of a natural disaster like this one, the entire city had seemingly been swallowed into chaos. What a fine catastrophe, half from the heavens, half from man's own hand. Anthony, Prometheus, sighed the words out in grudging admiration. Then, lifting his head, he looked up at the lightning churning across the sky, and narrowed his eyes. So we're at this time point, are we? Even though he had arrived relatively early as things went, given how far events had already progressed by now, there really wasn't time enough to do all that much. He exhaled a long breath, the expression on his face gradually settling itself out. As he lowered his head, his eye caught the Shoution hound's urging gaze. The dog's entire face was practically painted with the words, "Hurry it up." It made Anthony, Prometheus, shake his head and sigh in spite of himself. What was this, exactly? Had Erlangchen sent him a one-dog supervisory squad? Still, you do have a point. Anthony, Prometheus, murmured under his breath, and a brilliant smile bloomed open across his face. It really is about time. I picked up the pace a little. Even as he spoke, he was casually typing into the group chat. Lord of the Ivory Throne at We're All Little Monsters, there's a bit more prep work to do before the revival can start. Hang tight a bit longer. We're all little monsters, I'm fine. Lord of the Ivory Throne has started a group live stream. Lord of the Ivory Throne, if you can't bear the wait, feel free to drop into the live stream first. Having finished typing out that string of messages, Anthony, Prometheus, closed the chat group once more, shut his eyes, and slowly extended both his hands out before him. In this moment, within Anthony, Prometheus' mind, it was as though something were calling out to him, heading against the current up the primordial river, on toward that familiar tributary, then back into the underworld. Now's the time. In the very next instant, Anthony, Prometheus' eyes flew open. Click. Click. In an instant, the sound of gears slotting into precise mesh seemed to ring out from somewhere in the air. Within the endless, boundless river of time, the power of the underworld came pouring down along the kaleidoscopic primordial river, and at last came to rest upon a single node point. Within the underworld, that vast machinery roared to life, rumbling thunderously, anchoring itself to a single node within the river of time, and then, in the very next instant, ripping it bodily out of the current. And so, the rewind, here and now, descended upon them all. And now, he lifted his head, gazing at the colossal dragon laid bare in plain view through the lens of his soul vision across the sky, and murmured aloud. Let the whole situation be turned on its head. The chess piece advanced a single step forward. The gates of the underworld yawned wide open in the midst of the rewind, an endless, boundless suction pouring out from within them, drawing all things in, then remaking them, reshaping them back into the moment of their very origin. And with it, announcing the arrival of Hades. Herzog had never felt so good in all his life. He soared freely above the cloud layer, savoring the power surging through his body. Even as a newly reborn dragon, still incomplete, Herzog could nevertheless feel that, under his command at this very moment, there flowed what seemed an inexhaustible, boundless power. How utterly intoxicating, how utterly maddening it was. He sank, intoxicated, into the depths of this power, surge after surge of delight, and elation rising up within his heart. Yes, this was the power he had longed for. This was exactly what he needed. With power of this caliber in his grasp, ascending the throne of the world was a matter of mere days at hand. This was the power of a god. All the countless sacrifices, all the countless preparations he had made before, in this very moment, they had all proven themselves entirely worth it. Within the wild winds, Herzog opened his dragon's maw, but before he could even do anything with it, he felt, coming from somewhere behind him, something. A pulling force. In that instant, Herzog realized, almost dumbfounded, that he was, all but inescapably, being drawn backward. Tracing right back along the very trajectory he had just flown. No matter how he struggled, the pull was utterly irresistible, as though this pulling force itself were nothing less than fate. But how could this possibly be happening? Herzog struggled with what was nearly mad desperation, but in the end, none of it did the slightest bit of good. And then, in the next moment, something even more horrifying began to happen. He was regressing. But how could this be? The flawless, immaculate bloodline of a god, how could it possibly be regressing? Across his face spread an expression of terror and frenzied panic. Even though his body had transformed into that of a colossal dragon, the petty, vile heart inside him had never, in fact, undergone any kind of change at all. And so, just like that, he was hauled backwards, what felt like infinitely backwards. And the further back he was pulled, the smaller and smaller his form grew. From a dragon, gradually transforming once more into a human, growing aged again, growing weak, growing frail and small all over again. No, impossible. He struggled with every ounce of strength he had, raising his sharp claws and flailing wildly at everything around him, but even these motions, he could no longer manage to actually execute. Every single thing had been locked into place, unable to break free of its fixed trajectory, able only to obey the reverse motion along that trajectory. It was so eerie, so impossibly unnatural, that wave after wave of bone-deep dread rose up within Herzog's heart. And, with it, a profound bewilderment. What on earth was actually going on? The question shot through his mind, and then, in the next moment, he felt the entirety of the dragonkin bloodline within his body draining away. His eyes flew wide, and at last he managed to see where, exactly, he had ended up now. The depths beneath Akai. Wave after wave of even deeper dread surged up within his heart, yet Herzog discovered that the backwards motion had still not come to a stop. What was more, it was getting close. The source of that backward pull was getting closer. It was as if it lay right behind him. And so, Herzog whirled his head around to look. And then, he froze in place and felt, surging up from the very depths of his heart, wave after wave of involuntary trembling. Behind him stood the great gates of the underworld, drawing in everything around them like a black hole, brimming over with mystery, with violent annihilation, as though they were about to suck every last thing in the entire world straight in through those gates of the underworld. No, not as though. They were, in fact, truly drawing the entire world into themselves. And within that moment of dumbfounded shock and stupor, all Herzog could see was the young man standing in front of the wide-open gates of the underworld. Standing within the endless deluge of rain, the purple-eyed, black-haired young man lifted his head with idle nonchalance, holding the umbrella in his hand aloft within the warped, distorted curtain of rain, his eyes reflecting the lead-gray sky above. And then, as though sensing Herzog's gaze, he lowered his head. And immediately after, as though he had just spotted an old acquaintance, he let out a soft, low chuckle. Mysterious and carrying with it a kind of natural, innate oppressive weight, it was a king-like aura, one that, the moment you laid eyes on it, made you want to drop down onto your knees in obeisance, as if the person standing before you truly were the sovereign master of all the world. Or rather, given that the power he was now embodying could quite literally hold the entire world within itself, calling him the sovereign master of all the world wouldn't be the slightest bit of an overstatement at this moment. And so, from that very instant, Herzog watched as that pair of purple eyes met his own, wearing a small, faint smile. The young man patted the head of the utterly bored-looking dog crouched beside him on the ground, smiled, and spoke softly to Herzog. What a real shame. While the rewind is in progress, there isn't really anything I can do. But please do wait patiently. When the new cycle begins, I'll be coming straight to find you. He gave Herzog a small bow, the smile on his face taking on a faint trace of genuine pleasure. I do hope this will bring you a beautiful memory. Dr. Herzog. From that moment onward, the seed of fear and dread had already been planted. But Herzog was no longer in any position to respond. In that very moment, he was drawn into the gates of the underworld and lost consciousness. And the rewind was still in motion. Meanwhile, on a different side, Looming Face sat hunched at the very bottom of the depths beneath Akai, holding Ariai's corpse cradled across his knees, silent, thinking, and at the same time looking as though his mind had gone utterly blank. So many things had happened already. Off to one side, Loomingza still hadn't paused his chattering for even a single moment. But this time, the little devil hadn't come to tell him that, so long as he was willing to pay a quarter of his lifespan, he could change everything. Rather, he was telling him that, this time, there was nothing he could change at all. Getting all fierce about it now is too late, you know. If you'd done this half an hour earlier, who knows, maybe the ending of the story could still have been changed. Loomingza said it with what sounded almost like regret, but now, well, there isn't time. The contract between you and me can only change the future. It can't change the past. All right, hang on to that 1/4 of your life. I won't be getting it now. Shut up. Looming Face said it in a low voice, gazing down at the girl across his knees, slowly clenching his fists tighter and tighter. If Anthony, Prometheus, had been able to see the state Lumingfe was currently in, he probably would have said, this was one of the rarer moments, in the entire life of this hopeless schmuck, when he was actually showing a modicum of guts. No, rather, at this very moment, Anthony, Prometheus' soul vision was actively blanketing this whole area. For him, wanting to see what was going on down here was about as simple a thing as imaginable. Just thinking about all this stirred a little bit of anger in Anthony, Prometheus. That Yongji, the absolute SOB, back when Dragon 3 had been wrapping up, everyone had been thinking that, no matter how much of a luckless loser kid Lumingfe was, surely this time he had to have grown a little. That final scene of his actions, by anyone's measure, should at least count as him having gained a bit of resolve, right? But then once Dragon 4 started, Anthony, Prometheus, was firmly of the view that this whole mess was entirely Jiang Nan's fault. Still, given that he himself had now arrived on the scene, Anthony, Prometheus, no longer cared in the slightest about any of that. Let this moment freeze itself right here. Let this loser kid, who at this exact instant could finally be said to have grown a little, be something at least vaguely resembling a human being. The rewind continued onward. In that instant, Lumingfe lifted his head and looked toward Lumingze, in his eyes, a rare note of grim resolve, rather than that usual luckless loser gaze of his. Lumingze, I. But the words never made it all the way out. In the next instant, the world's lights went out. Lumingze had vanished. Ariai's corpse had vanished. Everything had vanished. All that remained was a single vast, empty stretch of void. Lumingfe jolted to a halt, staring in dumbfounded shock at the world now plunged into pitch-black darkness. And then, all of a sudden, he felt it, a sudden brightness, and along with it, that powerful pulling force. Without so much as a chance to put up any kind of resistance at all, the pull of the rewind dragged him before the great gates of the underworld, and just before those gates swung shut, he leapt into the interior of the underworld in a single bound. In the instant he entered the underworld, all he saw was a single youth. That black-haired, purple-eyed youth, holding aloft his umbrella, looking out upon the mortal world with a detached, indifferent gaze, as though he truly were a god. If there really were gods in this world, then that youth in front of him would absolutely run circles around the White King by a country mile. A wave of dazed disorientation washed through Lumingfe's mind. Then, in the next moment, his thoughts cut out, everything sank into utter silence, as though he had fallen into a deep coma. Until, after what felt like an endless, infinite stretch of time, Lumingfe felt his soul respond like that of a man dying of thirst meeting a single drop of water. A crisp, ringing sound jolted his soul back awake, and slowly, he began to revive. Beside his ear seemed to ring out the chirping of springtime birdsong, and the tip of his nose caught the scent of flowers carried on the air. Lumingfe's eyelids twitched up and down a single time, and then he abruptly sat bolt upright, taking great, heaving breaths. Then, in bewilderment, he glanced all around him. Tokyo was unchanged. There wasn't the slightest visible sign that anything had undergone any kind of disaster or chaos at all. Everything was exactly as it had been before. People were strolling about the streets, the Tokyo Tower was still standing right where it had always been, and the daytime Tokyo was just as peaceful and familiar as ever. He stared at the scene before him, and still bewildered, gave the back of his own hand a sharp pinch. Ouch, that really hurt. But how could this be? Wasn't he, only moments ago, still in the middle of? Stop pinching the back of your hand, you're not dreaming. All of a sudden, a flat, even voice rang out. Lumingfe's pupils contracted, and he whipped his head around, and in the next moment, found himself looking at that very same black-haired, purple-eyed youth he had seen earlier. For an instant, he was so astonished his mouth fell open. You're the one who. Anthony, Prometheus, with the Shoutian hound trailing at his side, swept a flat, level gaze across Lumingfe. Then, all of a sudden, the corner of his mouth tugged into a small smile. Exactly as you see. So then, Lumingfe, welcome to the new game plus of this world. And so on Anthony, Prometheus' face, the smile gained an extra touch of genuine delight. Then, extending his hand toward Lu Mingfei, he asked the question with friendly cordiality. So then, would you like to claw back everything that's happened and save Arei? In that moment, Lu Mingfei paused. The bewildered look on his face gradually cleared into wakefulness, and he turned to look toward Anthony, Prometheus, with what was almost outright tension. And the corners of Anthony, Prometheus' mouth split open into a wide grin. In the next moment, a sheet of A4 paper resembling some kind of formal contract appeared in Anthony, Prometheus' hand, with a pen passed across alongside it. If you're willing, why don't you come sign a labor contract with me? Question mark. What the actual hell, a labor contract? Staring at the labor contract being held out in front of him, Lu Mingfei was, for an instant, utterly stupefied. Then, his gaze fell to the first clause, and in his eyes, a clear, dawning sort of confused puzzlement gradually crept in. What was this supposed to mean? Clause 1, Lobotomy Corp's electric shock system integration provided as an employee benefit. Underscore. Walnut Chan, winky face. New history, Homelander, founding the Hero Association. Help smash these goals. 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Chapter 112, Lu Mingfei, I said the command is Chu, are you deaf? 5,693 words. The moment he laid eyes on this contract, a wave of confusion welled up in Lu Mingfei's heart. He raised his head and looked into Anthony, Prometheus' violet eyes, falling for a moment into hesitation and second-guessing. His instincts were telling him that if he actually signed this contract, he would in all likelihood be wading straight into some species of hell from this day forward. And besides, he already had a contract of this exact sort with Lu Mingze. If he went and signed another one, what would that even amount to? Two great powers waiting hand and foot on one single person. But what the mysterious figure before him had just said had set Lu Mingfei's heart trembling, beat after beat. The scene from those final moments rose unbidden in his mind. That heart-wrenching image of the red-haired girl, as her curtain fell, was shaking that cowardly heart of his. At the moment the gates of the underworld had swung wide open, Lu Mingfei had seen this young man. If it were him, perhaps there really was a way. But who in the world was he? The Dragon King. Yet surely not even the Dragon King could pull off something like splitting open the heavens and the earth. Just as Lu Mingfei was hesitating, he saw Anthony, Prometheus, draw the contract back from in front of him. For a moment, Lu Mingfei was struck dumb. He looked up at Anthony, Prometheus, only to find the man slipping the contract into a sealed envelope, all the while remarking placidly. Since you didn't raise any objection, I'll take that as your consent. What the hell? Lu Mingfei's expression cratered into stunned disbelief, but by the time he had collected himself, he discovered that his own name had already been written onto that contract. Lu Mingfei was just plain dumbfounded. Hold on now, wasn't this just hostile sales tactics, plain and simple? No need to keep staring. Once you've finished reading it, that counts as consent to sign. As though he had read what was in Lu Mingfei's gaze, Anthony, Prometheus, explained mildly. He pointed, while he was at it, at a line of mosquito-sized fine print at the bottom of the contract. Force-picked melons aren't sweet, you know. Lu Mingfei said with a long, miserable face. Anthony, Prometheus, for his part, calmly answered. Not planning to save Arei anymore, then. He looked down, his gaze sweeping over Lu Mingfei from above, and issued his command, I can offer you an opportunity. Lu Mingfei was momentarily speechless. Anthony, Prometheus, simply watched the scene outside the window in silence. After a long while, he abruptly spoke again. Think it through. This is the one and only chance you'll ever get. Nothing to your name, or everything in the world. Lu Mingfei lowered his head, suppressing the urge that kept rising to spit out one bad joke or another. Every time he closed his eyes, the scene from earlier flashed back through his mind. Powerless. He himself had been powerless. Even though he understood, deep down, exactly the sort of useless wretch he was, and even though he was so spineless he didn't even have the will to change any of it, even so. He raised his head and looked at Anthony Prometheus. At the very least, in this one moment, he wanted to say, he didn't want to make that girl wear that disappointed look one more time. He had no idea how long this moment of resolve could last. But at the very least, right now. Fine. The instant Looming Fei finished saying that, he flopped back onto the bed as though all the strength had been drained from his body. At last, Anthony Prometheus turned his head, and those eyes settled back onto Looming Fei. Then, welcome to the underworld, Looming Fei. Of course, you needn't worry about regretting it in the future. Anthony Prometheus reached his hand out toward Looming Fei, that customary smile playing on his face, because I'll make sure to keep an eye on your workload, guaranteed to never leave you any time to regret it. So the welcome to the job line is just welcome aboard our pirate ship. Looming Fei couldn't help spitting out the bad joke quip. Then, after a brief silence, he opened his mouth again. Then, what should I call you? Surely there's some form of address. And just who in the world are you? Looming Fei gazed at the mysterious youth, and unable to suppress the bewilderment in his chest any longer, asked outright. My surname is Lin. You can just call me boss. Anthony Prometheus said lightly, pulling you up out of this is just a whim, more or less. As for my identity, let's say, for the time being, I'm Hades. Then is this dog your pet? Looming Fei lowered his gaze and saw the black hound on the floor, mouth split open with its tongue lolling out. He asked, a little hesitantly. Hades was just a code name, surely. He thought to himself reflexively. And then, in answer, came Anthony Prometheus' reply, his face wearing a faintly peculiar expression. No. This dog isn't mine. And I'd strongly recommend you not touch it. Huh? Why? Looming Fei turned his head with a blank look, but his hand was already laid on top of the black hound's head. In the next instant, he felt his body slam into something with terrific force. Going by the result, however, it felt more as though a freight truck had run him clean over. His 5 organs and 6 entrails seemed to have all relocated. He collapsed to the floor in an instant and started screaming his head off. Oh. I told you you'd best not touch that dog. Its temper isn't exactly even. Anthony Prometheus said with helpless resignation, reaching out to dribble a drop from an ampoule onto Looming Fei. Watching Looming Fei recover, he remarked airily. He's a friend of mine, just being kept here for the time being. His name is Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian. Does he think he's Erlangshan? He really does, yes. Looming Fei, on hearing this answer, was the one left bewildered this time. He froze where he was, and after thinking it over for a long while, finally seized on a realization. The person in front of him appeared to be entirely serious. Which was to say, he really had just said he was Hades. Looming Fei swallowed once. But Anthony Prometheus paid no further mind to Looming Fei. Instead, he opened the chat group and pulled up Carmen. Master of the Pure White Holy Seat at AAA City Female Ghost, you around? You around? AAA City Female Ghost, I'm not. Master of the Pure White Holy Seat, perfect, come give me a hand. AAA City Female Ghost, when did you stop being able to take a hint? Ugh, fine, hurry it up, what do you need? AAA City Female Ghost, stop dawdling, I'm busy as hell right now, the smoke war's already kicked off. Master of the Pure White Holy Seat, HM. That fast? Need any help? I can send a Mia over. AAA City Female Ghost, you sure are quick to put your subordinates to work. But no need for now, Callie's still alive, so the smoke war shouldn't go too far off the rails. AAA City Female Ghost, spit it out. What am I doing for you? Master of the Pure White Holy Seat, grab me a possibility related to the index finger, I need it for forging. AAA City Female Ghost, sure, I'll fish one out of the river and send it over. The brief exchange with Carmen ended just like that. Anthony Prometheus soon received the possibility Carmen had sent him. After flipping through it quickly, the Forgemaster's analytic faculty engaged on its own, and Anthony, Prometheus' mind already had an idea taking shape. Speaking of which, boss, what's actually going on right now? Lu Mingfei, having spent a while staring blankly at the Xiaotian hound and its dangling tongue, at last gave up on trying to pet it again. He lifted his head toward Anthony, Prometheus, and asked. I feel like I just lived through a whole lot of things, and all of them, they were really real. He said quietly. Anthony, Prometheus, turned his head and gave him a small, acknowledging nod. Not bad. If even you can sense that there's been a time rewind, then the others can almost certainly sense it too. He gazed off into the distance and remarked with feeling. That's why the second loop is the more interesting one, really. Lu Mingfei looked up, a little dazed, and stammered out. You just said, rewind. Yes. Rewind. I rolled time back to the very beginning. Anthony, Prometheus, said, right now, Akai hasn't been opened yet, and Herzog is still in his double-act form, unchanged. Doesn't that mean Arii? Unfortunately, no. Anthony, Prometheus, shook his head and continued. Theoretically speaking, once time had been rewound, Arii ought to have come back from the dead. And the moment in time Anthony, Prometheus, had chosen as the rewind point was right before Lu Mingfei and Arii's elopement. The trouble was that, within Anthony, Prometheus' soul-sensing range, which covered very nearly all of Tokyo, Minamoto Wakeo was alive, the heads of the 8 snake branch families were all alive, and yet of all people, the one missing was Arii. She alone had failed to come back to life. Only after questioning the chat group did Anthony, Prometheus, realize what had happened. This round, the chat group had pulled a fast one on him. Arii's soul had been locked down by the chat group itself. The essence of time rewind was to return souls, and indeed the whole world, to the underworld, melt them all back down, recast them, and from there return them to that earlier point in time. It was precisely for that reason that Anthony, Prometheus, had needed to throw open the gates of the underworld and pull all of creation into it. From that perspective, the underworld did have something distinctly of the Forgemaster about it. Indeed, Anthony, Prometheus, often felt as though the whole underworld might as well have been forged by a Forgemaster's hand. And it was precisely here that a problem arose. A soul that hadn't entered the underworld could not be rewound. The trouble was, Arii couldn't get into the underworld in the first place. The poor girl's soul was still sitting parked inside the chat group's fixed soul space. It was a tatty enough one, at that the chat group had stuffed it into a particularly stable little pocket. One Anthony, Prometheus, couldn't pry her out of no matter how hard he tugged. Skipping class had failed, now he had no choice but to go through the proper procedure. Anyway, even though Arii didn't come back, the others are still something we more or less have to take into account. Anthony, Prometheus, said offhandedly, and Lu Mingfei tensed up in an instant. The others? What's that supposed to mean? I mean it literally. Even though we rewound time, since even you can remember what happened before the rewind, there's no reason others couldn't manage the same. Anthony, Prometheus, smiled. Any halfway decent half-breed should be quite clearly aware of their pre-rewind memories, wouldn't you say? For a moment Lu Mingfei was stunned, but Anthony, Prometheus, seemed disinclined to leave him any time to brace himself. He took the Xiaotian hound by the leash, and his form began to slowly fade into the air. I'm off, then. You handle the rest from here on out. Huh? Wait, what am I even supposed to do? Something will come along to tell you exactly what to do very soon. Don't worry, you'll never have to worry about your workload being undersaturated. Anthony, Prometheus, shrugged and remarked lightly. As for right now, you'd best think about how to explain the situation to your own teammates. Let me set you a nice simple little goal. First, go and break clean through the 8 snake branch families. Anthony, Prometheus, tossed off the order casually, leaving Lu Mingfei utterly stupefied. Take on the 8 snake branch families? Me? But then he caught on to something. Then where are you off to? Akihabara. Anthony, Prometheus, answered without so much as turning his head, leaving Lumingfei thoroughly perplexed. But clearly he had no intention of elaborating. His form simply vanished from the spot on the instant, and at the same time, the Forgemaster's cage covering the area was lifted. And so in this moment, Lumingfei's figure was once more exposed beneath the gaze of the surveillance systems. Off in the distance, Sakatoko Mai's movements stiffened for a beat. Watching Lumingfei through the lens of her sniper scope, her expression tightened, and she dialed Luming's number. Lumingfei, meanwhile, sat there blankly for a while before he heard someone knocking on his door. Coming, who is it? Lumingfei opened the door and there, on his doorstep, were Caesar and Chu Zihong, still wearing their host club uniforms, both with grave expressions on their faces. Lumingfei, do you still have your memories? The instant he saw Lumingfei, Caesar didn't pause for so much as a beat. He asked the question immediately, his eyes serious. Boss, what are you referring to? I mean the memories from after the White King awakened. Caesar drew in a long, deep breath and addressed Lumingfei. I just confirmed it with Chu Zihong. He remembers, which is how I made sure it wasn't just my own memory glitching out. It seems this world just underwent some kind of mutation of some sort. Lumingfei looked over and caught the expression on Chu Zihong's face. The senior classman who was usually all stone-faced calm had, in this moment, taken on a rare urgency, brow tightly furrowed. He remembered what Anthony, Prometheus, had said to him just before leaving. The words very nearly slipped out, but then he saw Caesar turn toward Chu Zihong. Can you confirm that everything just now was real? I don't believe my memory would be in error. Could it have been some form of Kodadama? Caesar pressed further. Chu Zihong's gaze moved over to Caesar, and he answered in a low voice. Do you really think that could have been Kodadama? Even the White King was caught up in it. If we say this was Kodadama, then what kind of dragon would it have to be to pull off something like this? Even if it were Nidhogg, could even it manage a thing like that? Caesar fell silent for a while. Then, after a long pause, he traced a cross over his chest. Dear God! The Christian murmured under his breath. Lumingfei, for once, did not crack any bad jokes in the moment. He simply felt as though something had been pressed into his palm. Just then, with no opening for him in the conversation, Lumingfei lowered his head and glanced at his own palm. And there he found a little something, like a beeper of some sort, white all over, small and delicate. And as though it had heard Caesar's invocation of God, the divine intent inside it began to whir to life. With that, the cover of the beeper flipped open on its own with a soft whir, and on its little screen a row of characters appeared. What the hell is this thing? Lumingfei stared at the beeper and rummaged about, finding a slip of paper stuck to the underside. A little gift to my new employee, the purpose being to encourage you to take initiative in executing your tasks. You can call this thing your orders. It will dispatch tasks to you on a regular basis. Completing them won't necessarily get you anything in particular, but if you fail to complete them, please refer to the contract you signed. Hang in there. I'll be watching you, always. From this day forward, you are also a proud index finger. What the hell is this thing? Picking up on the all-too-familiar tone and cadence, Lumingfei, still half-dazed, looked at what had appeared on the beeper. To Lumingfei, proceed to the 8 snake branch families, and to the third member of the 8 snake branch families you encounter, say, take me to see that son of a bitch Tachibana Masamune. Afterwards, ignore his anger. Lumingfei. What kind of garbage is this? He couldn't help blurting it out, and then caught the puzzled looks Caesar and Chu Zihong were shooting at him. But before Lumingfei had any chance to explain himself, he suddenly felt jolts of electric current pulse through his body. Ooh ooh ooh. In an instant, Lumingfei felt as though he'd been deep-fried crisp on the outside, tender on the inside. He had successfully been treated to the same hospitality previously enjoyed by Musen, and those magicians down in the underground Lobotomy Corp facility. Caesar and Chu Zihong stared, mouths agape, as Lumingfei suddenly went into something like a seizure. After which, a puff of smoke came drifting out of his mouth. Lu Mingfei, you all right now? Why yeah, I'm fine, I think. Lu Mingfei forced a strained smile onto his face. Instinctively, he was about to fling the beeper from his hand. But that motion hadn't even completed when, once again, he felt that electric current course through his body. This time it was milder, but as Lu Mingfei's gesture grew bigger, the current grew right along with it. So he wasn't even allowed to throw it away. Lu Mingfei stood there a little stunned. For the first time, he was getting a real taste of what tyrannical bylaws were like, purpose-built, it seemed, to deal with deadbeats. Wait, you want me to go to the 8 snake branch families? Going in like this is just walking myself onto a plate, isn't it? At least give me some gear, for crying out loud. Lu Mingfei hastily turned his attention back to the beeper, thinking the words at it in his head. Unexpectedly, the beeper seemed to have understood Lu Mingfei's meaning. More characters popped up across its screen with a series of soft words. To Lu Mingfei, proceed to the wardrobe to collect your index finger uniform and weapon and equip them. To Lu Mingfei, orders are not to be defied or refused. So this thing was the order itself. As Lu Mingfei was thinking that, he could hear, inside his head, the electric shock countdown ticking. He gritted his teeth, simply got up, and ran over to the wardrobe. He opened it, and sure enough, there was a set of clothes waiting inside. A black suit, and a mask covering half the face. This time Lu Mingfei didn't waste much hesitation. He scooped up the outfit, then, lowering his head, discovered that there was, of all things, a spoon underneath it. Now what was this? He picked the spoon up, only for the spoon to dissolve almost instantly into a liquid. The black fluid streamed into Lu Mingfei's sleeve. For a moment, he was left bewildered. But soon enough, he stopped feeling the black liquid at all. It had settled silently between the layers of his clothing, forming a layer of protection. Lu Mingfei. Just then, Lu Mingfei heard Caesar calling his name, and hurriedly turned around to ask. Boss, what is it? What's your general plan from here on out? Caesar asked with a furrowed brow. Based on what we just discussed, we can confirm that time has been rewound. What we don't know is whether or not everything is still going to play out exactly as it did before the rewind. But regardless, if we've come back with our memories intact, then for us, our advantage in this current situation has just been hugely amplified. A trace of something like fury seemed to smolder deep in Caesar's eyes. He spoke gravely. This time around, they would no longer be in the dark. Even if others had also kept their memories of the previous rewind, for Caesar, they could finally stand near enough to a level starting line and compete with everyone else. Perhaps, this time, there would be a way to head off everything that had happened the last time. Lu Mingfei watched Caesar and Chu Zihong, suddenly seething with fighting spirit, and for a moment the words caught in his throat. What he badly wanted to say was something like, Boss, I haven't got any opinions on this, you guys hash it out among yourselves, and just don't ditch me when the time comes. But immediately after, Lu Mingfei realized he couldn't say any such thing. Because in his head, that goddamn electric shock countdown was sounding off again. That order, he had to complete it. So, after a stretch of silence, Lu Mingfei simply opened his mouth and said quietly. Boss, I think we should head straight for the 8 snake branch families. The moment those words came out, the way Caesar and Chu Zihong looked at Lu Mingfei changed. As though to ask, were those words really something that Sari Sak could have brought himself to say? That said, there's reason in it. Caesar mulled it over for a moment, then suddenly nodded. Tortoise might also have his memories from the last rewind. In that case, he'll stand on our side. Truth be told, Lu Mingfei was actually working with a bit more intel than those two were. But after glancing at his own order, Lu Mingfei truly didn't dare say that Tachibana Masamune was the Osho, which was to say, Herzog. He still placed some amount of faith in that last clause in the contract, though. As he recalled, somewhere in it was an employee life insurance provision. Whatever else he was, that Hades surely wouldn't sell him out outright. And so in his heart, Lu Mingfei carried that slightly anxious thought, and looked up at Caesar. We've already infiltrated Genji Heavy Industries once before. Let's start from there. Suddenly, Chu Zihong spoke up. I checked the gear before I came here. Also, the dead pools at Genji Heavy Industries need to be dealt with. Quite right. Let's go. And we'll need to figure out a way to draw out the Osho. Caesar nodded slightly. The two of them looked at Lu Mingfei, and saw that at some point Lu Mingfei had already changed into a black suit, with even half a white mask now adorning his face. At this moment, he was looking back at the two of them, putting on a perfectly polite smile. Of course, since he had never practiced it, it came out a little ugly. Heaven have mercy, it wasn't as though he'd wanted to do this. It was the order that had made him do it. And what was more, the polite smile, prodded on by the electric shock incentive, was actually growing more and more polished by the second. Let's go. I'm all set. Following the order on the beeper, Lu Mingfei spoke up. Caesar and Chu Zihong exchanged a glance, and for the first time, they saw the very same look of deep concern in each other's eyes. Lu Mingfei, how many fingers is this? Suddenly, Caesar held out 3 fingers and asked tentatively. Boss, I haven't lost my mind. Caesar studied Lu Mingfei skeptically. Really, now? The state you're in right now, saying that isn't exactly convincing. Lu Mingfei opened his mouth, then closed it again, and in the end gave up on explaining, with a resigned sigh. Don't worry, boss. I really am fine. Caesar and Chu Zihong exchanged another glance, and in the end chose not to press further. They weren't quite sure what Lu Mingfei had run into during the final moments of the previous rewind, for now they'd chalk it up to him taking a particularly heavy psychological hit. Once this mission was over, they were definitely going to sit him down, and have a serious heart-to-heart with him. And so the few of them at last stopped dawdling. Once they had gathered up their things, they made for Takamagara at speed once more, intent on running the same playbook all over again and infiltrating Genji Heavy Industries. Meanwhile, inside Akihabara, Anthony, Prometheus, stretched out his hand, letting dazzling sunlight filter through the gaps between his fingers. Beside him, the Xiaotian hound was strolling along with its tongue lolling out, keeping pace with him. Man and dog ambled along like ordinary foreign tourists, taking this otaku sanctuary at a remarkably relaxed pace. And as it happened, Anthony, Prometheus, really had come here as a tourist. Just that this particular outing had its own ulterior purpose. The main thing was to bring back some merchandise to satisfy the assignment. Thinking back on Erlangshen's parting instructions to him before he left, Anthony, Prometheus, couldn't help feeling a touch of a headache. If he were going to some other world, fair enough, he could more or less bring back something specific to that world. But of all worlds, this one was the dragon races. A place like the dragon races domain, what local specialty was he supposed to bring back from here? Was he supposed to bring back a dragon scale? Anthony, Prometheus, had a feeling Erlangshen wouldn't quite buy that. After mulling it over, Anthony, Prometheus, gave up thinking about it. Forget it. Just hit Akihabara. See if there was anything worth buying, grab a few things for Erlangshen, and that would do. The problem was, once he'd actually gotten here, Anthony, Prometheus, realized something. He didn't seem to have any money on him. He had never had much occasion to use money. He had stacks of points piled up, but as for the assorted currencies of all those random worlds, they were non-transferable. How was he supposed to keep that stuff around? Just as Anthony, Prometheus, was deliberating between whether to forge a stack of cash with the Forge Master, or to simply forge the merchandise itself outright, his soul felt the approach of another presence. Anthony, Prometheus, raised his head. In the next instant, his soul had locked onto that intruder. A faint hint of interest surfaced on his face. A ninja? He murmured to himself. And then, understanding. Ah, I see, so it's someone from the Fuma clan. So the 8 snake branch families, that means it's Herzog, then. Recalling the Herzog who had appeared before him at the moment of the world rewind, Anthony, Prometheus, couldn't help giving a small whistle. It looked like the other party was even more impatient than he had imagined. And, in the face of a moment like this, his self-control was rather worse than Anthony, Prometheus, had pictured, too. With the world rewound and his situation confirmed, the man had probably gone scouring all of Japan for traces of him without bothering to ask why, hadn't he? Anthony, Prometheus, shook his head regretfully, sighing softly to himself. Still, it was within expectations. Decades of planning had popped like a bubble. That couldn't feel great. But by the look of things, he really is in a rush. For a moment, Anthony, Prometheus, ruminated on it. Then his form abruptly vanished from where he stood. And on the ninja's end, watching from a short distance away, he felt his vision blur for a beat. In the next instant, he could no longer find his target. Just as the ninja was beginning to panic, a curious query came drifting in by his ear. "Are you looking for me?" The ninja, every nerve at battle station alert, struggled to turn his head, and saw Anthony, Prometheus. His mouth opened slightly, but he saw, on Anthony, Prometheus' face, that delighted little smile. "Lovely weather we're having today. A pity, you people always seem to have no idea what one should be doing with a time like this," Anthony, Prometheus, said regretfully, even as he flashed the ninja a smile. "Tachibana Masamune sent you, didn't he? Well, that's just as well, saves him having to scuttle about hiding any longer. Take me to him." Without a moment's hesitation, the ninja moved to bite down on the poison capsule lodged in his teeth. Only, in the next instant, he discovered that he was incapable even of taking his own poison. All that was left was Anthony, Prometheus' look, as though he were regarding an idiot. Committing suicide in front of Hades, that took something special, didn't it? All at once, Anthony, Prometheus' expression shifted. He had picked up on what Lu Mingfei was doing on the other end. After handing him the beeper, he had expected Lu Mingfei would get hit by the shocks easily a dozen times first. Going by this, it had been fewer than he'd expected. To have actually taken action this quickly. For a moment, Anthony, Prometheus, stroked his chin, hung the ninja out to one side, and took a glance at the situation on Lu Mingfei's end. Catching that Lu Mingfei was over there bitterly cursing the order system, he couldn't help but curl his lip. All this fuss over that little thing. The order system hadn't exactly been invented yesterday. Did it really call for that level of theatrics? Still, he really couldn't just leave it alone. Anthony, Prometheus, lowered his head and glanced at the Xiaotian hound beside him. "Mind taking a little trip for me?" He extended a hand slightly toward the Xiaotian hound, asking. The Xiaotian hound barked twice, and Anthony, Prometheus, broke into a smile. "Off you go, then." He stretched out a hand and set the coordinates. In the next moment, the Xiaotian hound bounded downward, and its form vanished from the spot. Only then did Anthony, Prometheus, at last turn back to the ninja, and in a tone of irrefusable cold detachment, deliver the will of Hades. "All right then, you're out of time. Now take me to Tachibana Masamune. Or, if you prefer, Herzog." Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Mingfei and his party had once more pushed into the depths of Genji Heavy Industries. Theoretically speaking, this time, they should have started directly from the Deadpool breeding pools and worked their way out from there. Caesar, crouched within the ventilation shafts, was mulling this over. But at the same time, after a glance at the situation outside, he found himself developing a headache. It seemed, after all, that the second loop applied to more than just the three of them. The defenses inside Genji Heavy Industries were visibly, dramatically heavier than they had been the previous time. All one could say was, Herzog was truly in a rush now. Faced with the present situation, he had even abandoned the vast majority of his earlier arrangements. What's more, through the Kamaitachi, Caesar could pick out from the conversations of those soldiers that even Tachibana Masamune had personally come to Genji Heavy Industries. So where might Tortoise be? For the moment, Caesar wasn't clear on that question. What he was very clear on was that there was no time left for him to hesitate. because Lu Mingfei and Chu Zihong weren't beside him. Owing to the heavy increase in defenses, the moment they had stepped inside Genji Heavy Industries, Caesar and the other two had been forced to split up. To the point where he had no choice but to go it alone for now, and on top of that, his first objective had become finding those two again. So what was Lu Mingfei up to at this moment? He was faithfully carrying out his order. No choice in the matter, failing to do so meant getting zapped. 1, 2, 3. He counted the third person he caught sight of, then burst out from his hiding place. In the next instant, he heard the order's incessant, unbroken beeping. To Lu Mingfei, seize your target by the collar. In the midst of the crowd, Lu Mingfei felt like crying out of sheer despair. But he had no choice but to comply. And so, beneath the gaze of everyone present, he grabbed by the collar what was presumably a member of the Sakurai clan, and announced coldly. Take me to see that son of a bitch Tachibana Masamune. For a beat, the person Lu Mingfei had grabbed wore a look of confusion, and then, very quickly, he caught on. The next thing he did was throw a backhanded punch. And it was precisely in that moment that Lu Mingfei felt the black liquid inside his clothing seem to come to life. Reflexively, he reached for it, and from inside his own clothes, Lu Mingfei drew out a weapon. It was a table fork. Lu Mingfei's eyes went wide. To Lu Mingfei, use the fork to stab down on the opponent's hand, then sweep your own hair back, and afterward, strike forcefully with the fork at the point 3 centimeters beneath the opponent's nose. Lu Mingfei went blank. He couldn't help mentally firing off a giant question mark. Couldn't you bastard, have at least issued me to proper weapons? And so in the next instant, feeling the urging of the order, Lu Mingfei, in fury, stabbed the fork toward the incoming fist. Was that the order, or what? ________. He. Walnut-chan for more chapters. New history, Homelander, founding the Hero Association. Help us reach these goals. 100 Power Stones equals +1 Universal Bonus Chapter. Chapter 113, Herzog's Death, Awakening of Yamada no Orochi, 8K. 5,475 words. The fork stabbed forward, the fluid-like metal flowing, and it sent that gang member into a fit of rage. Obviously, this strike, delivered under the order, had been understood by him as an insult. But very quickly, both Lu Mingfei and that gang member realized something was off. That fork strike, it kind of seemed to hurt, just a little, didn't it? In the very next instant, the fork passed clean through the half-blood's flesh without any resistance at all, and even snapped his finger bones in two. Casually, as effortlessly as if he were simply skewering a piece of cooked steak. While Lu Mingfei was still reeling in stunned disbelief, he heard the half-bloods howl. At the same time, the others around finally snapped out of it too. For the patriarch, take that bastard down. Someone raised an arm and shouted, while others had recognized exactly who Lu Mingfei was, but the outcome was one and the same. In a flash, Lu Mingfei suddenly realized that he was surrounded. And of course, at exactly the worst possible moment, the order beeper in his hand chimed. To Lu Mingfei, render every single person here incapable of combat, and then proceed to defeat every member of the 8 snakebranch families that comes within your line of sight. In that split second before being mobbed, Lu Mingfei lifted the order beeper for a glance, and saw an order that nearly made the world go black before his eyes. He raised his head, reflexively throwing up a hand to block. The black fluid metal naturally surged upward, forming a shield, blocking the incoming punches and kicks. This thing didn't actually seem to shift according to what Lu Mingfei thought. Mostly it depended on the mood of the order, apparently. But Lu Mingfei was starting to feel like the order was kind of janky. To Lu Mingfei, conduct sweep operations within Genji Heavy Industries, reach the top floor, and eliminate every obstacle along the way. Lu Mingfei's face fell as he saw the order pop up on his beeper. No way, bro. Don't tell me, because it heard me say the orders were janky, it just decided to pile more on top. He silently did the math in his head, and then realized that, stacking these two orders together, the final upshot was that he was supposed to carve his way solo through the entirety of Genji Heavy Industries. And how exactly is that any different from blowing up the entirety of Genji Heavy Industries by himself, may I ask? And there was an even bigger problem. If you're going to drop me into a hell raid dungeon, at least hand out some gear. Lu Mingfei reflexively shouted, blocking another wave of attacks. Even though he could keep blocking, against this many people, Lu Mingfei still found himself a little out of his depth. There was no helping it, his base physical stats were just way too lousy. To borrow Anthony Prometheus' words, you really are the absolute worst batch of subordinate I've ever had the misfortune of supervising. There were plenty of methods to bring his stats up, but all of them took a while to show results. So Anthony Prometheus' final pick had simply been to whip up that one weapon for Lu Mingfei. A weapon perfectly tailored to the order, as long as the order wasn't being janky, Lu Mingfei wouldn't be in any real danger of losing. The problem was, the order not being janky was kind of unlikely. And so at this point, it seemed that even Anthony Prometheus couldn't bear to keep watching. And Lu Mingfei felt, vaguely, like he could hear a sigh. Then the order beeper went absolutely nuts, and Lu Mingfei watched as orders started displaying one after another like spam filling the screen. To Lu Mingfei, when the punk's fist reaches 40 centimeters from the front of your face, use a scythe to behead him. To Lu Mingfei, when the second gang member sweeps a low kick at you, use a rapier to pin his knee in place. To Lu Mingfei, when the opposing party attempts to use kodadama, fire a shot at his throat. With each order surfacing in turn, the urgency of the electric jolt grew tighter and tighter. Lu Mingfei froze for an instant, and the next moment, he was already out of time to think. Instead, on instinct, he swung the blade forward. In a single instant, the black metal morphed into a scythe, lopping off a head, and the gates of the underworld swung wide open, automatically pulling his corpse, soul and all, straight into the 18 layers of hell below. The screams of Avicii hell, in that one moment, surfaced inside the hearts of every gang member present, stirring ripples upon ripples of terror. Aya! Suddenly, a scream rang out. The rapier had pinned the second gang member in place, drawing a piercing shriek of agony from him. But Lu Mingfei's movements didn't stop. He raised a hand. A bullet shot out of the black fluid in a flash, hitting its mark with pinpoint precision. Under the order's choreography, the combat had begun like a waltz. Every attack landed right on the beat, even leaving him gaps to read the orders. It looked unbelievably elegant. But suddenly, the sound of an elevator chimed. The first thing Lu Mingfei saw was more gang members pouring out of the elevator, and then he heard an unusual sound. So he tilted his head up, and at the top of the elevator shaft, spotted the things lurking there. A pack of Deadpools. Hold up, these things aren't something I can punch above my weight class on, no matter how much micromanagement you do. Lu Mingfei was momentarily dumbfounded and shouted out in protest. Off in the distance, Shitokumai, who had been keeping a close eye on Lu Mingfei the whole time, couldn't help but knit her brow. Even now, she hadn't received any updates from Lu Mingze regarding Lu Mingfei's status, nor any other instructions. The only directive she'd been given was, observe first, do not act rashly. As though, this time around, Lu Mingze too hadn't fully figured out the situation either. But under these circumstances, she might have to do something. Shitokumai swung her muzzle around, but in the next instant, her expression shifted ever so slightly. Everything in front of the muzzle was pitch black. She couldn't see a thing, let alone Lu Mingfei. She immediately looked up, toward Genji Heavy Industries. But in her field of view, Genji Heavy Industries was now enveloped as if in a swathe of fog. Pitch black mist, just like the underworld itself, had sealed all of Genji Heavy Industries inside. Shitokumai placed a call to Lu Mingze. To her surprise, this time the line picked up almost immediately. On the other end, Lu Mingze was silent for a stretch. Keep waiting. No need to intervene. Finally, that was Lu Mingze's instruction to Shitokumai. Yes. She answered respectfully, while Lu Mingze, for his part, could only stare at the scene with a thoroughly mixed bag of feelings. From the start of the second loop until now, He hadn't once gone looking for Lu Mingfei, or tried to do anything to him. It wasn't that he didn't want to, or that he had a perfect handle on the current situation. It was simply that he didn't dare. There was a kind of fear involved. Whenever his gaze fell on Lu Mingfei, there was always a vague, indefinable sense of being targeted, a kind of warning. He was certain that nobody else would feel this. Only he would. When he looked at Lu Mingfei, he had the sensation that there was another soul lodged within Lu Mingfei's body, one watching him with eager, hungry anticipation. Like a beast that had picked out its prey. Just waiting for him to leap into the trap, so it could devour him whole. He'd even developed a certain wariness toward that something. So he had no choice but to hold his ground here, not daring to make any rash moves. But as a result, all he could do was watch helplessly as the second loop Lu Mingfei began to act, watching everything slowly slip free of the script he'd plotted out. Honestly speaking, the feeling was awful. But Lu Mingze had no choice. Meanwhile, inside Genji Heavy Industries, Lu Mingfei was utterly oblivious to the building being quietly sealed off. He was just staring at the massive pack of dead pools in front of him, going a little numb. He had some recollection of these dead pools. From the looks of things now, Herzog must have been backed up against the cliff edge, and had decided to move ahead of schedule. Like a cornered animal in its final death struggle, he'd thrown everything aside, and was just thrashing for his life. But what about me then? Faced with a crowd of thunder dead pools, Lu Mingfei reflexively looked at his order beeper. Can I get a little more gear over here? These guys are seriously a handful. This time, the order beeper took a really long time before sending an order through. To Lu Mingfei, duck. Lu Mingfei didn't get what this order was telling him to do. But a moment later, he suddenly understood. He heard a sharp whistling sound through the air, and the sound of something descending. In that instant, Lu Mingfei didn't hesitate, he hit the deck. Right after that, the empty air cracked open, and from inside, the silhouette of some kind of presence emerged. Wait, that's a dog. Looking at the black hound that had appeared out of the void, Lu Mingfei was struck speechless for a moment. Then he watched as the dog turned its head to look back at him, with, astonishingly, an incredibly human expression of disdain and disgust in its eyes. It opened its jaws and barked at him twice. Lu Mingfei didn't understand a word, but he had the distinct sense that this dog was cursing him out. He vaguely recognized this dog, it seemed to be the one that always followed Anthony, Prometheus, around. But faced with this scene, his brain short-circuited, and he couldn't help but blurt out something stupid. Dog bro, are you here to help me make a run for it? Woof! Dog bro barked once at Lu Mingfei, which translated to, run my furry ass. The disdain in its eyes was practically overflowing. It lifted a paw and pointed at the pack of dead pools in front of them, as if to say, just this little errand, and you're seriously calling on Dog Bro for help. Watching the dead pool pack getting visibly more agitated, Lu Mingfei felt himself on the verge of breaking down, but I can't take them on. At that, he seemed to hear the Shoutian hound sigh. Once again, he caught the look in the Shoutian hound's eyes, sit your butt down, and watch Dog Bro put on a show. So the Shoutian hound turned to face the pack of dead pools, and without another word, opened its mouth. What's it doing? Eating the dead pools. Lu Mingfei instinctively froze, and for a brief moment even entertained the thought of scooping Dog Bro up and bolting. But in the very next moment, he remembered the orders. And then he remembered that this dog didn't actually seem to need his worry. Just as that thought drifted through his head, Lu Mingfei suddenly heard a thunderous roar. The next instant, his ears were ringing so badly that the sound flooded his entire brain, leaving his mind completely blank. All he saw were shockwaves spreading outward from the Shoutian hound's mouth, and a beam of light 4 or 5 meters thick erupting from its open jaws. With a power that felt like sheer annihilation, in the briefest of instants, amid the building's groaning roar and lament, it pulverized the enemies before them into nothing. The high temperature vaporized the dead pool pack. The wall structures of Genji Heavy Industries crumbled in an instant, dirt and sand showering down, the entire framework now teetering unsteadily. The Shoutian hound, meanwhile, turned its head back, tongue lolling, panting, and shot Lu Mingfei, who'd been spectating from the sidelines, a look that was pure, "Are you stupid or what?" Lu Mingfei stared dazedly at the scene. The Deadpool pack was already nowhere to be seen, and the entire floor appeared to be wiped clean. What the heck was that? An imaginary dog cannon? He said something stupid, and heard the Shoutian hound bark twice in his direction, apparently signaling for him to come along. This time, even without the order prodding him, Lu Mingfei reflexively lifted his feet, and followed in the Shoutian hound's wake, heading straight into the elevator shaft. "This thing's not going to collapse on us, is it?" Lu Mingfei asked with some concern, but he still went ahead and operated the elevator. The Shoutian hound barked twice, wagging its tail, with quite the disdainful air. The message was simple: "With me here, you've actually got the nerve to worry about that kind of garbage." So the elevator started rising. Lu Mingfei retracted the weapon formed of black fluid metal in his hand, and continued questioning. "Dog bro, where are we headed next? Are we going to regroup with the boss and the others?" "Woof!" The Shoutian hound let out a bark. Lu Mingfei didn't quite catch Dogbro's meaning, but he had the sense that Dogbro wasn't on board with that idea. Soon, though, Lu Mingfei remembered the orders he was currently following. It seemed like, right now, he couldn't really go regroup with the boss and the others anyway. Per the orders, he was supposed to carve his way clean through the entire Genji Heavy Industries building. Which meant his destination right now was probably the top floor of Genji Heavy Industries, and immediately. No matter who he ran into along the way, so long as they were from the 8 snake branch families, per the order, he had to deal with them. He let out a sigh, then, rushing to beat the electric jolt, hurriedly punched in the button for the top floor. The elevator continued upward. The doors made a rumbling sound. After taking a hit from that imaginary dog cannon earlier, they were probably about ready to give up the ghost. Finally, with an exaggerated, teeth-grinding screech, the doors crashed open, startling a whole crowd of 8 Snake Branch family's members on the other side. For a moment, Lu Mingfei and they just stared at each other wide-eyed. Then, before they could even take action, he was the first to raise his hand. The black fluid surged forth and, following the order's intent, transformed into a black German-style greatsword. Well, no other choice then, right? Lu Mingfei drew in a deep breath and in the elevator shaft swung the greatsword. And so, against every single person within his line of sight. Declare war. Thank you. Bringing me this far is plenty. At the very same moment, on the top floor of Genji Heavy Industries, Anthony, Prometheus, gave a small, polite bow toward the Fuma clan ninja in front of him, speaking courteously. Farewell. May you enjoy good health and well-being in the years to come. With that, he waved at the ninja, a light smile on his face. But the ninja's expression looked utterly devoid of any will to live. He had personally escorted Anthony, Prometheus, to this place. But his own body had been entirely beyond his control. It wasn't until Anthony, Prometheus, had released the binding from the Forge Master that the ninja finally felt control of his own body return to him. But by that point, he no longer had the courage to raise a hand against the person before him. After hesitating for a long moment, he gently bit down on the poison embedded in his back molar, but suddenly, all the strength in his body went slack again. The teeth that had clamped down on the poison loosened. Dejectedly, he turned and walked away. Anthony, Prometheus, didn't watch him go. He simply pushed open the door in front of him with a light touch. Behind the door was an odd figure wearing a no-theater mask. Upon seeing Anthony, Prometheus, approach, the figure straightened up sharply, looking toward him. Honored sir. I have no interest in the niceties. Anthony, Prometheus, cut in casually, then pulled out a chair and sat himself down right in front of the man. Right after that, he tilted his head up, the familiar trace of a smile playing on his face, and said softly. Well then, good morning, Dr. Herzog. Or perhaps I should say, Mr. Tachibana Masamyan. In an instant, all the strength seemed to drain out of Herzog. His whole body shrank back into his seat by a couple of centimeters. You ought to have been expecting my arrival, I'd imagine. Anthony, Prometheus, asked Herzog blandly, idly twirling the flowers and grass on the table between his fingers. As he did this, his tone was relaxed and unhurried. I figured it would be soon, but I didn't expect it to be this soon. Herzog said in a low voice, his hand fumbling under the table, his eyes fixed nervously on Anthony, Prometheus. But Anthony, Prometheus, merely shot him a sidelong glance. There's no need to keep looking. Then, Anthony, Prometheus, drawled lazily, if you were counting on the Deadpool pack as an ambush, those things should have already been wiped out by now. Oh, that reminds me, I also just took over this building's lockdown functions and systems. I temporarily borrowed Kagayaheim's administrator credentials, so I hope you don't mind. Anthony, Prometheus, said with a smile. Herzog was stunned for a moment, then let go of his hands. He tried to resist. But it was obvious from the very start that Anthony, Prometheus, had never once considered the possibility that he might resist. To Anthony, Prometheus, that kind of thing had simply never existed. Herzog couldn't help but feel waves of suffocating pressure wash over him. But I don't even know what your purpose is. If you're after the White King's blood, I can hand it over to you with both hands. He raised his dim, yellowed eyes to Anthony, Prometheus, even as his back arched slightly, like a beast preparing to make one final desperate gamble. I do need that thing, indeed, but what does that have to do with you? Anthony, Prometheus, let out a sigh, saying, You've misunderstood, Dr. Herzog. I'll go retrieve the White King's sacred remains myself. As for you, you're merely incidental. A sacrifice that just so happened to wander into the process of restarting everything. Your existence has nothing whatsoever to do with my plans. He turned to look at Herzog, and said softly, You just happen to have been kicked to death along the way, is all. He gazed down on Herzog from above. And only now, at this moment, did this gentle young man reveal the appearance that Herzog had once glimpsed at the wide-open gates of the underworld. He didn't care. The lofty Hades did not stop along his procession to lower his head for someone like Herzog, who had never been worthy of pity to begin with. He would deliberately step aside for a beloved ant or some such creature, and even build a little shelter from the wind and rain for it. But for one as simple as Herzog, who merely stood in his way, he would, without hesitation, trample straight over. From start to finish, the same as ever. Herzog let his hands fall limply, and looked at Anthony, Prometheus. So you're here to kill me, then? Having said this, Herzog couldn't help but laugh. To his mind, that was simply a given. Oh no, that has nothing to do with me. Anthony, Prometheus, raised his eyebrows and said, I had everything already arranged. I was strolling about in Akihabara, planning to execute the plan in a little while. But just then, as luck would have it, you came looking for me. So I figured I'd take a moment ahead of the plan to come see you, but of course, not to kill you. Just a sudden whim to come have a look at you, that's all. He scratched his head and said, I actually rarely do that kind of cruel thing. Life is so precious, killing someone is such a waste. At that moment, Herzog's eyes widened, as though he'd seen some kind of glimmer of hope. But then, he caught sight of Anthony, Prometheus' smile. And, from down below, a thunderous roar. Amid the roar, Herzog heard Anthony, Prometheus, speak, still smiling. The one to do that, of course, isn't going to be me. You still remember Arii, don't you? You haven't forgotten her, have you? You didn't get to see her resurrection, did you? Anthony, Prometheus, said regretfully, well then, someone has to pay the price for that, and unfortunately, that someone is you. Don't worry, I won't let you die. But sometimes, death is so much more comfortable than life. Anthony, Prometheus, said softly, and amid the smile, delivered his final ultimatum, please wait. And so, dead silence. Herzog stared at Anthony, Prometheus, in stunned disbelief, and after a long while, slightly lowered his head. He didn't know what he was supposed to be waiting for. But when Hades tells you to wait, you'd better actually be waiting. And the process of waiting for the end is always one that leaves a person feeling restless and uneasy. The sounds of fighting and the rumbling roar seemed to be drawing nearer and nearer. As if God were blowing his horn, as if the fate of death and destruction were knocking at the door right downstairs. Knock knock, knock knock knock. Listen, the bells of your own death have begun to toll. Push the door open. Your hour has come. The gates of the underworld stand wide open for you. Finally, in the face of that closing destruction, Herzog could endure it no longer. He snapped his head up, opened his mouth, only to come to a halt right where he was. The door opened. And in that moment, destruction arrived. Ah, am I coming in at a bad time? Lu Mingfei, who had just been dragged up to the top floor by the Xiaotian hound, lifted his head somewhat awkwardly and said something stupid. And then he saw Anthony, Prometheus. Ha! Boss? Anthony, Prometheus, gave Lu Mingfei a slight nod in acknowledgement. The Xiaotian hound, meanwhile, after barking a couple of times, leapt straight into Anthony, Prometheus' arms. He gave the Xiaotian hound's head a ruffle. The Xiaotian hound was quite well behaved with him. Anthony, Prometheus, tilted his chin at Lu Mingfei, gesturing for him to make himself at home and not worry about him. Lu Mingfei at that moment glanced off to the side and saw the familiar figure there. For a brief second, his expression turned slightly grave. Herzog. He murmured the name softly. For a moment, the emotions that had begun to subside in him just earlier were, unusually for him, dredged back up to the surface. For this poor sap, you could probably count on one hand the number of times in his entire life he'd ever genuinely been worked up. But everything Herzog had done to Arai was still vivid and ever-present in Lu Mingfei's mind. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but at this point he found he couldn't actually summon up anything fierce to say, and so he gave up on the idea. Herzog looked at Lu Mingfei, watching him quietly, also not quite knowing what to say. At that, the inappropriately timed chime of the order beeper sounded. Lu Mingfei's expression stiffened. Awkwardly, he fished out the order beeper, muttering all the while. Sorry, let me take a look at the order first and parse it out. As he muttered, he flipped through the contents of the order. Even Herzog couldn't help but feel like he wanted to laugh. This is the person who's going to kill me. The one who, in the end, comes to kill me, is this kind of clown. Found it. Lu Mingfei finished reading the order with the same awkward bearing, then snapped the order beeper shut. Finally, he gave Herzog a small bow. To Lu Mingfei, kill Herzog. This time the order had no extraneous flourishes, it was extremely concise. So after Lu Mingfei snapped the order beeper shut, the black fluid metal in his hand transformed into a simple rapier. He swung it gently toward Herzog. Herzog watched the scene coldly, a sneer surfacing in his eyes, and lifted his neck, as if presenting himself for execution. But in the very next moment, his expression underwent a violent change. Anthony, Prometheus, lifted his head, gave Herzog a glance, then lowered his head again to continue playing with the Xiaotian hound, his attention fully on the dog. Yet in that brief glance, he had locked onto Herzog's soul. In doing so, he forcibly gathered Herzog's soul into a single point, completing the most thorough swap of the Kajamusha's life with the original bodies. Thus, with a smile, he announced the verdict to Herzog. Your fate ends here. And so, Lu Mingfei, wearing a faint smile of relief at having completed the order, swung the rapier down. Herzog roared, but he could not refuse the arrival of this death. The rapier plunged deep into his artery. Blood sprayed. The soul escaped outward, leaving not a sliver of room for negotiation. Anthony, Prometheus, raised a hand slightly, solidifying the soul to prevent its dispersal, and without even lifting his head, stuffed every bit of these souls into the bottom of the Stygian vessel. The souls at the bottom of the Stygian vessel, count +1. And Herzog's corpse, now stripped of all spirit, slumped in despair onto the chair, robbed of every last spark of life and every last chance. Finally, Anthony, Prometheus, ceased his playful interaction with the Shoutian hound and stood up, sparing Lu Mingfei a glance. All the orders done? He asked Lu Mingfei in passing. Lu Mingfei hesitated for a moment before nodding. I guess they should all be done. Not bad. Keep completing the orders properly. There'll be a lot more to come. With that, Anthony, Prometheus, gave a small nod toward Lu Mingfei, and then turned away. He left Lu Mingfei standing there with what looked like a tragedy mask plastered onto his face. How many more of these janky orders am I going to have to complete? Lord of the pure white throne at We're all little monsters, the resurrection on your end is almost ready. Once the last little obstacle before the revival is cleared, it'll be all set. We're all little monsters, thanks. But I don't seem to have anything to repay you with. Lord of the pure white throne, no worries, that's not what this is for. Lord of the pure white throne, either way, we're all group mates. I'll cover the cost of your resurrection from the world's side. Once you're revived, there are a few questions I'll need to ask you. Anthony, Prometheus, simply finished firing off that string of messages, then gazed out at this world from afar. The Dragon Raja world to Anthony, Prometheus, could only be described with two words, a mess. Not that it was a particularly cesspit tier world, or particularly malicious. If you were talking cesspits, Night City was way more rotten than this place. It was simply a feeling. For Arii in particular, this feeling was even more pronounced. That child always gave Anthony, Prometheus, the sense that she wasn't really cut out to live a life here. But this matter would have to be set aside for later. At the moment, things hadn't even gotten off the ground. At the very least, he'd have to wait until Arii was actually resurrected first. With that thought, Anthony, Prometheus, stood up. Boss, are we leaving now? Lu Mingfei snapped to and looked at Anthony, Prometheus, asking. Anthony, Prometheus, glanced back, looking him over from head to toe. You're welcome to tag along if you want to. I'm heading off now to take care of one last bit of work, and then I'll resurrect Arii. Immediately, Lu Mingfei got to his feet. You're not going back to find Caesar and Chu Zihong? Anthony, Prometheus, asked quietly. For a moment, hesitation flickered across Lu Mingfei's face. Reflexively, he lowered his head to look at the order beeper. There's no point looking to the order for help in a moment like this. Lu Mingfei, even with the orders, you still need to have your own thoughts. Anthony, Prometheus, said calmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. After a stretch of silence, Lu Mingfei finally clenched his teeth. Then, he stepped forward and took his place beside Anthony, Prometheus. I'll come with you, he said decisively, as if he'd made up his mind about something. Anthony, Prometheus, inclined his head slightly, glanced at Lu Mingfei, then tossed him a beacon. Stand firm. He gave a brief warning. The next instant, Lu Mingfei felt the world spin around him. Phase teleportation engine activating. Blow. The very instant the phase teleportation touched down, Lu Mingfei was on his hands and knees on the ground, retching. Anthony, Prometheus, stood on the earth, paying no mind to Lu Mingfei's embarrassing state. He simply looked around, confirming the state of things on this side. The vicinity of Akai. We've arrived. This is the right place. After a moment, Anthony, Prometheus, gave a slight nod as though sighing in soft remark. At the same time, his soul sense spread out toward the earth deep below, and sensed the existence of the sacred remains. Or rather, at the moment, that was still Yamada no Orochi. A being that, once awakened, would bring catastrophic disaster upon the whole of Tokyo. But none of that had anything to do with Anthony, Prometheus. He calmly stretched out a hand. Boss, what are we doing now? You just come along and play the bit role. When the thing comes out, take some shots at it. Anthony, Prometheus, said casually to Lu Mingfei, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the sacred remains, slowly closing them. Then, we wait for Ariai's resurrection. As Anthony, Prometheus, spoke this sentence in his neutral, even tone, Lu Mingfei thought he could hear the roar of a furnace. Behind Anthony, Prometheus, the origin furnace was roaring, savagely forging a soul. Within Akai, it was as if the crisp sound of chains burning through could be heard again and again. And then, immediately after, came shout after shout, growing more and more distinct. And so, from the deepest depths of Akai, something awakened. It opened its enormous eyes and let out a hoarse roar. Lu Mingfei had the sense he'd heard a sound like that before. He instinctively looked up, but didn't see any sign of Lu Mingze appearing. It seemed that Guy wasn't coming after all. In a haze, that train of thought flickered through Lu Mingfei's mind. The next moment, Lu Mingfei stopped thinking about Lu Mingze. He just stared in front of him, at whatever it was rising up from within Akai. Then, came the first ear-splitting roar, the cry of a thing returning to the world between heaven and earth. Watching the awakened Yamata no Orochi, Anthony, Prometheus, was, by contrast, exceptionally calm. There was no helping it, the thing was something he himself had let out. He'd used the origin furnace to do a bit of light repair work to the structures inside Akai, so he'd very easily managed to draw the sacred remains out. And now that he'd let it out, Anthony, Prometheus, had no reason whatsoever not to deal with it. With that thought, Anthony, Prometheus, slowly exhaled, crouched down slightly, and gently set the black hound he'd been cradling in his arms onto the ground. Then he stood up. With a solemn expression, he faced the Xiaotian hound. Pointing to the gigantic Yamata no Orochi nearby, he gravely addressed the scrawny little doggy. Doggy. Go up there and bite it. _______. P. Walnut Chan. New history, Homelander, founding the Hero Association. Help us hit our targets. 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all. Chapter 114, Anthony, what do you mean Lord Lao Jun is also a woman? The Dragon Clan arc ends. 5,238 words. Xiaotian turned his head, glanced at Anthony, Prometheus, and then glanced at the gigantic Yamata no Orochi. To be fair, it wasn't that Xiaotian had no way of handling that Yamata no Orochi. On the contrary, for him, biting this thing to death could only be described as a breeze. The problem was, after seeing the sincere expression on Anthony, Prometheus' face, Xiaotian couldn't help but feel a sudden urge to bite him to death first instead. All that petting earlier was wasted on you. And so, Xiaotian impartially rolled his eyes at both Anthony, Prometheus, and Lu Mingfei. But under Anthony, Prometheus' earnest gaze, in the end he still turned his head away. He faced the Yamata no Orochi, then opened his maw. Woof, he barked, and at once Anthony, Prometheus, nodded and soothed him. Don't worry. Once we're out of here, I'll be sure to recount every bit of your merit to Erlang Shen exactly as it happened. Leave it all to me. That was more like it. And so Xiaotian nodded with satisfaction, and bit at the Yamata no Orochi out of thin air. The next moment the sky went dark. As though sun and moon had lost their light. When Xiaotian closed his jaws, the entire world seemed in that instant to dim. The Yamata no Orochi's sun had set. The Yamata no Orochi's movement froze subconsciously, as if it hadn't yet processed where this sudden change had come from. That massive body writhed, scanning its surroundings, and at last its gaze fell upon those diminutive 2 people and 1 dog. It bowed its head in confusion, as if to inspect these 3 little creatures, but immediately afterward, Xiaotian's jaws clamped down again. And so the Yamata no Orochi let out a furious roar, howling skyward in violent agony. Across its body, where Xiaotian had bitten, flesh seemed about to crumble and collapse, and a great circular chunk of meat and blood was suddenly missing. And through that howling, Anthony, Prometheus, merely waved his hand casually. The imitation of the Forgemaster's cage descended once again upon the land, completing the isolation of the Yamata no Orochi, ensuring that its awakening would not be detected by the outside world, nor cause any further disturbance. And so, without the slightest pause, Xiaotian bit downward once more. A second bite, a third, a fourth. Everything that followed seemed rather unremarkable. Each time Xiaotian bit down, a great chunk of the Yamata no Orochi's body would simply vanish into thin air. Yet it had absolutely no means of resistance. The moment it tried to act, a force would pin it in place. In that instant, Looming Fei finally felt, more viscerally than ever before, that near-divine might. Before such power, dragonkind was so very fragile. Just like that, the colossal Yamata no Orochi was nibbled clean bite by bite. Xiao Tian let out a mournful whimper and trudged over to Anthony, Prometheus' side, looking rather listless. "What's wrong with him?" Looming Fei asked cautiously. Anthony, Prometheus, shot him a glance, then looked down at Xiao Tian and said softly, "Seems he ate too much. And from what he tells me, the texture of that thing wasn't exactly great." Xiao Tian curled his lips, baring his canines. "That thing was disgustingly inedible, truly, reeking of corpse stench. Just you wait, Mutt, the moment we get back, I'm definitely going to tattle on you to Erlangshan." Faced with Xiao Tian's snarling, bared teeth protest, Anthony, Prometheus, at last chose to leave him be for the time being. Instead, he raised his hand and gave a slight beckoning gesture toward the shattered corpse of the Yamata no Orochi. And so, from within the Yamata no Orochi, something as tiny as an insect came flying out. Seeing that thing, Looming Fei's heart stirred. He was, of course, familiar with that thing. In his first loop, he had already laid eyes on that very item. The sacred remains. "Boss, by the way, what are you planning to do with this?" Looming Fei looked at Anthony, Prometheus, and asked somewhat hesitantly. Anthony, Prometheus, shot him a glance, a light smile playing across his face. "A resurrection ritual, of course." And so the origin furnace roared. The sacred remains in Anthony, Prometheus' hand thrashed violently, but were then cast by Anthony, Prometheus, into those hungering soul flames. The soul flames blazed up, and from within them a single drop of pure blood was refined out. The energies of countless souls surged forth and enveloped that single drop. Then, slowly, it took shape into something resembling an embryo. A great success. Seeing this scene, Anthony, Prometheus, breathed an inward sigh of relief and opened the chat group. "Master of the pure white holy seat at We Are All Little Monsters, the matter is settled. Master of the pure white holy seat, how do you feel right now?" "We are all little monsters, I feel as though I'm being drawn somewhere." "Master of the pure white holy seat, that's right. It's all right, don't resist that pulling sensation. Just accept it. Master of the pure white holy seat, and then, just go and say hello to everyone." And so, closing the chat group, Ariai's soul descended, no longer resisting that elusive sense of being pulled. In an instant, the soul fell like a meteor, plunging downward into the world. Then it dropped into the origin furnace, and amid the gentle embrace of the soul flames, entered the embryo. At that, the embryo began to pulse vigorously, like the sound of a heartbeat, and Looming Fei slowly grew tense. Meanwhile, Anthony, Prometheus, was constantly adjusting the processes within the origin furnace, his hands never still. Ariai really did have an outrageous number of issues going on. Although it was a perfect resurrection, a small portion of the problems still required Anthony, Prometheus, to fine-tune by hand to resolve certain bloodline matters. Such a little girl with nothing to her name. Anthony, Prometheus, lamented inwardly for a moment, then narrowed his eyes. Within the origin furnace, the soul flames suddenly contracted. And so the embryo seemed to split open. The soul was given physical form, and a hand reached out through the shattered breach. That splash of vivid red appeared in view. The young girl clambered somewhat clumsily out of the furnace, gazing about at this world in bewilderment. Anthony, Prometheus, gave Xiao Tian's head a pat. Xiao Tian glared resentfully, but still, rather unwillingly, opened his mouth. And so the sunlight returned. The world brightened along with it. In the surging flow of dissipating soul energy, all things were nourished with vitality, lush and brimming, as though filled with birdsong and blossoms. These scenes were mirrored in Ariai's eyes. Gazing upon this world, she slowly closed her eyes and drew a deep breath. Returning to the world, the first scene to fall before her eyes was the beauty of this world. Then Ariai looked down and saw Lu Mingfei. She hurriedly tried to find a notebook or a board, something to write on, but for the longest time she couldn't find anything. Lu Mingfei, meanwhile, was still standing frozen in place. He instinctively wanted to glance at his order beeper, but then realized that the order hadn't been sent through yet. At the same time, he became aware of a problem. If he opened the order beeper at this moment and saw an order, that order most likely would involve getting zapped. And in that case, his life would basically be over, wouldn't it? Anthony, Prometheus, sighed and spoke to Ariai. You can just speak directly. If you're not used to that, then use this instead. As he spoke, he drew an azure blue tablet from the origin furnace, and tossed it over to Ariai. Ariai immediately caught the tablet. At the same time, looking at it, a faint expression of delight seemed to surface on her face. Anthony, Prometheus, then turned his head, and looked at Lu Mingfei with dead fish eyes, asking softly. At a moment like this, if you don't do something soon, it'll be too late. Don't let down the person in front of you. Anthony, Prometheus' expression turned slightly grave. Addressing Lu Mingfei in a tone that was both resigned and admonishing, he opened his mouth. Honestly, I have plenty of issues with you. But no matter how you slice it, you're my employee. I can't just sit by and watch an employee slack off and refuse to create value. And besides, no matter what, you have to respond to something. Especially, respond to other people's expectations of you. You should take the initiative to do that sort of thing. A lot of people have expectations of you. A lot. Whether you can pull it off is never the point. The point is whether you've even tried. Only after responding to those expectations will you understand whether you truly have what it takes. But no matter what, taking that step out is what's fundamental. He gazed at Lu Mingfei. The dead fish eyes from earlier were gone, returning once more to those deep violet eyes. Change begins right here. Lu Mingfei lowered his head, and in the end, he did not look at his order beeper. Don't make me laugh at you, needing me to push you just to talk to a girl. If it gets that far, Xiao Tian will have you framed and hung up so he can laugh at you for the rest of your life. With those words said, Lu Mingfei finally began to walk forward with his eyes shut, until he was standing right in front of Ariai. You have to change. You have to do something. The girl before you is waiting for you. You've already let her down once, there cannot be a second time. Lu Mingfei himself would admit it, he was a cowardly person who often shrank back. But sometimes a person cannot retreat. He took a step forward. If you don't move faster, I'm going to zap you. From behind Lu Mingfei came Anthony, Prometheus' meaningful voice. At once, Lu Mingfei quickened his pace. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I'm already walking forward, why would you still zap me? Have you ever seen any boss who likes watching his employee work at a snail's pace? As if seeing right through Lu Mingfei's thoughts, Anthony, Prometheus' scornful voice came through. Suffice it to say, sometimes, there's just no reasoning with a capitalist. If you asked Lu Mingfei, being able to change even a little was already a good thing. But for Anthony, Prometheus, if you weren't wolfish enough when you stepped through that door today, then by tomorrow's shift you might want to start wondering whether the coyote's shocks were wolfish enough. Crank up the voltage. And so, at last, under Anthony, Prometheus' prodding, Lu Mingfei hurried up to stand right in front of Ariai. Although he still cut a somewhat sorry figure, in the end, he raised his head. The instant Lu Mingfei lifted his head, he saw Ariai hold up the tablet in her hands, with a line of text written on it. Long time no see. Lu Mingfei froze for a moment. Honestly, regarding this scene of reunion, Lu Mingfei had imagined many possibilities. But he had never imagined that what he'd see would be a line like this. Long time no see. Perhaps to the girl before him, the parting of life and death had been nothing but a long sleep. After waking up, she could simply offer cheerful, surprised words to the familiar friend who had come to her. And then say it, long time no see. For a moment, Looming Fei found himself at a loss for words. But then again, he felt that this was actually rather like something Arii would do. Long time no see. And so Looming Fei also smiled, answering Arii's words just so. Arii picked up the tablet, seemed to ponder what to write, then held it up. I want to go outside and look around. Looming Fei was taken aback. Right now? Well, that shouldn't be a problem, I suppose. But are you sure you're feeling okay right now? I feel great. Sakura. I want to go to Disney. Arii earnestly inscribed these words on the tablet, and there was a touch of willfulness about her. Looming Fei wasn't sure whether Japan had a Disney. He cast a tentative glance toward Anthony Prometheus. Arii's condition won't be a problem. Anthony Prometheus said calmly, I can guarantee that I've eliminated most of the issues. However, there are still some problems remaining. They don't come from Arii. They come mainly from the state of this world. Anthony Prometheus spoke slowly, and for a moment, Looming Fei caught his meaning. Hybrids. Especially a hybrid like Arii, with such a powerful bloodline, possessing even a supercodedama like judgment. So what should we do? You stay over here for now. I have a few things to say to Arii. Anthony Prometheus shook his head and spoke to Looming Fei. Then he beckoned to Arii. Arii hesitated for a moment, then followed Anthony Prometheus, while Looming Fei stayed put on standby. Anthony Prometheus led Arii to a secluded corner. Leaning against the railing beside Akai, he waited until Arii had come to his side before saying softly. To be honest, I don't think this world is suited for you. He gazed off into the distance, and without waiting for Arii's reply, continued. So, I have a proposal. Of course, it's just a proposal, you have a choice. I don't know whether you have any attachment to this world, or whether there's anything about it that you love. But from what I understand, I remember that what you wanted was to see this world, right? He turned his head to look at Arii, asking softly. After seeing Arii nod, he continued. So have you ever thought about going to see broader worlds? Anthony Prometheus spoke quietly, meditatively. The wind blew past, yet it could not stir the tips of Anthony Prometheus' hair. Travel through other worlds, or stay here, either is fine. In any case, I'm putting forward a proposal. If you want to, you can leave this world. Don't worry about the others. You can bring them all along with you. I'll help. Anthony Prometheus put forward this proposal plainly, then watched Arii, waiting for her to give an answer. But Arii pondered for a long while in place, and in the end, she did not pick up the tablet, she only let a troubled expression surface on her face. In the end, she did not pick up the tablet. She only asked softly, but I want to see all of it. Anthony Prometheus was taken aback for a moment, then a helpless smile appeared on his face. It seems I didn't think it through enough. But what a greedy choice indeed. He reached out and smoothed Arii's hair, slightly tousled by the wind, and said in a serious tone. But I think that's actually quite nice. Indeed, there really was no need to make Arii actually choose whether or not to leave the world of dragons and go seek a better life somewhere else. There was no need. Since the chat group had already come this far, then she could just as easily drift between any number of worlds. Tour this one, then that one, finish that one and move on to the next. Find a halfway decent bodyguard for the road, treat it as a romantic getaway for two, that wouldn't be bad either. Let's head back. Anthony Prometheus patted Arii on the back, speaking in a tone like that of an elder. Conveniently, he had a free employee on hand. The kid was a bit of a getting zapped type, true, but that wasn't unfixable. Worst case, just zap him a little more each day. Going farther afield would also be good for whipping that loser's character into shape. If he weren't worried about flat-out breaking that loser, Anthony Prometheus would honestly have loved to find a way to chuck him into Warhammer. He raised his head to look out at this world, having already reached a conclusion in his heart. Then, there was nothing to hesitate about. The journey would begin from this world. Conveniently, this was also these two people's home. That said, this place of dragons, if only for the sake of his groupmate Arii, Anthony, Prometheus, was still prepared to step in and do something about it. He'd have to make this place a little better, a little more suited for Arii. And by the way, since he'd already come all this way, he had to lift something on the way out, didn't he? He rubbed the space between his brows and looked upon this world with a smile. My, how convenient. There were so many dragons here, and their souls and bodies looked far easier to handle than the magicians. And what a coincidence, these dragons were rather hateful sorts, weren't they, ha? He watched Ariai's retreating figure, then pushed himself off and headed back. Looming Fei was still standing in place, dazed. Let's go, loser. Anthony, Prometheus, slapped Looming Fei and said, get ready for a journey. Huh? Journey? Going where? Take her out for a tour. Don't worry, you won't have time to be bored. And if you slack into a zap, well, that might end up being quite dangerous. The orders will keep following you all the way. Anthony, Prometheus, said with a smile, the world is so big, and she wants to go wandering around it, don't you have any thoughts on that yourself? We start from right here. But what about the 8 snake branch families? Didn't you kill a whole pile of them at Genji Heavy Industries? Or was it all Xiaotian's doing, and you've just been slacking off? No, I just have some concerns. Worried about anger? Anthony, Prometheus, gave a small laugh. It's fine. He'll support you. He'll support you very, very enthusiastically indeed. Before long, Anthony, Prometheus, brought the two of them back to Genji Heavy Industries. Over at Genji Heavy Industries, the situation with Caesar and Chu Zihong was a whole other matter. The two of them had wandered for half a day through the building that had nearly been demolished by a single bark from Xiaotian, and finally succeeded in running into Minamoto Kiyoshi. One question, and they found out, this guy had come to deal with the dead pools ahead of time. After confirming that everyone had retained their memories from the first loop, the group continued on, and then they ran into Minamoto Wakana. One question, and they found out, this one wasn't here looking for her brother, she was here looking for her Zog. After confirming that she too had memories from the first loop, the group kept going and then. This time they didn't run into anyone else. This time they went straight up to the top floor and discovered that her Zog was dead. It was, well, pretty dumbfounding. Minamoto Kiyoshi, Caesar and the rest had come to find the dead pools, but on the way they hadn't even seen a single dead pool hair. Minamoto Wakana had come to find her Zog, and ended up looking at a corpse of her Zog. Minamoto Kiyoshi stared blankly at the body for quite a while, until in the end Minamoto Wakana disclosed a bit of intel. For a moment, the 4-second loop returnees were, unusually, getting along in cheerful harmony, with none of the fighting, killing, and mutual suspicion that had marked the first loop. Until Looming Fei, the one who had caused all of this, arrived at the scene belatedly, with Arii in tow, under Dogbro's urging. Only then did Caesar and Chu Zihong slap their thighs and remember that they'd left one of their own behind. It couldn't be helped, normally by this point, Looming Fei would have already slipped off on his own. Faced with the bizarre circumstances of the second loop, Caesar and Chu Zihong really hadn't given him a thought. Until they heard that Looming Fei had quietly cut her Zog down. It wasn't me. It was Dogbro. Dogbro did it. Looming Fei loudly explained to Caesar and Chu Zihong. For a moment, the way the two of them looked at him carried a strange edge, until Caesar spoke up. What dog? He's right here, isn't he? Wait, where's Dogbro? Looming Fei answered on reflex, but then, turning around, he couldn't help but freeze. Behind him, where was any sign of Xiaotian? Even Anthony, Prometheus, was nowhere to be found. Only the order beeper kept buzzing non-stop, and on its screen there was now an additional note from Anthony, Prometheus. It said, I'm watching you, don't slack off at your workstation. A line that had reduced who knows how many wage slaves to tears. And so, Caesar rolled his eyes, dropped the interrogation of Looming Fei, and looked over toward Minamoto Kiyoshi. At that moment, Minamoto Kiyoshi was staring blankly at Arai, momentarily lost in a daze. After a long while, he finally spoke up softly, "Arai. You're back." After entering the second loop, he hadn't been able to find Arai. Had she run away from home again? For a moment, Minamoto Kiyoshi's heart filled with a habitual urgency, and he instinctively wanted to draw closer, only to be blocked in front by Looming Fei. "Her illness is cured. A certain gentleman healed her," Looming Fei said in a low voice, his back to the bizarre stares of Caesar and Chu Zihong. He didn't have to look to know that the boss and his deadpan senior were thinking, "Is this really our guy?" But it really was their guy. Stating the obvious, if you were about to be zapped, you'd be moving even faster than Looming Fei. The orders really did have way too much subjective initiative. They were even damn well prescient, dictating 2 minutes in advance what Looming Fei was going to do, right down to which damn foot to step out with first. And so, what followed next was the part that gave Looming Fei a real headache. He had no choice but to explain to Minamoto Kiyoshi exactly what had happened, while also concealing matters concerning Dog Bro and the boss. On top of that, he had to clearly explain why he was tagging along at Arai's side. And he even had to explain to the boss and his deadpan senior exactly what his current situation actually was. In short, a headache. But once this wave of headaches passed, it would be time to clock in for work. Although Looming Fei found that he didn't actually find that all that loathsome. The world is so big, and the young lady wants to roam. Then Looming Fei would be the tag-along. And he actually thought that was rather nice. And so, in the middle of his endless explanations, a pair of eyes withdrew their gaze. Beside Akai, Anthony, Prometheus, pulled his attention away from the scene over by Looming Fei, then turned his head to look at the new arrival. "You're here." He spoke casually, as relaxed as if greeting an old friend, yet this was the first time he and the other had ever met. "I saw the signal you sent from a very long way off. And yet I don't even know you." Calm words rang out. Across from Anthony, Prometheus, that ramrod straight old man stepped forward and stood erect before him. Anger had, in the end, come to Akai under the second loop. "It's all right that you don't know me. I haven't met you before either." Anthony, Prometheus, shrugged. "You can think of me as a hunter." Hearing this, Anger inclined his head slightly, looking at Anthony, Prometheus' feet, at the gigantic carcass of the Yamata no Orochi. "Is this also a hunter's quarry?" He spoke gravely, and the weight in his tone finally surfaced. Anthony, Prometheus, shrugged but did not directly answer his question. He merely continued calmly, "You could say so. And the one who set everything before in motion, that would also be you, wouldn't it?" Anger asked. Hearing this, Anthony, Prometheus, chuckled twice. "Indeed, you've guessed quite accurately. Although it could also be that you still remember seeing me before the gates of the underworld." "Unfortunately, I don't remember clearly. I saw too many people at that time." "What in the end is your purpose?" Anger asked with piercing eyes. Anthony, Prometheus' violet gaze fell upon him as he said, "As you can see, I am not a dragon. I didn't have to meet with you at all. The only reason I came here on a whim was to pick someone, and hand off some follow-up matters." "Follow-up matters?" Yes. A hunter has to move on, after all." Anthony, Prometheus, shrugged and said, "I of course, will be leaving as well. It's just that, before I go, I'd like to settle a few small matters. There's still plenty of prey left here. I can't be bothered to deal with all of it, but I think you'd be glad to take it over." He spoke with a smile. Anger's expression froze for an instant, and then he saw what Anthony, Prometheus, was holding out toward him. It was a bundle of long swords. "You can take them and try them out. They're absolutely far better than those alchemical weapons of yours. The ultimate dragon-slaying tools," Anthony, Prometheus, said with a smile. This entire pile of swords had been brought into being by Shiro Amiya's projection. Every single one of them was a damn anti-dragon blade. Every last blade in there could be counted as a dragon slayer. What's more, they had been further enhanced by Anthony, Prometheus, with the Forgemaster's neat little tools. Now, all anyone had to do was pick them up. In theory, even an ordinary person could slay a dragon with them. Of course, that wasn't without its interest. The interest was this: every hybrid and ancient dragon Anger killed with these things would be delivered to the depths of Anthony, Prometheus' Stygian vessel. What followed was nothing remarkable. Simply put, welcome to the Lobotomy Corp family. Come pick out a workstation or a containment cell that suits your taste. Or perhaps a VIP seat in the origin furnace. For a moment, Anger stared at the weapons Anthony, Prometheus, had drawn out one by one, his pupils transfixed. It wasn't until Anthony, Prometheus, tossed every last weapon over to him that he came back to his senses. "You're giving them all to me. The price is that you have to kill off every last ancient dragon. This is a deal with a capitalist." That wasn't a goddamn price at all. Anger really wanted to say that, but he didn't voice it. He just turned his head and looked beside Anthony, Prometheus. Anthony, Prometheus, was also looking that way. Lu Mingfei had finally finished explaining all the messy business, and had temporarily slipped away with Arei. "Oh, by the way, I'm taking one of your kids with me." "No problem with that, right? From now on, have Castle give them a green light. They've still got a long journey ahead of them." Anger didn't speak. He only watched the scene. In it, Arei, in a rare moment, was speaking up. She reached down and caught hold of Lu Mingfei, as though offering an invitation. She said, "Let's go on a journey." The Grand Hall of the Underworld. Anthony, Prometheus' hand emerged from atop the pure white holy seat, and then, slowly, he climbed out, glancing at the Xiaotian before him. "How did you get here faster than I did?" For a moment, looking at Xiaotian, the corner of Anthony, Prometheus' eye twitched as he spoke. Xiaotian gave a single bark, his eyes still just as they had been before. Anthony, Prometheus, simply gave up trying to deal with him. After dealing with the matter of Anger, Anthony, Prometheus, had departed from the world of dragons. Mainly because there truly was no need to remain any longer. Without exaggeration, all Anthony, Prometheus, had to do from this point on was keep sitting over there, and a steady, unending stream of dragon souls would keep arriving. And all of these were precious materials for the repair of the underworld. The materials for the underworld were still a little short. But the reincarnation function could soon begin to be restored. Once that function was fixed and reincarnation could proceed normally, the underworld would count as having preliminarily recovered its function, and could begin slowly merging with the Stygian vessel. What's more, going forward, it would also be able to slowly self-repair through the reincarnation of souls. Anthony, Prometheus' underworld maintenance work would be more than half complete. "Yo, you're back." From a corner of the Great Hall, Erlangshan suddenly hopped out and called out a greeting to Anthony, Prometheus, with a book cradled in her hands. A smile on her face, she said to Anthony, Prometheus, "Splendid performance, you know. I quite liked it." "How did you just pop out all of a sudden?" "No, wait, how do you even know about my performance?" For a moment Anthony, Prometheus' eyelid twitched, and he asked instinctively. Erlangshan, for her part, waved the book in her hand. "Relax, Xiaotian didn't tell me. A friend wrote it down for me to read." Erlangshan was animated with delight, waving the book around. Anthony, Prometheus, didn't stand on ceremony either. He snatched it from her hand and took a look, and at once the corner of his eye twitched. Inside the book, his entire experience in the world of dragons had been recorded almost from beginning to end. Anthony, Prometheus, was stunned. "Where on earth did you get this thing?" he asked in astonishment. Erlangshan cleared her throat, but before she could speak, someone walked in from the side hall. It was a woman, with a head of blue hair so long it almost gave the impression of dragging on the floor. She looked rather young, yet somehow gave off the feeling of being some ancient thing. Possibly because there was no expression on her face. I wrote it for her. That person paused, then said it. Ahem, allow me to introduce her. This is my friend. Bixian. Bixian introduced herself, in the briefest possible terms. Erlangchen sighed and said, as you can see, this one is able to write certain things into being. Out of curiosity, she wrote down a bit of your story from the other side. For her, perceiving this sort of information isn't much trouble at all. Why does that sound an awful lot like doxing? The corner of Anthony, Prometheus, eye twitched faintly as he muttered the complaint. Then, all of a sudden, he sensed new souls arriving over at the 18 layers of hell. I'm stepping out for a bit. Back later. He said offhandedly, and his figure teleported off toward the 18 layers of hell. With his departure, the smile on Erlangchen's face gradually subsided as she turned to Bixian. Her expression even took on a measure of seriousness. Brows knitted, she looked at Bixian and spoke gravely. All right. I've helped you with the disguising your identity business and so on. Now, you should at least disclose a little of what you came here for, shouldn't you? Bixian. Or rather, should I say, Lord Laojun. The blue-haired maiden Bixian, or rather, Lord Laojun, said not a word, her face devoid of expression. ______. Plus 40 ch, Walnut Chan. New history, Homelander, founding the Hero Association. Let's achieve our community goals. 100 Power Stones equals plus 1 extra chapter for everybody. Chapter 115, Satoru Gojo joins the group, Lord Laojuan's resentment for K. 3,235 words. As far as Erlangchen was concerned, she still clearly remembered that Lord Laojuan's arrival had been about a few dozen hours ago. At the time she had been leisurely waiting inside the underworld for Anthony, Prometheus, to come back, when, all of a sudden, the gate of the Yellow Springs Road opened up. At first, Erlangchen had assumed it was that damn monkey showing up again. But it wasn't until the visitor walked right up in front of her that Erlangchen, in shock, finally recognized the other party. The Grand Supreme Lord Laojun. Weren't you the one claiming, just a little while back, that your elixir refining wasn't going well, and that you didn't want anyone disturbing you? Erlangchen looked over at Lord Laojun with a raised brow and said. So how is it that you suddenly have time to come down here to the underworld and take a look? That whole seclusion cultivation business, it just ended a moment ago. The Grand Supreme Lord Laojun said this with a calm, indifferent air, face unflushed, heart unperturbed, making the corner of Erlangchen's eye twitch ever so slightly. And as for the underworld, since the new Hades has already assumed the position, I really ought to come and confirm the situation in person. Lord Laojun then murmured this in a quiet, somber tone, her expression remaining placid, betraying no emotion whatsoever. This old thing was always like this. Erlangchen had long since grown used to it. And so, paying no mind to Lord Laojuan's expression, she merely turned her head to sweep a glance around the underworld, and then said with a laugh. Oh? Out of seclusion and feeling generous enough to spare a bit of concern for the underworld. Stopping by to patch things up and take on some handyman work. I will help with repairing the underworld. There are also some parts that can only be repaired by me, the new Hades's foundations still aren't deep enough. But the Grand Supreme Lord Laojuan's reply had gone well beyond Erlangchen's expectations. She narrowed her eyes at Lord Laojun, feeling that something, somewhere, was strangely off. It seemed that ever since Lord Laojun had come down here to the underworld, this inexplicable sense of wrongness had taken root in Erlangchen's heart. I'll be leaving in a little while, you know. The Grand Supreme Lord Laojun rose to her feet, and said calmly, I'll take one more look at the new Hades, and then I'll be on my way. Once you actually need to start repairing the underworld, just call for me. You come all this way, just show up and leave, what's this whole trip even for? Erlangchen frowned, asking with a touch of bewilderment. Lord Laojun paused for a beat, then said. I just wanted to see what he's like now, that's all. He really isn't all that different from what I'd imagined. Having said these words, Lord Laojun gave Erlang Shen no further opening to keep questioning her, simply turning around and walking off. Erlang Shen was left alone to watch Lord Laojun's receding back, frowning, in a stretch of silence. Inside the 18 levels of hell, Anthony, Prometheus, had sorted the many souls into their proper categories and positions, and then let out a breath. At the same time, he was silently turning over in his head from which angle, in his upcoming plan to repair the underworld's reincarnation function, he ought to begin. But just at that moment, he sensed someone approaching. When he turned around, he discovered that the blue-haired girl was already standing right behind him, her expression as blank as ever. "Is there something you need?" Anthony, Prometheus, asked, looking at Lord Laojun, hesitating for a moment. "Nothing in particular. I just came to take a look at you, that's all." Lord Laojun smoothed back a strand of hair at her temple and came to stand at Anthony, Prometheus' side, gazing off into the distance, down toward the 18 levels of hell, depths of unknown measure beneath them. All of a sudden, she spoke up softly, "You really haven't changed much from how I remember you. Did I know you before?" Anthony, Prometheus, asked, his expression carrying a hint of strangeness. Lord Laojun shrugged her shoulders and said, "No. I simply drew my impression of you from the records that tell your story. After all, I can be counted as a pen spirit, you know. I heard about the matter of repairing the underworld from Erlang. What's your plan from here on out?" "I'm not too sure yet. If I really had to say, then maybe I'd start with Mangpo's soup first." After thinking it over for a bit, Anthony, Prometheus, without much reservation at all, answered Lord Laojun's question directly. But upon hearing those three little words, the expressionless girl's face displayed, unusually, a small ripple of emotion. It was as though a few pixels on her face had managed to move with some effort, revealing the makings of a headache. "You really ought to hold off on repairing Mangpo's soup for now. The ghosts have been wandering through the mortal world too long. The ones eligible for reincarnation have already had their memories washed clean more or less automatically by this point." After a stretch of silence, Lord Laojun, with a slightly headache-stricken air, finally offered her advice. "Getting the channel of reincarnation up and running first, that is the proper order of things. Is there some kind of trick or angle with Mangpo's soup?" "No. If at all possible, I'd actually prefer that you not bother repairing that thing in your spare time at all." Lord Laojun said this with no expression on her face, while privately grumbling to herself. Others might not know, but Lord Laojun was relatively familiar with this whole pattern. This guy really was the same as ever. Every single time he came back, he'd be partway through repairs, and then start thinking he ought to whip up Mangpo's soup first. "Do you forge masters all have some kind of special sentimental attachment to this thing or what? Why on earth are you all so fixated on it day in and day out?" Lord Laojun thought this in exasperation. Even though her face remained expressionless, an inexplicable trace of pent-up grievance was rising up in her heart. Anthony, Prometheus, suddenly felt a sharp wave of cold pass through him, sensing an unaccountable air of resentment hanging in the surroundings. Was there really still some malevolent spirit here in the 18 levels of hell capable of making him shiver? "Do you have some sort of issue with Mangpo's soup?" Anthony, Prometheus, having calmed himself for a moment, turned his head and asked Lord Laojun. Hearing this, the blue-haired girl, although her face still remained expressionless, looked even more melancholy resentful than before. "I do. If not for that thing, I wouldn't have to bitterly wait around for certain people." She shook her head, speaking in a flat tone. "A pen spirit has people she's waiting for too. Mortals who have had their memories washed clean, or gods and immortals reborn through reincarnation, all of them, traditionally, have had to drink Mangpo's soup. One after another, the list of people I have to wait for piles up to a fair size." Lord Laojun paused, then continued, "And then there are always these inexplicable occasions when I get asked to do various favors, to keep an eye on certain people through their cycles of rebirth. It piles up and piles up until it becomes a headache. This kind of thing is the most troublesome of all. You have to wait for the reincarnated person to slowly remember on their own, and you can't really nudge them along midway. And if luck isn't on your side, just as someone is about to remember, off they go and drink Mangpo's soup again, and then in a flash everything resets, and you start over from scratch. The most troublesome part is that there are some people, I don't even know how many times around it's been now, and the whole thing still isn't over. To this very day, I still haven't seen any end in sight. I have a feeling this honestly doesn't have much to do with Mangpo's soup. Anthony, Prometheus, said this, but then he saw Lord Laojun glaring at him with her eyes, and the latter half of his sentence got swallowed back down whole. He didn't dare go on any further. He raised both hands, signaling that he wouldn't say anything more. Suddenly, the blue-haired girl took hold of Anthony, Prometheus' hand. By the time Anthony, Prometheus, had snapped back to his senses, the blue-haired girl had already let go. He looked down at his hand and found that an extra pen had appeared there. Consider it a hand to help you out. You can take it to use for repairing the underworld. Lord Laojun said, even as she stepped back, I won't bother you with anything more than is necessary. I'll come back again, sometime later on. Looking at the pen Lord Laojun had left him, Anthony, Prometheus' eyes lit up. He could feel the enormous utility this thing possessed. For just a moment, watching the girl who was about to leave, he seemed to grow a touch reluctant to part with her. When are you coming next time? Without thinking, he found himself calling out the question. Lord Laojun's footsteps paused for the briefest moment, an expression of mixed feelings crossing her face. That look, going wide-eyed at the sight of Prophet, was thoroughly familiar to her. You Forge Masters are all exactly the same. Whatever happens next time will be dealt with next time. What's all this constant questioning for? Lord Laojun shot him a slight glare, left those words behind her, and walked straight out of there. Anthony, Prometheus, watching the girls departing back, was silent for a while, then let out a sigh and gave up on thinking about it. Never mind. All the messy, tangled stuff could be left for later. He went back to the main hall of the underworld. There Erlangchen was still waiting, looking as though she had maintained the very same posture she'd had when Anthony, Prometheus, had left. Did the pen spirit just go to see you? Erlangchen lifted her head, asking the question offhandedly. Anthony, Prometheus, gave a small nod, and so Erlangchen went on. When you talk to that old thing on a regular basis, watch yourself. Don't fall into any of her traps. How old is she? Quite a lot older than me, in any case. Erlangchen said, pulling a face, and then got to her feet, giving Anthony, Prometheus' shoulder a pat. All right then. I won't disturb your underworld repair work any longer. I'm taking off first. Once you're done repairing the underworld, remember to come along with me for another stroll through the mortal world. Oh right, these are for you. As he spoke, Anthony, Prometheus, pulled out a huge pile of merchandise and shoved it into Erlangchen's arms. Erlangchen was momentarily taken aback. All of this is for me? MN. After getting back from the Dragon Clan side, I realized this is about all I had left I could bring along. Honestly speaking, you might as well just power Haku down, and leave him over at my place for a few days. That's a no. Anthony, Prometheus' expression turned serious in an instant, and he refused firmly. Erlangchen shrugged, choosing not to press the matter any further, and just accepted the heap of stuff Anthony, Prometheus, was passing over to her. Right after that, with a wave of her hand, she headed off toward the exit, and left the main hall of the underworld. What came next was Anthony, Prometheus' own business to handle. Time to start getting ready to break through the reincarnation channels of the underworld. He muttered this to himself, gave a wave of his hand, and in that very instant, throughout the underworld, countless souls rose up from the 18 levels of hell. The pen appeared, too, in the palm of Anthony, Prometheus' hand. He recalled the words the girl had spoken just before she'd left. Anything related to Mangpo's soup should be set aside for now, which meant the most pressing task was to first fix up the bridge of Naiha. Once the bridge of Niha was repaired, he also needed to make it so that souls could reincarnate, slowly taking new form again. Before long, Anthony, Prometheus, had the rough outline of a plan worked out in his mind. At once he began directing the vast multitude of souls, sending them surging toward his target. In that instant, the broken-down bridge of Niha began to be restored, while Anthony, Prometheus, lifted the pen in his hand and gave it the slightest of flicks. Perhaps it was the power that came from the pen spirit, but in any case, it began to take effect. It was as though he were correcting reality itself, directly overriding the broken-down reality of the bridge of Niha. Together with the massive influx of souls pouring in a single instant the bridge had taken on an entirely new appearance. For some reason, Anthony, Prometheus, kept wanting to crack a remark about this thing. This is so damn like a Forge Master. This effect, this ability, Anthony, Prometheus, was practically too familiar with it already. But complaining inside his head was one thing, the work at hand still couldn't be paused for now. Without hesitation, Anthony, Prometheus, turned the tip of the pen. And so, that pen in his hand, half of which had already been used up, pointed itself toward the deepest part of the underworld. There a passage lay. Drawing on his present perception and understanding of the underworld, Anthony, Prometheus, naturally came to realize that this was the key to reincarnation. What flowed below that place was something akin to a substance that could revert souls back to their primordial state. By relying on that thing, and then transferring the souls back inward, the effect of reincarnation could be brought to completion. As Anthony, Prometheus, thought all this over, he raised the pen. In that instant, the power of countless souls came surging in a tide, hurling itself toward that spot in attack. At last, the tip of the pen pressed down. Beneath the impact of all those souls, within the 18 levels of hell, malevolent spirits howled, and the great gate of reincarnation slammed wide open with a thunderous boom. And then Anthony, Prometheus, saw, flowing beneath that gate of reincarnation, water of dazzling, kaleidoscopic colors. For a moment, after a long stretch of silence, Anthony, Prometheus, finally, slowly, deliberately, typed out a single question mark. Are you kidding me, bro? What the actual hell does it mean that the primordial river is still chasing after me? Sure, the underworld is located along one of the tributaries of the primordial river, but why on earth is the underside of the underworld directly connected to the goddamn primordial river? Is this seriously legit? That said, credit where it's due, when it comes to this whole reincarnation function, the primordial river really does seem like it can damn well pull it off. After all, you just have to scoop up the souls, fish them back out of the primordial river in good time, give them a wash, and what you've got is a brand new, pristine soul. A soul like that could be tossed straight into the world and enter the rebirth phase directly. For a moment, Anthony, Prometheus, turned it over carefully in his mind, and to his surprise, it actually struck him as oddly, damn well reasonable. And so Anthony, Prometheus, was left with a mouthful of complaint lodged in his throat, unable to be coughed up no matter how he tried. At last, after long deliberation, Anthony, Prometheus, gave up trying to think it through and decided to open up the chat group first and see what the situation was like at the moment. Things being what they were, better to just shoot the breeze in the group first. AAA City Female Ghost, Smoke Haze War sincerely seeking commanders. Master of the Pure White Holy Seat, the moment I came in I saw you recruiting, front line getting strained. AAA City Female Ghost, not really, just casually asking around to see if anyone feels like coming to play. Old habit by now. AAA City Female Ghost, also, honestly speaking, I get the feeling everyone's been pretty damn idle since they got resurrected. Master of the Pure White Holy Seat, now that you mention it, that really does seem to be the case. Master of the Pure White Holy Seat, not long ago, it felt like barely anyone in our group was even alive, and now, in the blink of an eye, it's down to just you and me. Oh, and one Teresa. Terra Sarkaz female spy. Teresa surfaced just long enough to indicate that she, personally, was still dead. Master of the Pure White Holy Seat, this far into things, and somehow the two of us still have absolutely no progress in sight on the resurrection front. AAA City Female Ghost, I dunno, man, Lobotomy Corp hasn't even gotten off the ground yet. Let Night City burn, I've actually been pretty free lately. If you need me, just call me in. Ally of Justice, same here. Master of the Pure White Holy Seat, forget it. Carmen can probably handle things on the Smoke Haze War end, no need to go to all that trouble. Master of the Pure White Holy Seat, that said, after dealing with stuff for this long, things really do feel like they've slowed down a bit lately. Not much going on these days. Grand Flame Wordsmith, every time you say a line like that, I get the feeling something bad is about to happen. Master of the Pure White Holy Seat, it's just the truth, everyone's idle right now, and plenty of folks don't have anything to do. Master of the Pure White Holy Seat, I mean, we can't very well suddenly drag everyone in and tell them it's our turn to go fight Sukuna, can we? The words had barely fallen when a notification from the chat group lit up. Welcome new group member Strongest Modern Jiu-Jitsu Sorcerer to the chat. Master of the Pure White Holy Seat. Looking at the message that had popped up in the chat group, Anthony, Prometheus, instinctively typed out a question mark, his expression gradually turning peculiar. Master of the Pure White Holy Seat, hold up a second, what do you mean by it's actually our turn to fight Sukuna for real? ________. Seek, Walnut-chan. New history, Homelander, founding the Hero Association. Let's hit these goals. 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Chapter 116, Yuta, I already feel that Gojo is reviving inside me. 8K. 4,897 words. Hey chat group, come take a look, who's just shown up here. Satoru Gojo. Watching the newcomer who had only just joined the group, a faint, peculiar expression surfaced on Anthony's face. He flipped back and forth through the chat logs several times over, yet still couldn't figure out exactly how he'd managed to summon this soul successfully. No way, man, I'm just saying here, so there's a Sukuna dungeon open for this one too, huh? Master of the Pure White Throne, real talk, I feel like I've gotta go and train up that speak, and it shall be function of mine. Anyone feel me? AAA Urban Demoness, I get what you mean. Strongest Modern Sorcerer, where am I? Master of the Pure White Throne, damn, I almost forgot. Welcome, newcomer, this is the Dimensional Dead chat group. Newly joined members can go check out the group announcements. Master of the Pure White Throne, once you've read them, remember to send me the screenshot of your perfect resurrection requirements. Having deftly typed out this string of boilerplate remarks, Anthony sat upon the Pure White Throne, stroking his chin, mulling things over privately in his heart. Satoru Gojo had joined the group. This, for Anthony, was something of a surprise. But since he'd already come all this way, the usual customs couldn't be skipped. What's more, Satoru Gojo had arrived at precisely the right moment. Watching Satoru Gojo, who had fallen silent, the peculiar look on Anthony's face grew all the more pronounced. With Satoru Gojo, Anthony was naturally extraordinarily familiar. Or rather, this fellow was simply a little too famous. Teach, oh teach, how is it you never managed to throw down and beat Sukuna? He sighed a couple of such remarks inwardly, but at the same time, the various states that Satoru Gojo was theoretically in right now had already naturally surfaced in his mind. First, since this was after Satoru Gojo's death, then in all likelihood it was still during the time of fighting Sukuna. It might even be that Sukuna hadn't been finished off yet. It just depended on which stage of the relay battle things had reached. As for Sukuna, Anthony was, after all, a little curious. Not curious about how strong Sukuna was, mind you, mainly curious about how many souls Sukuna could be worth, tossed into the 18 layers of hell. Sukuna. You're the one who's the challenger, mercilessly. Still, since everyone was already here, and seeing that the whole gang had been idle to the point of restlessness, Anthony suddenly started to get a little itch in his hands. Master of the Pure White Throne, how should I put it, right now Teach is probably still reading the announcements. Anyone want to sign up to go fight Sukuna? Let Night City burn, fight Sukuna. Founder of the Golden Spirit, what even is that? Master of the pure white throne, you could call it one of that new member's enemies. All in all, there's a fair number of memes about it. Never mind, I'll just post it straight to the group. Master of the pure white throne has uploaded a group file, Sukuna challenge match. And so, a stretch of silence fell over the chat group. During this silent interval, Anthony waited patiently until the first member typed out their words. Warrior of the Himmel-departed Friaren era, count me in. Warrior of the Himmel-departed Friaren era, just finished reading it, feels like it's going to be a lot of fun. Let Night City burn. Not too sure whether I'll be of any help, but in any case, add me to the list too. Grand Flame Wordsmith, I'm free over here. AAA Urban Demoness, hold on, this Sukuna, is he from some comedy work? Master of the Pure White Throne, one word, are you coming or not? AAA Urban Demoness, I'm coming. Let me just wrap up the smoke war on my end, and I'll be right over. Founder of the Golden Spirit, everyone's signing up so eagerly. Still, I have one question. Founder of the Golden Spirit, I just looked over the document Mr. Anthony posted. While it certainly does leave one at a loss for what to say, still, that thing shouldn't be as strong as imagined, should it? Founder of the Golden Spirit, with this many people going over, is it really necessary? Master of the Pure White Throne, it's fine, just a casual fun match, think of it as a way to let everyone relax. Master of the Pure White Throne, sure, there's the question of how long Sukuna can hold out, but I don't think that really counts as a problem. Master of the Pure White Throne, everyone, remember to hold back a little when the time comes. Strongest modern sorcerer, Master of the Pure White Throne, the men of the hours arrived. For a moment, within the boundless, endless void, Satoru Gojo's soul propped up his own head. Amid the nothingness, his head, too, felt waves of throbbing pain. Satoru Gojo couldn't quite make sense of what this was all about. Still, what was abundantly clear was that he had indeed joined this chat group. At this thought, Satoru Gojo raised his head, gazing at the chat group's panel of glowing screen before him, knitting his brows, and sank into silence. Strongest modern sorcerer, I just flipped through the announcements. So is everything written there true? Strongest modern sorcerer, resurrection, or something else of that sort? Satoru Gojo scrolled through the messages above, but he couldn't quite comprehend the existence of these weirdos. It had all come too suddenly, so much so that he hadn't yet been able to react. His memory still lingered on that final scene. The slash that had blanketed the entire heaven and earth, and the flashing life montage that followed. Immediately after, everything had come to an end. Then his soul had returned to this void, and after that, he'd seen this chat group before him. Resurrection and the like, could such a thing really exist? This isn't some joke, is it? Yet the next moment, Satoru Gojo couldn't help but recall that battle. Even though they'd held countless tactical discussions before the fight, even the tactics for after his own death had already been deliberated upon. Still, one couldn't help but worry over whether they would pull off the win. Master of the Pure White Throne, of course, everything you've seen is indeed real. Master of the Pure White Throne, if you've got any more questions, you can ask me. I have a rough understanding of your experiences, both before your death and after it. Reading Anthony's words, Satoru Gojo's throat bobbed up and down once. After a moment, he slowly typed out his query amid his hesitation. Strongest modern sorcerer, so then, that battle against Sukuna, did we win? Master of the Pure White Throne, oh that one, yeah that one was indeed one. Master of the Pure White Throne, after all, there's no such thing as a hot-blooded shonen manga that fails to beat the final boss in the end, right? Strongest modern sorcerer, we won. As long as we won, that's good. Seeing this message from Anthony, only then did Satoru Gojo quietly let out a sigh of relief in his heart, feeling waves of ease wash over him. But soon, his spirits tensed up once more, and somewhat nervously he asked, Strongest modern sorcerer, in the end, which tactic was the one that worked? Master of the Pure White Throne, about that. In an instant, Anthony's expression turned odd. After all, it was common knowledge that Jujutsu Kaisen was a great manga. Note, applicable only after chapter 236, strictly as a comedy manga. Anthony actually thought Jujutsu Kaisen was quite well drawn. As for that final stretch of battle, since he'd read it all in one sitting, he found it tolerable enough, but that didn't change the fact that the author's creative approach at the very end was downright off-the-rails flights of fancy. Master of the Pure White Throne, strictly speaking, in the end not a single one of the tactics worked. Strongest modern sorcerer. Strongest modern sorcerer, then how on earth did you deal with Sukuna? Master of the Pure White Throne, allow me to tell here a tale of a mysterious farmstay outing and 8 consecutive black flashes breaking through Sukuna's defenses. Strongest modern sorcerer. Satoru Gojo didn't grasp what Anthony meant. Strongest modern sorcerer, then the one who finally killed Sukuna was Master of the Pure White Throne, Itadori. The heights he grew to in the end were honestly pretty absurd. Strongest modern sorcerer. For a moment Satoru Gojo didn't know what to say, his gaze drifting away for a time from that azure glowing screen. So it was that boy, Yuji Itadori. He truly lived up to everyone's expectations. You've grown, too, Itadori. In this moment, the soul amid the void seemed to curve into a faint smile. Soon enough, however, Satoru Gojo recalled some other matters, and so, urgently, he posed another question to Anthony. Strongest modern sorcerer, in that case, then, what about the final casualties? Master of the Pure White Throne, a fair bit. Master of the Pure White Throne, the destruction caused was rather considerable. Though I don't know what stage things have reached now, there should still be plenty of room to set things right. Strongest modern sorcerer, I understand. After seeing the message Anthony sent, Satoru Gojo gazed at this empty space, and toward Anthony's words he'd come to feel a few more measures of trust. At the same time, he pondered quietly in his heart. The casualties were a fair bit heavy, he himself had a chance at resurrection. These various phrases linked together in Satoru Gojo's heart, and in the end, formed one supremely vivid thought. Then, beyond all doubt, the thing he had to do next was, no matter what, to find a way to go back. And besides, that boy Itadori's growth seemed so dazzlingly brilliant that one couldn't help but want to go and see it. For a moment, within the empty space, the corners of the soul's mouth curved into a radiant smile. As a teacher, there was no longer anything more gratifying than witnessing with one's own eyes the child he'd nurtured grow into a fine, capable person. Strongest modern sorcerer, one last question, how did Itadori end up in the end? Master of the Pure White Throne, please enter your text. Master of the Pure White Throne, jokes aside, in short, he grew to a very great height. Probably even higher than you. Master of the Pure White Throne, how about it? Anything else to ask? If there are no other questions, then hurry up and pull out the screenshot of your resurrection conditions. I'll give you an expert consultation. Strongest modern sorcerer, nothing else. As for the resurrection conditions, let me see, this should be it, right? Strongest modern sorcerer, screenshot. And so Satoru Gojo sent over a screenshot. Anthony, with practiced ease, opened it up and began examining Satoru Gojo's resurrection conditions. First was, as expected, the points. On this point, Anthony merely gave it a glance before skipping past it. Pass, 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 no matter how many, it won't cost much. He had points to spare right now, this little bit was nothing. As for the remaining resurrection conditions, Anthony looked carefully, and a hint of surprise surfaced on his face. Because Satoru Gojo's resurrection conditions this time, compared to everyone else's in the past, could only be described as vastly different. This time, the chat group didn't seem to lay out a string of resurrection conditions, telling you to complete all of them, and that it would take responsibility for fishing the person back. This time, the chat group seemed more to have provided a single resurrection ritual. Then it told you that, so long as you completed this ritual, there'd be no need for anyone's help one way or another, you could simply resurrect that person directly. After carefully looking over each resurrection conditions, Anthony discovered, to his surprise, that this ritual seemed rather simple. At its root, it was nothing more than fighting Sukuna. Fight Sukuna long enough and Teach would just come back to life. Master of the Pure White Throne, okay, got it, this round's resurrection conditions are fairly simple. Master of the Pure White Throne, so next up is the long-awaited group team-building segment. I'll initiate the group teleport first, everyone remember to keep up. Master of the Pure White Throne, oh right, at Ally of Justice, remember to ask Shiro Amiya, if he's coming, give him the beacon. I'll be carrying a beacon node on me at all times. Ally of Justice, understood. At this moment, Kiritsugu Amiya, who was in England searching for a Magus, sent out this reply. Group member Master of the Pure White Throne has initiated a group teleport. Casually pressing the teleport interface within the chat group, Anthony simultaneously began gathering up his belongings, preparing to make a trip over to the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. That said, though he called them belongings, there was really only one thing Anthony actually needed to bring. A glass window. By now Anthony had truly developed the habit, no matter where he went, the glass window never left his hands. What if it came in handy at some point? Kids, possibility is just too darn useful, you know that. Taking the glass window along, Anthony closed his eyes, and once again felt that sensation, like being clubbed over the head. And so his vision went black, and in the next instant, his soul had already passed through the primordial river, crossing countless distances, heading into the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. In the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, as far as the eye could see, it was almost all crumbling walls and ruins. Anthony's feet landed upon the earth. Scanning the surrounding environment, a wistful expression appeared on his face. What a waste. Never mind, I won't dwell on it for now. And so, in the next moment, his soul swept across the entire world. Within his soul's field of vision, Anthony quickly spotted a region of abnormal energy. Focusing his gaze, he discovered two people locked in battle within it. Itadori and Aoi Tadu. And besides them, the opponent the two were ganging up on, Ryaman Sukuna. So this is the point in time, is it? For a moment Anthony revealed a look tinged with a touch of astonishment. Immediately after, he opened up the chat group, glanced at the screenshot Satoru Gojo had sent earlier, and nodded to himself. Good, this way, he already understood clearly which resurrection ritual line came next. Soon, Anthony sketched out a complete resurrection plan in his mind, and walked forward, all the while starting to nudge people along in the group chat. Master of the Pure White Throne, I've already arrived. Hurry, 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 where are you all? Master of the Pure White Throne, assemble and let's fight Sukuna. Warrior of the Himmel-departed Friaren era, on my way. The next moment, accompanied by a tearing of space, the blue-haired swordsman scrambled somewhat awkwardly out from a rift in space. Though he looked a little dizzy, he still didn't forget to strike a cool, dashing pose as he landed. Even at a time like this you still haven't forgotten to show off, you fellow. What kind of nonsense is that you're spouting? Himmel retorted with a tone full of disdain, while gazing out at his surroundings. So then, where's this fellow called Ryaman Sukuna? I went out of my way to part with Friaren for a while, carving out the time to come here and fight Sukuna, so don't you dare disappoint me. Don't be impatient just yet, let's wait until everyone's gathered. In a bit we'll first go and have a word with the rear support. Anthony turned his head, looking toward the other side, and spoke in a calm tone. Though fighting Sukuna is the task to be accomplished, or rather, the group's collective activity, still, we mustn't forget the most fundamental objective. Let's hold off on everything until our group member is resurrected. While fighting Sukuna is indeed quite interesting, it'll still have to wait until Teach has been successfully revived. Fine then. Oh, someone's coming. Himmel seemed to let out a sigh, then slightly raised his eyebrows, seeing David leap out from a portal off to the side. The Earth Series Forgemaster's body activated in midair. The mech executed a beautiful tactical maneuver, landing successfully and offsetting the dizziness brought on by being clubbed over the head. Immediately after, Sister Gia walked out from the portal, pressing a hand to her forehead with a touch of dizziness. This teleportation. I still haven't quite gotten used to it even now. Next time, let's just have everyone use the underworld system, little 13. So saying, Jia turned toward Anthony as she spoke. Anthony nodded non-committally, then pulled Jia aside. Sister Jia, in a bit I might need a little help from you. What kind of help? Just go ahead and say it. A hint of surprise appeared on Jia's face, then, narrowing her eyes, she asked Anthony. Anthony, for his part, lowered his head, looking at the glass window beside him, while his soul's gaze at this moment focused upon Yuji Itadori on the distant battlefield, a light, breezy smile appearing on his face. It's nothing. Just a tiny little plan, that's all. In a bit I might need you to provide some assistance. As for the specifics of the plan. Carmen, are you there? I'm here at all times. Carmen's voice rang out, calm yet carrying a touch of helplessness, addressing Anthony in a tone that brooked no doubt. And so, Anthony gave a slight nod. In a bit I'll need you to communicate with Itadori and Sukuna. On Sukuna's side, just use the familiar method. You understand, right? Sure. Itadori is that, the boy from the message you sent? That's him. Just guide him a little, get him to accept your power. We need him to have some possibility affinity. Anthony nodded slightly, as for the rest, I'll leave it to you, Sister Jia. Carmen grants the affinity, Sister Jia uses her authority to pull it up just a notch, the rest, leave it to me to handle, and I can reimburse the expenses afterward on my end. Small matter, no trouble at all. And there's no need for you to go to any expense. Jia seemed to smile as she spoke to Anthony. Anthony didn't reply, merely giving Jia a slight nod, a gesture of gratitude for Sister Jia's trust. And so, immediately after, Anthony turned his head, looking toward the chat group members who had gradually drawn near, and for a moment, a faint smile appeared on his face. Looks like everyone's here. Well then, shall we get going? He blinked his eyes and said, let's go fight Sukuna together. Many years later, in the 18 layers of hell of the underworld, facing an endless 007 schedule, and an oversaturated workload, Sukuna would recall this day of utter despair. There was one thing he never figured out in his whole life. And that was just how big a thing he'd done to make such a huge crowd of netherworld freaks come knocking at his door to beat him up. Meanwhile, upon the battlefield. Brother. Are you ready? I'm ready. Itadori lowered his stance slightly, exhaling slowly, adjusting his body's cursed energy and condition, his eyes fixed intently on Ryaman Sukuna before him, his expression utterly grave. In his hand he gripped a pebble, pouring cursed energy into it, poised in a stance ready to strike at any moment. And at Yuji Itadori's side stood Aoi Tadu, wielding Boogie Woogie, modified. At this moment, the two of them each stood on one side, facing off against Ryaman Sukuna. For a time, Ryaman Sukuna, looking at these two thorny fellows, couldn't help but feel waves of a headache coming on. These two guys were really infuriating. He bared his teeth, looking toward the pair, and raised his hand, just as he was about to do something, when, all of a sudden, his form involuntarily stiffened. By his ears, a gentle female voice rang out, wave after wave. Ryaman Sukuna, what was it that taught you love? What was it that taught you to destroy ideals? And why is it that, when facing these two people, you feel such a sense of being cornered? Is it because you don't yet have strong enough power? Or because you're still not penetrating enough in your understanding? What the hell is this? Listening to that gentle female voice by his ears, Ryaman Sukuna subconsciously wanted to break free, but then he became immersed in the tenderness of that voice, as though falling into some kind of utopia, unable to extricate himself. By the time he came to his senses, a flicker of terror, rarely seen, had actually surfaced in his eyes. No fluctuation of cursed energy. What on earth is this thing? Get the hell away from me. He roared out, and in an instant surged forward and up. And at this very moment, Yuji Itadori sprinted madly ahead, hurling the pebble, while Aoi Tadu, after a calm analysis, immediately swung his left hand. Boogie Woogie, Modified, Activate. The next moment, Yuji Itadori inherited the pebble's velocity, charging swiftly forward, striking toward Sukuna, and at this very moment, that gentle female voice rang out by his ears as well. However, unlike Sukuna's situation just before, Yuji Itadori didn't feel that sense of having his rhythm forcibly interrupted. On the contrary, under the care of that gentle female voice, he felt his whole mental state more concentrated than ever before. In this moment, Yuji Itadori felt his condition growing ever stronger, to the point of trending toward its very peak. And besides, under the care of that gentle female voice, Yuji Itadori felt as though he could see a multitude of stars. As if, within an endlessly extending river, he gazed upon infinitely distant stars, visible the moment he raised his head, and in his daze, it was as though he saw the boundless, endless possibilities that belonged to himself. But the next moment, Yuji Itadori came back to his senses. Yet by this time, his body had already reacted faster than his own instincts. Black flash. In that instant, one of control, one of amplification, Yuji Itadori threw out this punch almost unconsciously, yet it landed squarely and solidly upon Ryaman Sukuna's chest. Like a peal of rolling thunder, in that instant, with the landing of the black flash, Ryaman Sukuna finally snapped back to his senses from the endless sinking. Wincing in pain, he glared with eyes wide open toward Yuji Itadori. "You bastard!" Before his words had even finished, only their echo remained lingering in the air. Boogie Woogie, Modified began to vibrate once more. The swaps proceeded almost infinitely, so that one had no idea whatsoever when they might possibly come to a stop. Faced with this scene, even Ryaman Sukuna felt a little numb with dread. Especially given that he had absolutely no idea who that unknown sorcerer who'd just entered the scene actually was. Only within the void, Carmen gave a yawn and typed out a message to Anthony in the chat group. "AAA Urban Demonis at Master of the Pure White Throne, alright, it's done. Master of the Pure White Throne, good, thanks for the trouble. Master of the Pure White Throne, so now, since the foreshadowing has been laid, it's time to wait for the payoff. And for the moment, let's let the plot continue to develop forward. AAA Urban Demonis, what are you going to do? Master of the Pure White Throne, you'll be able to see it any moment now. Why's he being so mysterious about it?" Carmen was a bit baffled, but soon, she lowered her head and looked down below. With this lowering of her head, Carmen saw a scene that left quite the unforgettable impression on her. A mysterious figure bursting into the battlefield. Carmen glanced at the person and for some reason, suddenly felt as though they looked quite familiar. It seemed she'd seen them in the introduction pack Anthony had sent over. Wait, no, isn't this Satoru Gojo? Resurrected this quickly already. For a moment, Carmen looked toward him with some astonishment, but then she saw the suture lines on his forehead, and instinctively sensed that something seemed off somewhere. Of course, Carmen was naturally not the only one to have seen that mysterious figure bursting onto the battlefield. When Sukuna raised his head, he happened to catch sight of Satoru Gojo bursting into this place, and in an instant, his pupils trembled violently. But the next moment, in the instant he glimpsed the suture lines atop that person's head, a mocking smile appeared on Sukuna's face. "So that's how it is. I rather underestimated you before." Yuta Okatsu. Yuta Okatsu, who had burst onto the battlefield, gave no answer whatsoever. He merely gazed at Sukuna's figure, bending down slightly, pondering silently in his heart. There was no need to question anything about it, after all, this was a tactic Jujutsu High had thought up long ago. It was just that only he himself could carry it out. At this moment, Yuta Okatsu closed his eyes, recalling in his mind scene after scene from before. In fact, Yuta Okatsu's entrance had been slightly earlier than expected. As for why such a situation had arisen, well, one would have to ask just what Anthony had been up to on his end. Yuta Okatsu still remembered the mysterious youth who'd suddenly entered the medical department while he lay on the operating table, urging the medical staff to proceed with the surgery. That black hair and those purple eyes had truly left quite a deep impression on Yuta Okatsu. And moreover, especially when he was already on the brink of death, the first words that youth spoke to him, Do you want to quicken your pace a little? Yuta Okatsu closed his eyes. He needed to quicken his pace. Facing Sukuna, he had to quicken his pace. When he closed his eyes, he'd still recall the little moments he'd once shared with his teacher. Yuta Okatsu gently let out a breath, and in his mind, scenes from the past instantly surfaced. He still remembered the words he'd said to Gojo-sensei back then. I'm going to become a monster too, Gojo-sensei. This thought flashed through his heart, but the next moment, Yuta Okatsu's expression couldn't help but change. Because, in his memory, Gojo-sensei suddenly spoke up to Yuta Okatsu of his own accord. Ah, Yuta, as for becoming a monster and all that, let me go first. In that instant, Yuta Okatsu's expression fell into bewilderment. He couldn't make any sense at all of what the situation was now. Wait, there definitely shouldn't be this segment in his memory. But then what was going on? Why would a memory that didn't exist appear? Hey, why have you suddenly stopped moving where you stand? Sukuna knit his brows, raised his hand, transforming it into a blade. If that's all there is to it, then I'll be the one to come to you, you know. Even as he spoke, however, he still remained where he was, holding his troops back, warily glancing about in all directions. It couldn't be helped, the present situation left Ryaman Sukuna no choice but to be cautious about it. The earlier situation had simply been far too strange. Ryaman Sukuna really couldn't figure out just who on earth that traceless, shadowless sorcerer was. Why was it able to influence him so completely without leaving a trace? But the next moment, Ryaman Sukuna knit his brows, sensing that the very countenance of Yuta Okatsu before him had suddenly shifted. As though some familiar fellow had possessed him, suddenly, he pointed a finger forward and slowly blew out a breath, and in an instant, Ryaman Sukuna's expression abruptly changed. This motion was simply far too familiar, so much so that in that instant, Ryaman Sukuna even experienced a kind of hallucination, feeling as though the person before him were truly Satoru Gojo, rather than Yuta Okatsu. But the next moment, the expression of Yuta Okatsu before him returned to normal, no longer displaying that sudden state of seeming, as though Satoru Gojo had possessed him. For a time, ripples of unease stirred in Sukuna's heart. What on earth was going on? Why were strange occurrences happening one after another? As for Yuta Okatsu, he remained where he stood at this moment, and from his expression, he too seemed evidently somewhat bewildered. But soon, he raised his head, feeling that inexplicable calling within his heart. Yuta. Focus your mind. And so, in that instant, Yuta Okatsu's spirits were greatly lifted, and an inexplicable thought rose up in his heart. How familiar this voice was, so familiar that Yuta Okatsu even developed this inexplicable feeling, just this once. Gwa. I've already felt it, Gojo-sensei is reviving within my body. ______. Walnut-chan in P for more. New history, Coat, counterattack system. Help us unlock these community rewards. 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Chapter 117, 68 Tiger Heavenly Emperor, Sukuna's head is too high, too low, too left, too right, 8K. 4,872 words. As for how this all came to pass, one must trace it back to the very beginning. That is, to the moment when Anthony, Prometheus, sought out Yuta Okatsu of his own accord. And it was precisely from that moment that Satoru Gojo's resurrection ritual officially began. In truth, Satoru Gojo's resurrection ritual was quite simple. Because, in theory, all it required was a single Yuta Okatsu, and an expert well-versed in souls. The preservation of Satoru Gojo's soul was, as yet, perfectly intact. And besides, wasn't his body still sitting right there, perfectly fine? There was even a Yuta Okatsu to serve as the pilot. So, this being the case, it really wouldn't take much effort at all. As for that expert well-versed in souls you mentioned. Well, let me ask you, with a forge master as great as myself standing right here, do you think I'm just here to twiddle my thumbs? Separating a soul is the most basic of basic operations, leave it to me. And so, after arriving at the scene of Jujutsu Kaisen and rallying everyone over, the first thing Anthony, Prometheus, did was hurry straight off to the medical division at the rear, where he found Yuta Okatsu. After roughly asking for the young man's consent, a certain Mr. Forgemaster began an extensive remodeling of Yuta Okatsu. Simply put, he added a little something extra into Yuta Okatsu's soul. He would seize the cage teacher's soul, and through the bond with this body, at the moment Yuta Okatsu copied the silk lasso technique, he would press the cage teacher's soul back in. After that, Anthony, Prometheus, also set up a whole host of activation mechanisms to ensure that the cage teacher's soul could fully revive. And now, the time had come for the activation mechanism to run. Inside Satoru Gojo's body, which Yuta Okatsu was controlling, Yuta was astonished to discover that the body had actually begun to move on its own. It was as if some consciousness had bypassed Yuta Okatsu's will and begun to operate the body of its own accord. High up in the heavens, the drifting Anthony, Prometheus, watched this scene and narrowed his eyes slightly. Lord of the pristine white throne at strongest sorcerer of the modern age, how's the situation? Can the body move normally? Strongest sorcerer of the modern age, it actually really works. In the chat group, Satoru Gojo let out this exclamation, and then posted his current condition to the group. Strongest sorcerer of the modern age. I feel like my soul has already returned to my body, it's just that, for the moment, it seems I can't quite move it yet. Strongest sorcerer of the modern age. I can barely bypass Yuta to perform a few actions, but for now that's the extent of it, my soul hasn't yet reclaimed control over the body. I see. Anthony, Prometheus, stroked his chin and continued typing. Lord of the pristine white throne, if that's the case, then as long as we get your soul to fully return to the body and ensure it takes back control, there's no problem, right? Strongest sorcerer of the modern age, in theory, nothing wrong with that. Lord of the pristine white throne, hold on, I did some soul modification for exactly this. Strongest sorcerer of the modern age. Strongest sorcerer of the modern age, wait, just how much stuff did you cram in there when you were modifying the soul earlier? Lord of the pristine white throne, do you remember how many little bread rolls you've eaten? Leaving behind such a line with perfect composure, Anthony, Prometheus, reached out his hand in the guise of Hades, and then slowly clenched his fist. And so, in the next instant, Yuta Okatsu felt his soul shudder violently. The next moment, countless suture threads burst apart. Yuta Okatsu, who had been charging fiercely forward, abruptly halted mid-stride, his eyes contracted, his balance faltered, and he toppled forward. Even Sukuna, witnessing this, couldn't help but halt his steps. The instinctive motion to unfurl his domain and counterclash came to a stop as well. As for Yuji Itadori and Aoi to do, they whipped their heads around to look at Yuta Okatsu, their eyes brimming with all manner of complicated and astonished emotions. But in the very next instant, they saw that beneath those burst sutures, a brain was exposed at the crown of Yuta Okatsu's head, and then, the brain was pulled out. Okatsu-senpai! Yuji Itadori cried out sharply. This sudden change on the battlefield left everyone too apprehensive to act rashly, frozen where they stood. Even Sukuna raised his head, swiftly scanning his surroundings, brows furrowed as he pondered just who had done all of this. Just like that mysterious sorcerer who had whispered in his ear earlier, there was no trace to be found. It was downright maddening. And besides, why had Yuta Okatsu's brain suddenly undergone such an upheaval? Just what kind of tricks were they pulling behind the scenes? For a moment Sukuna, for some reason, felt waves of unease rising from the bottom of his heart. As though something he could never have anticipated was about to happen. No matter what, he had to stop whatever was unfolding right now. Sukuna thought instinctively, his spatial slash poised to strike in an instant, but the problem was, at that very moment, a sword blade suddenly arrived right before Sukuna's face. In that instant, the twin-faced Sukuna's pupils contracted sharply. He blocked with both hands, but the immense force contained in that blade was almost more than Sukuna could parry. Both his arms were cut open with massive wounds. He immediately retreated, and only then did he get a clear look at the newcomer. Wow, he really does look a bit like a demon. Though it seems he can take a lot more of a beating. Himmel said, gazing at Sukuna with what seemed to be a touch of surprise, not forgetting to give his sword a flashy little flourish. You bastard, no, damn it. The twin-faced Sukuna spoke instinctively, but immediately his expression changed drastically. He whipped his head around to look, only to find that upon Yuta Okatsu's body, the transformation had already quietly and completely finished. Yuta Okatsu's brain had flown up into the heavens, while his skull was naturally stitched back together. At last, at this moment, everyone stared in stunned amazement at the young man floating in midair within the sky, black hair, purple eyes. Hello, everyone. Suddenly, the young man smiled, dragging Yuta Okatsu's brain in his hand, and let out a soft breath. Then, atop the phase teleportation engine, a red beacon lit up, and in barely an instant, it sent Yuta Okatsu back to the medical division. Sent along with him was a Company K ampoule, to ensure that Yuta Okatsu's condition would suffer no complications. He had long since made various modifications to Yuta Okatsu's soul. Protecting Yuta Okatsu's soul at a time like this was, for Anthony Prometheus, not the least bit troublesome. With that, I suppose it's all taken care of. And so, he looked down at Satoru Gojo's body on the ground, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Satoru Gojo's body was now completely vacant. So then, what came next was the time to bestow the soul. He gave a whistle and flashed a smile toward Sukuna. The twin-faced Sukuna, meanwhile, only felt the situation growing more and more complicated, to the point that it left even him somewhat irritated and uneasy. Why did utterly unfamiliar people keep barging in one after another to muddle things up? For a moment, such resentment-filled thoughts flashed through Sukuna's mind. But in the next instant, he composed himself and immediately charged toward Anthony Prometheus. There was still a chance to salvage this. No matter what the opponent intended to do, there was only one thing he himself needed to do next, and that was to stop his foe. Just as this crystal-clear line of reasoning flashed through Sukuna's mind, he saw the smile at the corner of Anthony Prometheus' mouth grow even wider. Alarm surged within him, and so Sukuna opened his mouth. Malevolent Shrine. Revive. Faster than him was Anthony Prometheus' move. In an instant, the resurrection ritual was completed. In that very moment, countless distillations of soul energy surged into Satoru Gojo's body, providing the most perfect dwelling place for Satoru Gojo's soul. And once all of this was done, the resurrection ritual naturally commenced. As for Sukuna's domain, the instant the domain was opened, something clashed against it. Zawarudo. In that moment, accompanied by this voice, the gears of time slowly meshed together, and everything was locked perfectly into place. Big Jojo stepped out from the side, gazing at the frozen time. And also at Satoru Gojo's body, which, within that frozen time, was processing all sorts of intricate procedures, still carrying out the resurrection ritual. Jonathan looked upon this scene, and withdrew his gaze. As for this, Anthony Prometheus had long since foretold it. He had said back then that it would surely develop into exactly this. Although Satoru Gojo's resurrection process differed greatly from others, the crucial point was that its essence remained unchanged. That is, this was still a resurrection born under the witness of the chat group. In other words, no matter what external force intervened midway, it would continue to proceed until the person was revived. Even encountering time's stop was no exception. And so, within the frozen time, Satoru Gojo finally, slowly, opened his azure blue eyes. At this moment, within the 5 seconds of time stop, Anthony Prometheus' soul power naturally surged forth, and acted upon Satoru Gojo's body. Satoru Gojo thrust both hands forward, and in this instant, at the fastest possible speed, supplemented by Anthony Prometheus' aid, he produced perhaps the swiftest reaction he was capable of. Unlimited void. And so, from that instant, the clash between the domains was cancelled out. Everything quietly came to an end here, leaving only Sukuna raising his head, gazing with a hint of astonishment at Satoru Gojo, and those confident eyes. Those eyes, there was no doubt about it. But what the hell was going on here? First it was those baffling people prattling on by themselves whom he couldn't comprehend at all, and then, right after, the resurrection of this Satoru Gojo guy. What else was there here that he didn't know about? He had clearly already killed Satoru Gojo once. Granted, Sukuna figured that in his current state, he should still stand a chance against a freshly resurrected Satoru Gojo, but throw in that whole string of people who came from who knows where, and that became rather hard to say. No, rather it was more accurate to say there was no chance of victory left whatsoever. Yo, Sukuna, long time no see. Satoru Gojo gave Sukuna a little wave and said with a smile, then turned back and nodded lightly to Anthony Prometheus. Strongest sorcerer of the modern age, perfect resurrection. I feel like my control over my body, along with all my faculties, has returned to its peak state. Lord of the pristine white throne, that's good then. Strongest sorcerer of the modern age, thank you, really. I honestly don't quite know what to say. Lord of the pristine white throne, if you don't know, then there's no need. First, draw Sukuna away, we'll carve out a separate battlefield later so the group members can do a little team building. Strongest sorcerer of the modern age, sure, I'll handle it. Satoru Gojo's nonchalant words rang out, and right after, he lifted his head to look at the twin-faced Sukuna before him. Now then, Sukuna, since it's been so long since we last met, let's go ahead and finish what we started at our last meeting. He spoke in a low voice, lowering his stance. In that instant, Sukuna gritted his teeth. Don't make me laugh, a loser I've already beaten like you. No, there's something you've got wrong. Suddenly, as though blinking into place, Satoru Gojo appeared behind Sukuna, ceaselessly switching positions. Sukuna's pupils contracted abruptly, and at the same time, he caught sight of Aoi Todo's movement. He was repeatedly clapping out Boogie Woogie. And so, from that moment, all at once, Boogie Woogie stopped, Satoru Gojo halted and delivered a kick straight at Sukuna. You're the challenger here, Sukuna. From that instant, Sukuna coughed up blood. From that kick of Satoru Gojo's, there was a momentum like roaring thunder. Black Flash. Black Flash once again. Gojo-sensei. Meanwhile, off to the side, Yuji Itadori cried out in shock, staring at the resurrected Satoru Gojo, unable to help feeling waves of dizziness. Of course, Yuji Itadori knew about the plan, but after witnessing that scene just now, he naturally realized as well that the person before him was no longer Yuta Okatsu. What's more, through that familiar tone and aura, Yuji Itadori concluded something he himself almost dared not believe. The person before him seemed to be Gojo-sensei. The instant this thought occurred to him, even Itadori himself was startled. But the more he thought about it, the more alike it felt, until eventually he was almost utterly baffled. Yet, as if guided by some unseen force, he had still blurted out that line. Especially after blurting out that line, Yuji Itadori was amazed to find that Satoru Gojo glanced back at him, that familiar confident and brilliant smile breaking across his face. Ah, Itadori. Satoru Gojo waved warmly at Itadori, it's so good to see you've grown. But for now, just wait here a bit. After all, the one who still has an unsettled score with me is Sukuna. And so, once again, Satoru Gojo turned toward Sukuna, the light in his eyes blazing forth. Once everything on my end is wrapped up, I'll come catch up with you. Itadori, until then, don't disappoint me. And so, shouting loudly, he rapidly drew the battlefield far away. Aoi Todo, wielding Boogie Woogie Akai, hesitated for a moment over there, and just like that, they had already passed beyond visible range. Both Satoru Gojo and the twin-faced Sukuna, in fact, shared the inclination to leave. Satoru Gojo wanting to leave was actually to make this battlefield a little quieter, leaving room for the others to regroup, as well as space for other group members to drop in and join the fight. As for Sukuna wanting to change positions, he simply worried that if he didn't relocate, he wouldn't be able to extricate himself when the time came. Truly getting entangled with Satoru Gojo, and harassed by Boogie Woogie plus Itadori on top of that, at the very least, Sukuna felt that if he really had to face such a situation, his own circumstances would likely run into serious trouble. From Aoi Todo's vantage point, he saw the two of them streak past like meteors. Watching the two suddenly vanish, he fell silent for a moment, then turned his head toward Itadori. Now what the heck is this? Ah, it's nothing, just settling a personal grudge. Suddenly, an answer rang out, but it didn't come from Yuji Itadori beside him. Aoi Tadu gave a start, then turned his head and saw Anthony, Prometheus, walking slowly toward them with a smile on his face. At this moment he was gazing in the direction Satoru Gojo and the twin-faced Sukuna had departed, whistling, and then he turned to face Yuji Itadori, a smile appearing on his face. You must be wondering right now just who on earth I am. He said in a low voice, smiling at Yuji Itadori, so, my answer is, I'm a friend of Satoru Gojo's, here to help bring him back to life, you could say. And on the side, while I was at the resurrection, I came to watch this fight against Sukuna, and find a bit of amusement in it. Why are you telling me all this? Yuji Itadori hesitated, looking at Anthony, Prometheus, and asked this cautiously. Faced with such a question, the smile on Anthony, Prometheus' face only grew more pronounced. That question. It's quite simple. He smiled and said to Yuji Itadori in a low voice. Because you have potential. Me? Potential? Yuji Itadori pointed at himself and asked hesitantly. In response to Yuji Itadori's question, Anthony, Prometheus, nodded without hesitation, openly and generously, and at the same time, his eyes seemed almost about to radiate light. Yes, you've got so much potential. Oh, right, have you ever heard? Potential, there comes a time when it can be cashed out. What do you mean? Yuji Itadori scratched his head, still unable to make sense of it. If it weren't for the feeling that this fellow didn't seem to be on the enemy's side, Yuji Itadori wouldn't have bothered to think so much about it. And faced with Yuji Itadori's puzzlement, Anthony, Prometheus, this time gave no direct reply. He merely produced a glass pane, and then held it up directly before Yuji Itadori. In the distance, Sister Jia, who had been standing by all along, suddenly reached out. A pen swept through the air, leaving behind an effect like some kind of authoritative scepter of power. To make certain things able to become reality. And so, in that moment, Yuji Itadori looked into the glass pane. But what awaited him was not myriad possibilities. What he saw was the cluster of stars above the river. That was a little backdoor Carmen had opened for him. And so, amid his hesitation, Yuji Itadori felt a powerful calling, as though he really could touch those stars. And so Itadori reached out, attempting to touch those stars. But in the next instant, it was as if endless streams of information came pouring forth from the stars, causing Yuji Itadori's pupils to contract sharply. Wait, just what was this going to summon forth? Yuji Itadori was a bit dumbstruck, though not entirely. He whipped his head around in every direction, feeling his total reserve of cursed energy draining away like flowing water. Until someone seemed unable to bear watching any longer, and so decided to lend Yuji Itadori a hand. And so countless soul energies came surging forth, supporting Yuji Itadori as he continued to touch those stars, and even, from within them, to manipulate reality. The moment this thought arose, Yuji Itadori's expression shifted slightly. Then, amid his changing expression, before him, an existence brought forth through his possibility and the points Anthony, Prometheus, had provided, slowly opened the pair of eyes beneath its hood. Meanwhile, while Anthony, Prometheus, over here was busy playing his little tricks with Itadori, Satoru Gojo's group was hard at work making sure Sukuna didn't die too quickly, lest they ultimately lose some of the entertainment value. There was, more or less, at least a bit of that value. After all, Sukuna had survived up until now. Even Sukuna himself had no damn idea how he'd managed to survive this long. There was no helping it, there were just too many people. Looking at the resurrected Satoru Gojo before him, and at Himmel and Big Jojo flanking Satoru Gojo on either side, Sukuna had to admit that he couldn't for the life of him figure out where he had provoked them. But the problem was, they had come knocking at his door anyway. And what's more, the moment he raised his head, something happened that nearly made him laugh in exasperation. How the hell were there even more people? Watching David, clad head to toe in mecha armor, complete a precise high-speed descent into the combat zone, and then glancing at Namikaze Minato beside David, who had rushed over in a mad scramble just to join in on the excitement. Not a single one of them could be called weak, and each came with a mysterious secret surprise, sure to bring you endless delight. Watching these five gathered together, Sukuna felt as though he might just be reaching the end of his rope. Hey, let's talk this over, there's just this one monster, right? How are we splitting it up? Himmel turned around in the cluster of people, and said in a low voice, laughter murmured among them. The only rather unfortunate thing was that Sukuna could hear them. He watched these people chatting and laughing, yet could do nothing about them. Was this really the only way left to him? For a moment, Sukuna drew a deep breath and, almost without hesitation, launched a ferocious attack at once, fixing his sights on David, who appeared to be the weakest threat. No matter what, there was one thing that was certain. Once he retreated, then what awaited Sukuna would be nothing but death. And so in that instant, a fierce glint flashed in Sukuna's eyes, while David, who hadn't joined the others' discussion, took a moment to react. Right after, before Sukuna could even unfurl his domain, the now reacting David began executing tactical maneuvers. In the briefest of instants, he maneuvered dozens of meters away, then, a blade materialized in his hand, and he charged at Sukuna once more. And at this point, when Sukuna tried to unfurl his domain, he was watched like a hawk the entire time by Satoru Gojo standing off to the side. In fact, this time, Satoru Gojo opened his domain even faster than Sukuna. Unlimited void. A brief, slim advantage of a few hundredths of a second, but even an advantage as small as that was already enough. In that instant, infinite information flooded into Sukuna's mind. His consciousness was frozen in place by the countless streams of information, and in that moment, he couldn't so much as move a muscle. An instant of rigidity. And so, in that single instant of rigidity, it was as if a sword was once again quietly brought to bear. With a calm expression, Himmel thrust without ceremony, and without mercy straight at Sukuna's heart. And so, a mouthful of blood spewed from his throat. Sukuna felt his condition growing worse and worse, yet when he turned his head, and looked at this five-man group, for a moment he had the urge to laugh in sheer exasperation. No matter which one he tried to deal with first, the rest were practically bound together like a bundle, and in the end they'd all have to be handled at once. Then what the hell was the point of fighting at all? After a brief hesitation, Sukuna made a decision. For this battle, the most pressing matter was to first evade. It wasn't that he meant to avoid battle entirely, rather, he first had to find a way to extricate himself from his current predicament. Then, once he had a chance later, he would muster his momentum and break through them one by one. As for now, Sukuna thought it over briefly and felt that charging in at this moment seemed a bit too unwise. And so Sukuna immediately made a wise choice. Strongest sorcerer of the modern age at Lord of the Pristine White Throne, we're still hunting down Sukuna over here, but this guy seems to be getting a bit slippery. Strongest sorcerer of the modern age, my read right now is that he's inclined to flee. If he runs with everything he's got, I can't keep him here. Do you have any ideas? Lord of the Pristine White Throne, dead set on fleeing. Strongest sorcerer of the modern age, it feels a bit like it. A somewhat peculiar look surfaced on Satoru Gojo's face, and then he received a message from Anthony Prometheus. Lord of the Pristine White Throne, if that's all it is, then it doesn't matter, fight freely and boldly. Lord of the Pristine White Throne, you all find a way to stall Sukuna first, I'm almost done over here. Lord of the Pristine White Throne, as long as you stall Sukuna for about a minute or two, I'll have everything completely wrapped up here, and then I can send reinforcements into you. Strongest sorcerer of the modern age, reinforcements being. Lord of the Pristine White Throne, don't be impatient, you'll know when you see them. It'll be done any moment now. AAA Urban Lady Ghost, ugh, drawing empty promises again, I'm speechless. Lord of the Pristine White Throne, I told you long ago, don't be impatient. Lord of the Pristine White Throne, like I said, I'm cooking up something big. After issuing his declaration of victory in the group, Anthony Prometheus thereupon vanished offline. Satoru Gojo, meanwhile, gazed at the twin-faced Sukuna, and for a moment pondered briefly. To be honest, if Satoru Gojo were tasked with killing Sukuna while the latter was bent on leaving, it might indeed be a touch difficult. But if it was merely a matter of stalling Sukuna, then there was no other problem at all. A minute or two, could he manage it? The answer was, of course, yes. It was something Satoru Gojo could absolutely accomplish even on his own. Come on, Sukuna. And so in that moment, a gleeful smile broke across Satoru Gojo's face. A chant rang out, Sukuna's expression shifted slightly, and when he turned to look, he witnessed the birth of that thing, blue. A powerful gravitational pull surged forth in an instant. Sukuna's movements slowed just a fraction, but at that very moment, Namake's Minato had already arrived before him with a single flying thunder god. At the same time, he greeted Sukuna with a smile. Hello there. And so, a Rasengan was fed straight into Sukuna's mouth. Namake's Minato's expression was utterly amiable. Then, right after, he flew up with a kick and slammed it into Sukuna's body, planting a flying thunder god kunai into him while immediately pulling back and dashing away, leaving Sukuna feeling rather stifled at the sight. His fighting style was, frankly, a bit nauseating. He looked at Namake's Minato in disgust, while secretly rejoicing in his heart that he hadn't heard Carmen's voice again. But just then, Sukuna lifted his head, and once again faced an attack from Satoru Gojo. And so, in this moment, a spatial slash was unleashed without the slightest further hesitation. But as the spatial slash was released, Satoru Gojo's expression didn't change much. He reached out, preparing to find a way to deal with it, yet in the next instant, Satoru Gojo suddenly realized that it seemed he didn't need to deal with it himself. Someone, in that just past instant, had nullified Sukuna's attack. But who could such a person be? For a moment, Satoru Gojo furrowed his brow, a hint of surprise surfacing on his face. Frowning, he glanced around in silence. Even Sukuna gazed around with a measure of startled uncertainty, once again sinking into the bewilderment he had long been mired in earlier. Damn it, where the hell was the enemy? Why was there always some invisible enemy? Sukuna felt he was about to be driven mad by this kind of nonsense. He gritted his teeth and slowly shifted his stance. Meanwhile, Satoru Gojo opened the chat group and at a glance, saw a message from Anthony Prometheus. Lord of the Pristine White Throne, the deed is done. Lord of the Pristine White Throne, my preparatory work here is completely finished. What comes next, I'll leave to you all. Lord of the Pristine White Throne, or rather, leave it to my creation. I'm quite satisfied with this one, in fact, I can hardly wait to see what happens next. Strongest sorcerer of the modern age, hold on, what exactly did you do? Satoru Gojo asked, thoroughly mystified, and for the moment, he even set Sukuna aside for the time being. After all, going by Anthony Prometheus' meaning, it seemed there was no longer any need to bother with Sukuna from here on. It was as if there was no need to think about anything at all, just leave Sukuna there, and one would soon watch him get sliced into who knows how many pieces. Satoru Gojo's mind sank into contemplation, but right after, he heard a sound of something tearing through the air. He jerked his head up, and right after, he saw streaks of blood manipulation technique crossing an unfathomable distance, striking straight toward Sukuna from afar. Blood manipulation technique from that far away. Gauging the distance, a trace of astonishment arose in Satoru Gojo's heart. He couldn't even spare attention for Anthony Prometheus' words. Only atop the building, the hooded young man gazed down below in silence. Especially when he caught sight of Satoru Gojo's figure, even his gaze couldn't help but waver, then he slowly fell silent, to the point that it felt as though all his strength had been drained away. How wonderful, Sensei, you're still alive. Then he murmured in a low voice, and turned his head to look at Sukuna off to the side, a trace of resolve surfacing in his eyes. At this moment, the one who had descended upon the battlefield in a body of possibility was Yuji Itadori from 68 years in the future. _______. Walnut-chan in P for more. New history, Coat, counterattack system. Help us unlock these community rewards. 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Chapter 118, Ryaman Sukuna, encounter with the Tiger Emperor's consecutive black flashes, as strong as a monster, unbeatable. 2,389 words. A gentle breeze drifted across the battlefield. Faced with this sudden challenger, everyone fell into a kind of stillness. Everyone saw him, the figure standing atop the high-rise, still wearing a hoodie with the hood drawn up. His hands were stuffed in his pockets, not a sliver of skin exposed. And yet, the instant he laid eyes on that person, something in Satoru Gojo's heart seemed to lurch. Of course, the one who reacted even more strongly was perhaps Sukuna. But the one standing on the rooftop, in that moment, closed his eyes, as though sinking into silence. In his mind, he slowly recalled the fellow who, a little while earlier, had summoned him over and chatted with him for a bit. "Hey, how do you feel? Where is this?" "The past, you know. A battlefield from times gone by. You ought to be quite familiar with this place, right?" The being who had come from the distant future turned his head, glancing at his surroundings, and in his silence fell into a brief daze. "Ah. Yeah, it really is awfully familiar." After a long while, Yuji Itadori said softly, then turned his head slightly, looking back along the road he'd come, and couldn't help letting out a quiet chuckle. "You can tell, can't you? After all, this is something you lived through yourself. You should know exactly what stage you're in right now, no?" Yeah, that's right." Yuji Itadori nodded without the slightest reservation, until the boy on the ground, still rather bewildered, picked himself up, turned toward Anthony, Prometheus, and asked with a somewhat peculiar expression. "So what exactly is going on right now?" "I'm the future you, kid." Yuji Itadori slowly stepped forward, gave the tip of Itadori's nose a poke, and said calmly, "Even though there's a lot I'd like to tell you, if you're already the you of right now, then I probably don't need to say anything, do I?" "The future me?" For a moment, Itadori's mouth fell slightly open, as though caught in a kind of shock. He knew, of course, that when he'd been illuminated by that glass window, he might drag out some strange characters. But he had never imagined that he'd directly drag out his own self from the future. "So what's the future like?" All of a sudden, Yuji Itadori's expression turned serious. He spoke to Yuji Itadori and straightened himself up. Yuji Itadori swept a glance over the boy, and after a silence, said softly, "Lonely, that's probably about it. But it's not so bad, really. A lot of people are gone. You'll grieve for it, you'll feel the sorrow of it, but at the very least, you can still protect the ones who come after. It's just a pity, in the end, so many old friends are missing." As Yuji Itadori said this, a smile surfaced on his face. But then, as if remembering something, he narrowed his eyes and turned toward Anthony, Prometheus. Done chatting with your past self already?" Anthony, Prometheus, asked with a smile, addressing Yuji Itadori. The other gave a slight nod, then asked, "So then, what's your purpose in summoning me here? Going to the trouble of bringing me back to this era?" "I won't ask too much about the specific principles behind it. After all, returning to this era is, for me, something quite in line with my heart's wishes." Actually, it's nothing much." Anthony, Prometheus, laughed, turning slightly to the side to clear a path for Yuji Itadori, and said in a breezy tone, "I just wanted to say, since it's such a rare chance to fight Sukuna, then why not simply let it end in the way most fitting for him? I've been looking forward to this scene for a very long time, you know." He laughed heartily. Yuji Itadori paused for a beat, then seemed to let out a sigh. "There's really no dealing with you. All right then, just this once. Of course, whatever you want to do is fine, so long as it's all something that won't leave you with any regrets." Anthony, Prometheus, chuckled softly, "Go and see your teacher. There's bound to be a pleasant surprise, For an instant, light flickered in Yuji Itadori's eyes, and a trace of astonishment seemed to appear in his expression. But very quickly, Yuji Itadori forcibly pressed down that almost impatient thought rising in his heart, turned around, and walked toward the battlefield, waving a hand behind him as he went. Only as he passed by Yuji Itadori's side did the one from the future gently pat his past self, murmuring softly, "Give it your all, kid. As for the road ahead, leave it to me to pave it smooth for you." And so, in the next instant, all that remained in his eyes was a seething bloodlust. "Sukuna! I've come to kill you." And so, the hands of time wound back once more to the present. The future Yuji Itadori gazed at the battlefield before him, and after taking in everyone gathered there, paid the others no mind, he simply looked straight toward Sukuna's direction. Then, slowly, he raised his hand and held up 2 fingers before his face. The earlier blood manipulation had, in nearly an instant, driven the twin-faced Sukuna back, forcing him to lift his head and stare at this gate-crashing, uninvited guest. For a moment, all 4 of his eyes seemed to twist and tremble violently. "Who are you?" he roared in fury, only to be answered by the calm words of Yuji Itadori. "I'm merely a departed soul from the future. As for now, I'm simply here to steer the story back onto the proper track it ought to follow." He murmured as he spoke, and in an instant leapt straight down from the building. Emerging from a cloud of dust and smoke, hood drawn up, he walked slowly forward, drawing ever closer to Satoru Gojo and the twin-faced Sukuna. And so in that moment, the twin-faced Sukuna sensed some immense threat coming off the other men. Even he himself couldn't say where exactly this threat came from. But the one thing he could feel right then was that the fellow before him seemed, somehow, to share the very same origin as himself. Yet the twin-faced Sukuna couldn't make heads or tails of the situation at all. Only Satoru Gojo gazed at that figure, faintly sensing something familiar. And at the same time, an instinctive feeling welled up in him. Anthony, Prometheus, seems to have sent over a truly extraordinary fellow. But before he could react, Sukuna, who had already felt wave after wave of threat, no longer hesitated in the slightest. In that instant, he almost immediately opened his domain. Malevolent Shrine. Swish. Once again, he failed to finish chanting the incantation. In that instant, it was as though the entire heaven and earth had been cleaved apart. Even time itself, in this moment, had lost the meaning it was supposed to have. Because in this instant, everything came to a stop, entering a near-congealed flow of time, unbearably thick and viscous. Only that slash that ran through heaven and earth, unleashed with Yuji Itadori's full power, began to rampage in raw, unrestrained fury. No one knew just how strong Yuji Itadori truly was. No one had ever known to what degree he, originally a half-cursed spirit, had grown, after 68 years of accumulation, and under the interference of the Jujutsu world's rules balancing curses and sorcerers. Even Yuji Itadori himself might not have had a particularly clear concept of it. But knowing one single thing was enough. And so, Yuji Itadori tilted his head slightly, and in that instant the hood of his hoodie naturally slipped down. 68 years later, he still maintained a youthful appearance. If anything, he'd grown into something a touch more mature and handsome. He cocked his head, gazing down at Sukuna as though from on high, and then, in an instant, cut off the chanting of his domain. Perhaps the best way to counter a domain had never been to clash against it with a domain of one's own, but rather to directly bring an end to the domain's unfolding. Too slow, twin-faced Sukuna. And so, 68 years prior, Yuji Itadori stood firm upon the earth and delivered this declaration to the twin-faced Sukuna. To beat a version of you like this doesn't even take a single minute. Yuji Itadori. And in that moment, the twin-faced Sukuna finally understood where that earlier sense of threat had come from. He stared at the Yuji Itadori before him, feeling that aura about the other man, familiar yet unfamiliar, and for a moment couldn't help sinking into a daze and silence. You brat of a vessel. Calling me a vessel at this point is a bit too rude, don't you think? Yuji Itadori let out a soft sigh, gazing at the twin-faced Sukuna, and spoke word by deliberate word, but then again, you've got no later on either. So I really needn't concern myself anymore. Itadori. And at this moment, Satoru Gojo finally murmured aloud, his eyes lighting up despite himself. It's actually you. Only after hearing Satoru Gojo's words did Yuji Itadori's movements seem to falter, a faint tremor running through him. Then he turned toward Satoru Gojo, revealing a smile tinged with complicated feelings. In truth, it was all but impossible for Yuji Itadori not to have noticed Satoru Gojo. But it was precisely because he had been through so much that, upon seeing Satoru Gojo's figure once more, this kind of feeling would arise. 68 years of loneliness, and the peak of strength born from it, yet the very person who had taught him love was standing right before his eyes. A person who should long ago have vanished was standing right before his eyes. And so what arose from this was a faint sense of panic. As if he feared that Teacher Gojo would, in the very next moment, leave him behind and depart. Afraid that all of this, his return to the past, was nothing but a fleeting dream, or that the Teacher Gojo before him was merely some sort of illusion. Just watching from afar was actually quite satisfying enough, yet drawing close still inevitably brought a kind of dread. But now, since he'd already been seen by Satoru Gojo, Yuji Itadori, after a stretch of silence, still managed a small smile. Then, rubbing the back of his head with one hand, he said with a touch of bashfulness, "Ah. Teacher Gojo, long time no see." "Long time no see indeed. What's going on here? Are you from the future?" Piecing together the bits of information Anthony, Prometheus, had let slip earlier, along with that subtle unfamiliarity he felt about the Itadori before him, Satoru Gojo mulled it over for a moment, then his eyes lit up and he asked just so. "Yeah. It's so good to see you." Yuji Itadori was taken aback, and the next moment, he saw Satoru Gojo step right up in front of him. Gojo looked him up and down, and after a moment, murmured, "This trip really wasn't in vain. This is just wonderful, to see that you're still completely whole in the future, and that you've even grown to such heights." "Thank you, Teacher Gojo." Yuji Itadori dipped his head slightly as he said this. And at this very moment, Sukuna, watching the scene from afar, finally pulled his thoughts out of his hesitation. Stay or find a way to flee? This thought circled around in Sukuna's heart. But just as he gritted his teeth, about to make up his mind, he saw Yuji Itadori's gaze turning to look over his way. "Itadori, want to fight together?" "Something like I defend and you attack?" Satoru Gojo asked with a smile, and Yuji Itadori merely shook his head slowly, all while keeping his calm gaze fixed on the twin-faced Sukuna. "No, there's no need, Teacher Satoru Gojo," he said blandly, taking a slow step forward, "just leave it all to me. A little matter like this. There's no need to trouble Teacher Satoru Gojo." And so, the strongest of the Jujutsu world 68 years from now, versus the strongest in history. The strongest versus the strongest, beginning here and now. And then it was over. The moment Sukuna attempted to make any move, in the very next instant Yuji Itadori's figure dissolved from before him, and then, immediately after, appeared right in front of the twin-faced Sukuna. Without need for any superfluous words, he simply lifted his hand lightly out of his pocket, and casually drove a fist into Sukuna's chest. And so that seemingly ordinary punch, upon landing, in an instant gave off a violent burst of airflow, and an explosive roar. Black flash. The twin-faced Sukuna's pupils suddenly went wide. The next instant, before he could even make another move, he saw the corner of a Yuji Itadori's eye lift slightly, as though somewhat surprised, and then draw his hand back once more. Next, he shifted his 5 fingers, clenched them into a fist, and once again slowly thrust it forward. Black flash. Every movement seemed utterly ordinary, the intervals so quick they left Sukuna no room even to react, so much so that by the instant the force of the second black flash arrived, Yuji Itadori had already withdrawn his hand, and then, once again, splayed his 5 fingers flat and pressed them gently against Sukuna's chest. Boom. Boom. 2 consecutive sonic booms rang out. Once again, black flash. Like a thunderbolt cutting through the airflow, Yuji Itadori slowly adjusted his breathing, faced the twin-faced Sukuna, and said calmly. All right, it's time to end this, Sukuna. This is about as far as it goes. You bastard. The twin-faced Sukuna flew into a rage, but in the very next instant, countless slashes blanketing heaven and earth appeared, and the twin-faced Sukuna couldn't even make out Yuji Itadori's motion of raising his hand. By the time he came back to his senses, before him there remained only a boundless sky. And within his field of view, his own headless corpse. And Yuji Itadori, still standing there with both hands stuffed in his pockets. ________. Wentmore, Walnut-chan. New history, Coat, counterattack system. Let's reach these milestones together. 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Chapter 119, The Return of the Tiger Heavenly Emperor, the Underworld Light Seed Plan begins 6K. 3,829 words. Ah, it's been so long since I last fought you. Yuji Itadori gazed at the headless corpse of Sukuna before him and murmured in a low voice, but now that I've come back here, I realize, you were actually this weak. How utterly uninspiring, Ryaman Sukuna. I'll probably forget all about you before long. Having said this, he turned his head away, finally no longer looking at Ryaman Sukuna. Instead, he looked toward Satoru Gojo, and toward the black-haired, purple-eyed youth who had appeared at Satoru Gojo's side. Anthony, Prometheus, bowed slightly toward Yuji Itadori, then offered him a light, breezy smile. Have you come to take me back? After seeing Anthony, Prometheus, for some reason, there was even a trace of relief in Yuji Itadori's tone. He asked Anthony, Prometheus, in the tone of a man letting go. Faced with this question, Anthony, Prometheus, merely gave a slight nod. You cannot endure forever in this era. I think you understand what I mean. His tone was leisurely. Yuji Itadori raised his head, gazing at this world, seemingly lost in thought. I suppose this isn't really my world, is it? Then, all of a sudden, Yuji Itadori spoke up like this. Anthony, Prometheus, was momentarily startled, then answered with a smile. You're rather more perceptive than I'd thought. Indeed, you come from another possibility. As for the rest, I imagine you can understand it even without my saying so. As he spoke, he looked toward Itadori and gave a slight nod, that is, even if you return to your own world, nothing you've done here will change a thing there. Though it's a sorrowful matter. I must still ask you to accept it. It's fine. Yuji Itadori shook his head, and looked toward Satoru Gojo. Suddenly, a brilliant smile broke across his face. At least there's another me, who won't have to endure all the loneliness I went through afterward. That alone is enough. He spoke calmly, stepping toward Anthony, Prometheus, one pace at a time. I'm already quite content. To be able to help another version of myself, even if it means I still have to bear the loneliness that exists within that possibility, would I really have any complaints because of it? Yuji Itadori's answer was, absolutely not. If anything, he embraced it gladly. Thank you so much for your understanding. Anthony, Prometheus, inclined his body slightly, then, just as Yuji Itadori was about to turn and leave, changed tack and spoke again. That said, even so, if one day you'd like to come back for a visit, that's perfectly possible too. You'd only need to shine a glass window upon Itadori, and you can return without any trouble. Yuji Itadori's footsteps stumbled, and for a moment he genuinely didn't know what to say. Oh come on, couldn't you have mentioned something like this sooner? For a moment, Yuji Itadori glanced back at Anthony, Prometheus, somewhat resentfully, only to see that same ever-present smile on Anthony, Prometheus' face. Of course, this isn't your world, and none of it ever belonged to you. He grew serious and said, but I believe they'd be glad to welcome you. Thank you. Yuji Itadori turned his face away and said softly. It's nothing, no need for thanks. If you really want to thank someone, why not go speak with your teacher first? Anthony, Prometheus, said, still smiling. After all, this isn't the kind of parting where speaking only leaves behind sorrow anymore, is it? There will always come a time to meet again. Sometimes there can be a feast in this world that never ends. Yuji Itadori's steps paused for a moment, and then his heart gave a small leap. He turned his head toward Satoru Gojo, seemingly wrestling with something in his heart. But in the next moment, Yuji Itadori stepped forward all the same, walking straight towards Satoru Gojo. One step, two steps, slowly he made his way to Satoru Gojo's side, and at last, he came to a stop. Gojo-sensei. Then Yuji Itadori parted his lips slightly, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. In the next instant, he saw Satoru Gojo voluntarily release his limitless technique, and one hand came to rest on Yuji Itadori's shoulder. Ah, Itadori, Satoru Gojo gave a thumbs up, a smile on his face. To have grown to this point, that's really wonderful. As a teacher, I'm truly glad to see you reach such heights. Sensei. It seems I wasn't really able to teach you much afterward. But this time, I'll make it up to you properly. As Satoru Gojo spoke, he looked into the distance. After a moment, Yuji Itadori understood what Satoru Gojo meant, and looked in the direction Satoru Gojo was gazing. Over there, that should be his past self. Sensei, this time you really have to watch over him as he grows up. Though for me, this is a somewhat greedy request. Don't worry. As a teacher, how could I ever abandon my student? Thank you again, Gojo-sensei. Yuji Itadori bowed slightly, pressing his lips together, his eyes filled with a complicated expression. Gojo-sensei, until we meet again. At the end, Yuji Itadori bit down hard on the words, meet again, then stepped back a few paces. And immediately after, Satoru Gojo replied without the slightest hesitation. Then it's settled, until we meet again. And besides, I'm really curious about everything you've experienced over all those future years. What's the jujitsu world like in the future? What sorts of things have you done? All of it. I'm so curious. Hearing Satoru Gojo's words, Yuji Itadori's expression suddenly turned strange, and for the first time, his face seemed to convey something like, I want to leave. Even Anthony, Prometheus' expression grew odd. Hold on, Tiger Emperor, that look on your face. You didn't really spend all 68 of those years playing pachinko, did you? Ahem, I'll be going now. Gojo-sensei, keep it up. Finally, Yuji Itadori waved to Satoru Gojo, bidding farewell in this way, then turned and fell into step behind Anthony, Prometheus, walking forward in silence without a single word. Are you ready? Once they had put a little distance between themselves and Satoru Gojo, Anthony, Prometheus, turned her head and spoke softly to Yuji Itadori. Am I allowed to say not yet? After a silence, Yuji Itadori seemed to let out a soft laugh, but then immediately continued. I really don't want it to end, but even so, I have to go back eventually, don't I? This isn't where I belong. He lowered his head. After the battle, even the field of ruins seemed able to brim with life once more. A butterfly fluttered over from somewhere and slowly alighted in Yuji Itadori's hand. The purple butterfly looked exquisitely beautiful. Yuji Itadori gazed at it and after a moment, fell into a slight daze. Is it beautiful? Anthony, Prometheus, turned his head and asked. After a stretch of silence, Yuji Itadori gave a slight nod. Legend says this is a butterfly of the underworld, one that carries a fragment of a person's soul. Anthony, Prometheus, suddenly broached a new topic, speaking somewhat out of nowhere, which left Yuji Itadori briefly puzzled. But Anthony, Prometheus, only looked at the butterfly and softly sighed with feeling. It really has been such a long time since I last saw one. When a butterfly of the underworld falls into the river, the soul enters a new world amid the river's rushing current, and then rises to the surface anew. And so the butterfly carries the will of the dead, as well as the dead's hope for reincarnation. Anthony, Prometheus, said in a low voice, then gave Yuji Itadori a rather brilliant smile. So you don't need to worry too much. Who knows, perhaps your Gojo-sensei will one day return to your side as well. Really? Yuji Itadori was taken aback, and only then did he realize that he still hadn't asked the name of the youth before him. I don't know either, but I hope it'll be true. Anthony, Prometheus, turned his head and gazed into the endless void, as though he could see the underworld through it. Within the underworld, the ghostly envoys, growing ever more numerous, were hard at work. As the power of souls surged, facility after facility slowly rose from the ground. The entire underworld seemed to be gradually coming back to life, and butterflies, one after another, began to dance through its great halls. Anthony, Prometheus, watched this scene, then withdrew his gaze and gave Yuji Itadori a slight nod. I believe that day will surely come. Then I'll believe you too. Yuji Itadori was silent for a moment, then said so in a low voice all the same. At last, he closed his eyes. Farewell, Yuji Itadori. Farewell. I hope that the next time we meet, I'll get to see the scene you described. Yuji Itadori said softly. Then the light in Anthony, Prometheus' hand flashed, the supply from the glass window ceased, and the possibility known as Yuji Itadori gradually returned to its original direction. As for Anthony, Prometheus, he continued strolling across the battlefield and opened the chat group. Sure enough, the moment he opened it, he saw Carmen berating him. AAA City Ghost at Lord of the Pure White Throne, you dog of a capitalist, off chit-chatting over there while working me like a slave. AAA City Ghost, just how long is this overtime supposed to go on? At least give me a number. Lord of the Pure White Throne, huh? How did you know I was chatting? Oh, right, I had my live stream on. Lord of the Pure White Throne, but that doesn't add up, aren't you supposed to be working? How do you have time to watch the stream? AAA City Ghost. Lord of the Pure White Throne, all right, just a joke. Thanks for all your hard work, everyone. Let Night City burn, I don't really mind. Compared to Night City, the workload over here on Mr. Anthony, Prometheus' side counts as pretty easy, honestly. Grand Flame Wordsmith, now that it's over, I'll be heading back. Had quite a lot of fun today. Grand Flame Wordsmith, oh right, Little 13, New Year's is almost here, so remember to come back for the New Year's Eve dinner. This is the first year everyone's celebrating together, and Little You's been preparing for it since now. Lord of the Pure White Throne, huh? New Year's Eve dinner already. But isn't it only November over on Tara's side? Never mind, I'll definitely come when the time comes. Lord of the Pure White Throne, I just hope I'll have come back to life by the time New Year's rolls around. Lord of the Pure White Throne, let me send everyone back to their original worlds first. AAA City Ghost, that fast? You've finished your business. Lord of the Pure White Throne, that's right. No need to keep working overtime either, I'd say things on the underworld side are just about settled. Anthony, Prometheus, tossed off a casual reply in the group, then sent his gaze across the barrier between worlds, looking once more toward the underworld. There, everything was flourishing and developing upward. All one could say was that the ghostly envoys really were pulling their weight. This was exactly what Carmen had been busy with all this time. Put simply, it was yet another contribution to the cause of the underworld. After discovering that he could pull over the future Tiger Emperor, Anthony, Prometheus, was struck by a sudden whim, and began to wonder over there, could he pull some other things over as well? So after discussing and tallying it up with Carmen, under the capitalists' one-sided exploitation, Carmen discovered that this could actually be done. In that case, there was nothing more to say. As it happened, Anthony, Prometheus, had already had his eye on cursed spirits for quite some time. These things might not be much good for anything else, but for filling the toilets of the 18 levels of hell they ranked first. Many of them could even simply be remodeled outright and turned into ghostly envoys. On top of that, with the reincarnation cycle function now nearly repaired, the souls overflowing in reality came pouring into the underworld in an instant and began to reincarnate. The overflowing soul energy nearly flooded the entire underworld. And so, through Carmen's tireless operation, the number of ghostly envoy employees responsible for guiding souls into reincarnation within the underworld suddenly increased by a great deal. My goodness, just what is going on? The staff under my command has suddenly grown so much. A flesh and blood factory. I have no idea what you're talking about, don't go spouting nonsense. And since the staff had grown and soul energy had grown, naturally the repairs to the underworld could begin. In short order, a great many functions within the underworld were fully restored. A large number of functions that Anthony, Prometheus, had felt were just odds and ends, and had therefore left unrepaired for the time being, were now mostly fixed up along the way. Take, for example, that butterfly from earlier. It was actually a function of the underworld, used to collect souls that had shattered beyond repair. And just now, Anthony, Prometheus, discovered that this function actually had other clever uses as well. In its original world, perhaps it really did nothing more than collect fragments of souls. But it wasn't until just now that Anthony, Prometheus, realized this thing could actually enter other worlds. And it was definitely not a trait granted by his own Forgemaster powers, it was innately so from the very start. This left Anthony, Prometheus, feeling somewhat surprised. Soon after, he discovered that many of the functions within the underworld seemed to be like this. He raised his hand, looking at the purple vortex manifesting in his palm, and the butterfly within it, and for a moment, he sank into silence. The distance between himself and the underworld had grown shorter. As the underworld was repaired, he could clearly feel his own power rising. He was drawing ever closer to the essence of the Lord of the underworld, and as a result, his control over the underworld had increased. And so, many functions began to reveal to Anthony, Prometheus, the powers they had possessed all along. Take, for instance, his own pure white throne. For the first time, Anthony, Prometheus, discovered that this address book could actually reach beyond the world. It was simply that he had never tried before. The other functions all had similar effects to a greater or lesser degree, and once combined, Anthony, Prometheus, found that these things actually formed a complete, systematic capacity to intervene in other worlds. And this capacity for intervention had been set to a single keynote from the very beginning. Samsara. Reincarnation. The ability to construct the underworld's cycle of reincarnation within other worlds. Even for worlds where souls did not exist, there was a systematic mechanism of granting souls, reclaiming souls. It gave full consideration to the mechanisms of all sorts of different worlds, as though it wished to establish the underworld cycle of reincarnation in every world. No, that wasn't quite the right way to put it. Anthony, Prometheus, pondered for a while, examining things carefully for a long time, before he finally noticed some clues within the underworld. Establishing the underworld cycle of reincarnation, this function did indeed exist, but the effort it required was simply too great. Perhaps it was the ultimate goal, but there had to be some nearer-term purpose. Beneath the underworld, it was hollow. Compressed using a unique form of spatial technology. Anthony, Prometheus, was quite familiar with this technology. There were shades of the Forgemaster within it. And so, for a moment, Anthony, Prometheus, couldn't help but form a suspicion, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Hold on, this underworld, it isn't meant to house an entire new world, and then inscribe the function of reincarnation into that world, is it? Anthony, Prometheus, felt this suspicion of his was quite reasonable. It was very likely the case. Of course, he had no way of verifying it. But just because Anthony, Prometheus, couldn't verify it himself didn't mean no one else knew. After pondering for a moment, Anthony, Prometheus, quickly settled on a candidate, the Pen Immortal. Even though he still didn't know this one's true identity, Anthony, Prometheus, could tell with even half a thought that she was certainly no ordinary figure. When the chance came, he could go and ask. As for now, he'd best not dwell on it too much. Anthony, Prometheus, could already clearly sense that the secrets hidden within this underworld were likely far more numerous than he had imagined, and in all likelihood, they had something to do with him. The pressing priority right now was still to thoroughly complete the repairs to the underworld. At this thought, Anthony, Prometheus, let out a light breath. The various functions of the underworld had all begun to be repaired. He reckoned it wouldn't take long before everything was fixed. But there was one crucial thing still missing. A core sufficient to sustain the underworld. Just like the core of a forging furnace's heart, Anthony, Prometheus, had to choose something worthy of the role. Only by finding the core could the entire underworld be made into a single, fully interconnected design. And only after finding this core could the underworld be truly and fully restored, thereby allowing it to be contained within the Stygian vessel and raising Anthony, Prometheus, Forgemaster rank to level 4. As for where to find this core, after long deliberation, Anthony, Prometheus, finally made a decision. Lord of the Pure White Throne at AAA City Ghost, you still there? AAA City Ghost. AAA City Ghost, come on, I just got back, what are you scheming now? Lord of the Pure White Throne, don't panic, don't panic. This time I'm here to help you, you've got to believe me. AAA City Ghost, every time you say you're helping me, it ends with a certain someone making me do the work. You're making it really hard to trust you. Lord of the Pure White Throne, no, this time it's for real, this time I'm here to help you launch the seeds of light. AAA City Ghost, it's my turn now. Lord of the Pure White Throne, it's your turn. For a moment on the other side of the screen, Carmen's expression was still a little dazed. Deep within the smog war, inside a laboratory, Carmen turned her head to glance at Ein, then suddenly, out of nowhere, asked. Hey, Ein, if you were able to reach me, would that make you happy? Why are you suddenly asking this? Ein was slightly taken aback, then asked in this way. It's nothing, just take it as a passing whim of mine. After all, the smog war is already drawing to its close. Carmen said softly, then closed her eyes, gazing at the distant aggregations of smog, and fell briefly silent. At last, she received Ein's answer. If that were the case, then of course I'd be happy. Is that so? Carmen let out a soft laugh. If that's so, then that's already enough. AAA City Ghost, fine, I'll grant you a shred of conscience this time. And so Carmen returned to the chat group and typed to Anthony, Prometheus, once more. AAA City Ghost, but then what? I don't believe for a second you'd actually do charity on this scale. AAA City Ghost, a guy like you definitely has some other motive. Come clean, what's the catch this time? Lord of the Pure White Throne, you're not wrong about that. I've got my eye on the seeds of light. Lord of the Pure White Throne, but you can rest easy on that score, I'm not about to swipe the entire seeds of light. Lord of the Pure White Throne, I'll leave the city 7 days worth of light in total, anything beyond that light I'll take. AAA City Ghost. But where's their light beyond 7 days worth to begin with, where would the emotion even come from? Lord of the Pure White Throne, why don't you take a look at that whole batch of evil spirits down in the 18 levels of hell? By this point, a large portion of Anthony, Prometheus' main point's income had already shifted to beneath the 18 levels of hell. What could you do, no matter how fast Lobotomy Corp spins, could it ever match the departed souls this one world of mine has accumulated over who knows how many years? AAA City Ghost, now that you put it that way, it does seem like there's a chance, the seeds of light could even be launched ahead of schedule. AAA City Ghost, it's just that there's still a lot of trouble involved. Lord of the Pure White Throne, leave that part to me to handle. I'll find a way to increase the total amount of light. After all, my own resurrection is tied to it as well. Yes, this was the core Anthony, Prometheus, had chosen. Or rather, he felt that there was nothing more suitable than the seeds of light. That said, this thing was indeed a bit troublesome to pull off, but for that, Anthony, Prometheus, had long since had a line of thinking in mind. If it's troublesome to do myself, can't I just call in outside help? Lord of the Pure White Throne, so, at AAA City Ghost, for this run with the seeds of light, I need you to make a trip over to my side, come over here to the underworld. AAA City Ghost, the underworld. Lord of the Pure White Throne, that's right. I'll invite a few friends over to help out. Lord of the Pure White Throne, this way, we should be able to accelerate the launch of the seeds of light and at the same time, increase the total volume launched. Lord of the Pure White Throne, when that happens, the underworld will become the center for launching the seeds of light. And then light will spread across the entire city. Lord of the Pure White Throne, get ready, Carmen. I'm off to prepare as well. AAA City Ghost, all right. Seeing these words from Carmen, Anthony, Prometheus, drew a deep breath, and the beacon lit up with rainbow light. Well then, next it was time to go back and seek out those few friends of his over on the underworld side. Thinking of the great sage, Erlang Shen, and that pen immortal among others, Anthony, Prometheus, began quietly calculating in his heart, while a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Well then, it was time to begin. Let the Seeds of Light project raise its curtain. ________. Walnut Chan in P for more. New history, coat, counterattack system. Help us unlock these community rewards. 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Chapter 120, Anthony, yes, I've raised Lord Lao Jun since childhood, 1W. 6,621 words. As if pushing open a door, Anthony, Prometheus, returned to the great hall of the underworld. Nowadays, as his connection to the underworld grew ever stronger, Anthony, Prometheus, could return there without the slightest obstruction, no matter where he was. True Lord. Are you still here? The moment he returned to the underworld, Anthony, Prometheus, called out. At once, in answer to his call, the figure of Erlang Shen materialized on the spot, turning to look at Anthony, Prometheus, and waiting for him to speak. What is it? The underworld is about to enter its final stage of repairs. Anthony, Prometheus, spoke at once, and for a moment, a trace of surprise seemed to flicker across Erlang Shen's expression. So soon this time? As I recall, the previous times the underworld fell into disrepair, it took years. Still, since you've come to me, you must want me to help you finish repairing it. After a moment's contemplation, Erlang Shen grasped Anthony, Prometheus' meaning, and put the question to him. And after seeing Anthony, Prometheus, nod, Erlang Shen mulled it over, yet declined the invitation. I'll pass. If you want me to go to the mortal world and drag back a few vicious ghosts, then perhaps I could be of service. But the underworld's final repair work is a bit beyond me. However, I can go and call the pen immortal here for you. The pen immortal. That works. Anthony, Prometheus, thought for a moment, then, recalling the brush the pen immortal had once given him, nodded. If it was that blue-haired girl coming to help repair the underworld, Anthony, Prometheus, figured it wouldn't be a problem at all. For the final Seed of Light plan, he needed to transfer the progress from Lobotomy Corp's side over to the underworld. Launching the Seed of Light required completing 10 Kabbalah Sephirot, as well as an enormous amount of energy. As before, energy was easy to come by. But according to Ein's original plan, the Kabbalah Sephirot could provide only 7 days' worth of light. This ran counter to what Anthony, Prometheus, needed. It was precisely for this reason that he had sought out Erlang Shen and the others, hoping they could find a way to increase the amount of light. Given the immortals' countless years of experience and character, they ought to be able to raise the quality of some of the Sephirot during the Seed of Light's launch. And so, with little effort, Erlang Shen got in touch with Lord Lao Jun on Anthony, Prometheus' behalf. After hearing that Anthony, Prometheus, had an urgent matter, Lord Lao Jun said nothing more and simply hung up. About 15 minutes later, a sound came from within the passage of the Yellow Springs Road. Oh? So you've finally come. Upon seeing Lord Lao Jun, Erlang Shen greeted her with a grin. The blue-haired girl maintained the same expressionless look as before. You'd better have a proper reason for summoning me, Erlang Shen. What for? Besides, it's the little Hades who wants you, not me. Erlang Shen rolled his eyes, and seeing Lord Lao Jun staring at him with a thoroughly speechless look, he pursed his lips. Fine, 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 you two talk. I'll go give Xiao Tian some kibble. And so Lord Lao Jun watched Erlang Shen's departing figure, and after a long while, couldn't help but heave a sigh. All right, go on then. What did you need me for? Lord Lao Jun turned to Anthony, Prometheus, and then received an answer she had not expected. The underworld is almost repaired. Anthony, Prometheus, said softly and calmly, only the final core is missing now. I hope you can lend a hand. As he spoke these words, Anthony, Prometheus, suddenly noticed a series of changes pass over the blue-haired girl's expression. That face, normally expressionless and as exquisite as a porcelain doll, now revealed a kind of stupefaction. That much was understandable. But after the shock came an intense relief, even a flush of excitement. It was utterly out of keeping with her usual face. In the end, everything fell into silence. Lord Laojun murmured under her breath, "So soon this time. Perhaps your decision really was the right one after all." "What decision?" Anthony, Prometheus, asked, somewhat baffled. But Lord Laojun merely shook her head to herself. "It's nothing. We'll get to that later. First, tell me your plan. Since you've asked me here to help, surely you have some scheme prepared." And so Anthony, Prometheus, gave a slight nod and laid out the entire seed of light plan for Lord Laojun. In short, it was the same as ever, 10 Sephiroth, plus the energy needed to fill them, and so on. But after hearing out Anthony, Prometheus' plan, Lord Laojun's expression turned somewhat odd. "So you mean to say, you plan to call in some friends to fill the 10 Sephiroth, and then find a way to raise the Sephiroth's quality, and that's why you came to me?" Lord Laojun asked with that odd look, even raising a finger to point at her own nose. Anthony, Prometheus, nodded straightforwardly. "There's really no need to go to all that trouble." Lord Laojun was momentarily speechless, then sighed and said, "You can solve this entirely on your own." "Me?" Anthony, Prometheus, blinked, rather bewildered, and seeing Lord Laojun nod repeatedly, he felt only more bewildered. And watching Anthony, Prometheus, look so thoroughly mystified, a smile finally surfaced on Lord Laojun's face, as though she were pleased. Then she rose to her feet. Anthony, Prometheus, abruptly felt his hand being pulled. He was hauled up rather clumsily, and then heard Lord Laojun's words. "I had thought this time would be no different from the rest. I wanted to keep you around a while longer, so I figured I'd put off telling you until later. But now it seems I was the one who failed to think it through. Your method actually works. Perhaps this time there's a real chance." Lord Laojun murmured softly, gazing into the distance. Anthony, Prometheus, stared into the blue-haired girl's eyes, momentarily lost for words. "Would you like to hear a story?" Suddenly, Lord Laojun asked, "Yours and mine?" With things having come this far, Anthony, Prometheus, felt he had little room to refuse. Besides, as for what Lord Laojun was about to say, Anthony, Prometheus, already had a rough guess in his heart. After all this time, it would be strange if he had remained completely oblivious. Moreover, as Anthony, Prometheus' understanding of the underworld gradually deepened, he had long since sensed something, a calling toward certain things that had begun to grow stronger. Even if the girl did not tell him now, he guessed that once the underworld's repairs were entirely complete, he would remember on his own. What's more, he was indeed somewhat curious about just what secrets lay buried in this underworld, and what they had to do with the Forge Master. "You know what? I'm not actually any pen immortal, I'm Lord Laojun. The Grand Supreme Lord Laojun." As Lord Laojun spoke, she turned her head to look at Anthony, Prometheus, only to see him blink. "Give me some reaction here." The ever-expressionless girl actually seemed a little exasperated, and prompted him. "Huh? Oh, amazing, I never would have guessed." Anthony, Prometheus, was first stunned, then, coming to his senses, hurriedly heaped praise on Lord Laojun, making the corner of her eye twitch. "You're no fun at all now. The previous few times I told you this, you'd at least show some kind of reaction." Lord Laojun sighed as she spoke. Anthony, Prometheus, raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. "I'll be more mindful next time, all right. Better there not be a next time. Do you have any idea how many times you've gone through the cycle of reincarnation? Just bringing it up gives me a headache." Lord Laojun sighed and finally looked at Anthony, Prometheus, saying with a pained expression, "Forget it. If I went on now about all the bygone days, and our deep old bonds, you probably wouldn't have the patience to listen. So I'll just pick out the important parts. Anthony, Prometheus, you must have many questions about this underworld. It surely feels familiar to you in every respect, and sometimes you find my words strange. Lord Laojuan's expression turned grave, and she said solemnly, all of this is normal. Because you are the very first Hades. The first? Anthony, Prometheus, was slightly taken aback. Though he had once suspected he might have drunk something like Mangpo's soup, he had never imagined he was the very first one. He had assumed there'd been at least a few different people taking the fall before him. Don't look at me like that. Lord Laojun sighed and said, when was it ever not you yourself who drank the Mangpo's soup? Countless times, before I could even react, in the time it took me to go into seclusion, I'd find you down the Mangpo's soup and started all over again. Let's talk as we walk. Lord Laojuan's words carried a rare trace of plaintive resentment. Anthony, Prometheus, fell into step behind her, strolling through the underworld and taking in the now flourishing realm. At this moment, Lord Laojun was like an old soul moved to nostalgia by familiar sights, pointing out the various installations around them and chatting with Anthony, Prometheus. See that one over there, you built it yourself back in the day. And look at that one, after you finished it, you tore it down and rebuilt it several times. And that one over there. Walking and pausing like this, they finally arrived deep within the great hall of the underworld. Lord Laojun raised a hand, and a lid flipped open, revealing the kaleidoscopic primordial river below. Before Anthony, Prometheus, could even speak, he saw Lord Laojun crouch down and say with deep emotion, "It really has been a long time, primordial river." She lowered her gaze, looking at that violent river, and asked softly, "Are you well? Your temper seems to have calmed quite a bit. You know it?" "Of course. How could I not?" Lord Laojun nodded, then said, "Back then it was this very river that carried you here, and the underworld was built upon it. How could I ever forget it? In those days, I was right beside you laying the very foundations of the underworld." With that, Lord Laojun walked over to the pure white throne, patted its armrest, and opened a hidden compartment that not even Anthony, Prometheus' soul strength had ever managed to find. It left Anthony, Prometheus, dumbfounded. Only when Lord Laojun came before him holding what she'd taken from the compartment did he, still dazed, lower his head. What Lord Laojun held in her hand was a gemstone. Within the resplendent ruby, light flowed and swirled, breathtakingly beautiful. As Anthony, Prometheus, bent his head, his own reflection surfaced inside it. As if from an infinitely distant past. "This is the part of your memory I risked my life many years ago to fish out of the primordial river, in case you later reincarnated completely." Lord Laojun said lazily, as though recounting some trivial bit of history, "Just take it and have a look. To you, it's already more like another person's life. The only difference is that the other person is your past self. Once you take it, you'll be able to go back and experience your own life over again. Seeing it for yourself should be much clearer than my simply telling you." Anthony, Prometheus, took the ruby from Lord Laojuan's hand, and before he could even ask how to use it, the awareness of how became instantly clear in his mind. And so he lowered his head and gazed into the gem. In the next instant, his spirit leapt into the gemstone, entering that dust-laden past that could now only be called history. When Anthony, Prometheus, opened his eyes, what he saw once again was the kaleidoscopic primordial river. He opened his eyes and gazed around in a daze, then saw the surging waters, and a colossal being in the act of leaping into another dimension. That colossal being was both ferocious and magnificent. One glance was enough to know it was a genuine creation of a forge master. Yet Anthony, Prometheus, felt waves of intense familiarity. That shape, it was his own Stygian vessel. Aside from being slightly larger and more complete, it was virtually identical to his own Stygian vessel. Just as he was puzzling over this, he realized that this Stygian vessel was sailing upon the primordial river, and upon the primordial river were things he had once seen before. From the very moment he had first awoken from the primordial river, Anthony, Prometheus, had once glimpsed those red tides. Merely gazing at them from afar brought a stinging sensation. And now Anthony, Prometheus, discovered that the Stygian vessel was sailing right atop those red tides. Even given the Stygian vessel's hardness, in the face of those tides it was continually disintegrating. To the point that the forge master aboard the Stygian vessel was being destroyed bit by bit. His body cracked apart like shards. Anthony, Prometheus, saw the moon clearly. It was his own likeness. And so he watched the Stygian vessel fall to pieces, and watched his own destruction, until only a single tattered wisp of soul remained, clinging to the last of the Stygian vessel as it vanished. The scene before his eyes dissolved into pitch blackness. And Anthony, Prometheus, grasped the meaning of what he had seen. A forge master of his generation, or rather, he himself, had perished during a voyage upon the primordial river. But the next moment, the scene before Anthony, Prometheus, returned to light. He saw a ruined world, with a broken soul lying at its very center. At death's threshold, the last fragment of the Stygian vessel had carried the dead soul across the primordial river and into an unknown world. And this very world before him had been formed from the fragments of the Stygian vessel. This was the underworld. As Anthony, Prometheus, watched all this, a flicker of astonishment surfaced in his eyes. This was a possibility he had never even considered. From the very beginning, he had actually been an outsider. A single accidental death had made him a native of this place. And taking up residence in the underworld, he had in a sense become the Hades. At the same time, Anthony, Prometheus, saw his past self begin to move. He began to build the underworld with the great power of a forge master, and at the same time, began an attempt. He needed to be resurrected. It nearly made Anthony, Prometheus, laugh out of exasperation. So what you're telling me is, I've been grinding my way through the resurrection bracket since who knows how many chaotic eons ago, and I've kept grinding that resurrection bracket all the way up to now. But soon Anthony, Prometheus, understood why this resurrection was so difficult. From start to finish, the conditions his soul required for resurrection had never changed. This was the path he had laid out for himself from the very beginning. That is, to recreate the world's cycle of reincarnation, and then, borrowing that cycle, accomplish the great feat of resurrection in the very instant of rebirth. And so, the underworld had to be repaired. But hadn't the underworld already been repaired several times over? Amid Anthony, Prometheus' confusion, he saw the scene before him begin to change once more. As the underworld gradually began to transform, this world too seemed to slowly start changing. Immortals and spirits, demons and ghosts, until, amid this genesis, Anthony, Prometheus, eerily saw a little blue-haired girl arrive at the underworld. And so the images of memory seemed to gradually grow clearer. The next moment, Anthony, Prometheus, felt as if he had returned to that broken soul body, becoming his past self in the midst of repairing the underworld. Where do you come from? Looking at the little girl before him, Anthony, Prometheus, cast congealed ghosts one after another into the origin furnace as he repaired the bridge of helplessness, turning his head to ask the question. The little blue-haired girl gave no answer. Just as she would for a long time to come, she looked at Anthony, Prometheus, without expression. And Anthony, Prometheus, looked toward the great hall of the underworld and the Yellow Springs road he had just finished repairing nearby. Countless souls from reality were pouring in from there, entering the underworld. Those who could reincarnate did so via the still imperfect reincarnation system. Those who could not were cast into the 18 levels of hell, to be used later to fuel the furnace. And the girl was but one among the countless souls. What was rather special, though, was that the girl had come before Anthony, Prometheus, of her own accord. Among those oblivious souls, this was truly rare. Anthony, Prometheus, turned his head and reached out to pat the top of the girl's head. What a gifted child! He sighed softly, then suddenly smiled and asked, "Would you like to come along with me?" The girl seemed to hesitate for a while, and only after a long time did she nod. And so the black-haired, purple-eyed youth personally ushered the girl into the afterlife, then brought her soul and body back to the underworld. The vision before Anthony, Prometheus, shifted once more. By the time the scene steadied again, who knew how many more years had passed? The underworld's repairs were complete. By now the reincarnation system was highly refined, so much so that it bore the cyclic function of an entire world. Yet Anthony, Prometheus, still had not been resurrected. The little blue-haired girl he had brought back in those days had grown up, and would often sit at the gate of the underworld, as though meditating on the Tao. Anthony, Prometheus, didn't much understand these cultivators of the Tao. A forgemaster had no need for such trouble. Still, apart from her cultivation, the girl seemed more accustomed to staying by his side. There was once a time the girl asked Anthony, Prometheus, something. "Why is it that you still haven't been resurrected, even now?" The girl walked in through the main gate of the great hall of the underworld, and put the question to Anthony, Prometheus. Faced with it, Anthony, Prometheus, thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "The conditions still aren't quite ripe. For me to be resurrected, the current reincarnation system isn't up to the task yet. If I were to resurrect now, it would cause the existing underworld to collapse, and the resurrection would very likely be incomplete." "Why?" The girl tilted her head, still wearing that same blank, emotionless look. "Why do you always have so many questions?" Anthony, Prometheus, sighed, but then still beckoned the girl over. After she came over, he pulled down his sleeve to show her. "Look at this," he said softly. And so the girl saw on Anthony, Prometheus' arm that crimson, scar-like mark. Yet this mark looked as though it had been irrigated into being by river water. "What is this?" The girl looked up and asked Anthony, Prometheus. And Anthony, Prometheus, pulling his sleeve back naturally, said calmly, "It's the mark the primordial river left when I died. Having died within it, leaving isn't so easy. If I were to reincarnate rashly, I might well sink into the primordial river midway through the rebirth." Anthony, Prometheus' tone was casual and flat. The girl tilted her head, looking at him, and then suddenly grabbed Anthony, Prometheus' hand and lifted the sleeve. "What are you doing?" Anthony, Prometheus, was startled and asked instinctively. But the girl said nothing, only pointing at a spot on his arm. There the arm was slowly crumbling as if shattering, with bits of the forgemaster's metal-like flesh fracturing from time to time, and then falling away. "And this, what is this?" the girl asked softly. Anthony, Prometheus, was silent for a long while, and finally let out a long sigh. "This is a curse, the curse of the primordial river." As the past Anthony, Prometheus, spoke, he suddenly turned his head, gazing off towards some distant direction. The Anthony, Prometheus, hidden in the corner of the memory, felt his hair stand on end in an instant. He was looking at him. Even the young Lord Lao Jun back then hadn't noticed. It truly left him at a loss for words. Had he really once been a being of that caliber? Before getting tangled up with the primordial river, he had probably been a forgemaster maxed out at level 5, hadn't he? But then the past Anthony, Prometheus, gave a soft chuckle, though who it was meant for, no one could say. Immediately after, he scooped up the girl and headed deep into the underworld. "Come on, I might as well just show you." Anthony, Prometheus, said blandly, "Why I still haven't been resurrected to this day, and the truth buried deep within this underworld." And so, with each of Anthony, Prometheus' steps, the entire underworld gradually unfolded before them. At last, in the deepest depths of the underworld, Anthony, Prometheus, crouched down and opened the lid before the girl, his movements calm and forceful. And so that kaleidoscopic yet utterly violent primordial river finally revealed itself before the girl. It was even far more violent than what Anthony, Prometheus, had once seen. Gazing at the iridescent primordial river, the girl seemed to fall into a daze for a moment. Only Anthony, Prometheus, spoke on, calmly. "From the moment I arrived here, the primordial river followed in the wake of the Stygian vessel. To establish the underworld, I had no choice but to take the most extreme measure, building the entire underworld atop the primordial river. But this was not without cost. The underworld is bound to be eroded by the primordial river without end, and my soul along with it. One day the underworld I built will fall into ruin. My soul, too, is perpetually in peril. For now, I don't know exactly what the primordial river is wearing away. But it is most certainly wearing something away. Anthony, Prometheus, sighed, pressed his hand to the girl's forehead, and gently ruffled it. Is this the reason you don't resurrect? A rare trace of emotion surfaced in the girl's expression as she looked at Anthony, Prometheus, and asked. Anthony, Prometheus, was briefly silent, then said. Not entirely. But you can understand it that way. I need to find a core for the underworld, one that will keep it from ever falling amid the scouring of the primordial river. Only then can I be resurrected. With that, he closed the entrance to the primordial river and left, taking the girl with him. And the vision before Anthony, Prometheus, changed once again. Once more, who knew how many years passed, when his sight returned again, all Anthony, Prometheus, could see was himself, seated upon the pure white throne. Only this time, his self looked like a guttering candle in the wind. He sat upon the pure white throne, his body weathering away as if by erosion, pieces continually crumbling off. He lifted his eyelids and let out a soft sigh. The primordial river's erosion had come too fast. By now, even the underworld itself was gradually falling silent amid such changes. It had broken down after all. Looking at the ruined underworld, Anthony, Prometheus, thought with a touch of helplessness. Then he saw the girl approaching and shook his head at her. You are. Anthony, Prometheus, seemed to search his memory for a long time, until the girl shook her head helplessly. You can't remember again. With practiced ease, she came to the side of the Hades and stood by his hand, as familiar as kin. Then she sighed again. But at least you haven't completely forgotten me. Anthony, Prometheus, was silent for a while and finally let out a sigh. Go out into the world. I have nothing to give you for now, go make a name for yourself and then come back. Anthony, Prometheus, said softly, and it took him quite some effort to send the girl away. Then, with difficulty, he rose from the pure white throne and made his way to beneath the now empty bridge of helplessness. Next, beside the Mangpo's soup, he picked up a bowl of the brew. In the instant he saw his own action, Anthony, Prometheus, suddenly understood what his past self had truly meant to do. So that was it. He thought quietly to himself. It was called Mangpo's soup, but only with the essence of a forge master could one see this thing's true function. To return the soul to its primordial state. Since memory would inevitably scatter under the scouring of the primordial river, then he might as well start over from scratch. Start over once more, in the hope of attaining a future in which the underworld would never fall. At the same time, he saw his remaining memories condense into a ruby, placed in the hidden compartment of the pure white throne's armrest. He would not open it at the outset, only after the underworld's repairs were complete would he unlock that hidden compartment. Then, he swallowed the Mangpo's soup. Many years later, when the girl had become the Grand Supreme Lord Lao Jun, and made a name for herself, she returned once more to the underworld. But what awaited her was not the youth's fatherly call, but rather a puzzled question, "Excuse me, who are you?" The youth sat upon the pure white throne and asked the girl somewhat awkwardly, "Sorry, I'm still not very familiar with this place. I just woke up and found myself here." In that instant, the blank-faced girl's pupils contracted. Even a being as exalted as the Grand Supreme Lord Lao Jun let slip a rare look of composure undone. This was the Hades and the Grand Supreme Lord Lao Jun's first meeting thereafter, and a scene that would play out countless times in the future. What followed gradually grew familiar. Even though Anthony, Prometheus, had lost his memory, Lord Lao Jun lingered long at his side, assisting with the underworld's repairs while hoping he might remember something. But it must be said, the Forge Master's technology really worked. One mouthful of Mangpo's soup down the hatch, and Anthony, Prometheus, truly couldn't recall the slightest thing. Faced with this state of affairs, Lord Lao Jun got angry once, and that was the end of her anger. To be honest, she couldn't quite articulate the exact feelings she harbored for Anthony, Prometheus. The person before her was, to her, something close to a loving father. For countless years, when the underworld made no progress, Anthony, Prometheus, had been by her side, watching her grow. Even when the primordial river's erosion reduced his memory to tatters, this state of affairs never really changed. From beginning to end, he cared deeply about matters concerning family. But after drinking the Mangpo's soup, things changed. Anthony, Prometheus, suddenly became like a clumsy, fumbling child, often leaving Lord Laojun not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yet, unexpectedly, it felt rather nice. However exasperated she was, and however many times, she wanted to pin this increasingly unreliable old father to the ground, and give him a sound thrashing, Lord Laojun in the end had no real complaints. She simply stayed by Anthony, Prometheus' side without ever straying, watching him rebuild the underworld, watching the world's cycle of reincarnation begin to turn once more. It seemed that this time, everything was slowly getting better, even as the underworld was repaired. Anthony, Prometheus' memory gradually grew clearer. The memories in the hidden compartment of the pure white throne were influencing him. Even though the present Anthony, Prometheus, had changed somewhat in personality, the memories would still slowly come back to him. Sometimes he would suddenly recall some past moment spent with Lord Laojun, sometimes some muscle memory would surface, and so on. What's more, the foundation of his character had never changed. If anything, having lost the polishing of the years, he had become a bit more forthright. Lord Laojun sometimes felt that this, too, was quite nice. Until one day, she discovered that those burning-like wounds had appeared on Anthony, Prometheus' body once again. And it was on that very day that Anthony, Prometheus, sat back down upon the pure white throne, and would not leave it. She came before the pure white throne, looked up at Anthony, Prometheus, and for a moment didn't know what to say. Lord Laojun, you've worked hard. After a long while, Anthony, Prometheus, spoke softly. The blank-faced girl was silent, saying nothing. I've remembered everything. I'm sorry, it's only at death's door that I remember. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. Lord Laojun held back for a moment, then suddenly said, Don't drink the Mangpo's soup, all right. I'll do my best. Anthony, Prometheus, shrugged and spoke casually. Lord Laojun pressed her lips together, then suddenly said, If it comes to it, just give up the cycle of reincarnation. The underworld's foundations were laid long ago. If you stop supplying the cycle, you'll have a chance at resurrection. It's not safe enough. Anthony, Prometheus, shook his head and spoke softly. This time, Lord Laojun fell silent once more. Anthony, Prometheus, gazed at the underworld and suddenly sighed. I still can't bear to part with it, all this, built up with such difficulty. Lord Laojun, if there is a next time, could you lend a hand? I'll do as you say. Lord Laojun said, which was rare for her, and then turned and walked away. And after Lord Laojun left, Anthony, Prometheus, once again drank the Mangpo's soup. And so, time began to go round and round. The underworld fell into ruin again, and Anthony, Prometheus, drank the Mangpo's soup again and again, while the memories within the crystal grew more and more. Even Lord Laojun gradually sank into numbness. Who knew how many times such a thing had happened? Until at last, even the girl could hardly bear it any longer. Yet it was also this time that things quietly came to an end. That time, Anthony, Prometheus, told the girl his final plan. There is no core in this world that can support the underworld. Anthony, Prometheus, spoke suddenly, giving Lord Laojun a violent start. She looked at him. I have to go into the primordial river. Anthony, Prometheus, spoke in a low voice, and for a moment the girl was struck dumb. She looked at him, and after a long while, suddenly asked, then, what about this place? I will definitely come back. Anthony, Prometheus, said resolutely. This trip has to be made. This cycle of mine is nearly at its end anyway. Since the primordial river keeps calling to me, then let me go and quell its fury. I'll go keep the primordial river company, and then find a way to be reborn from within it. As he said this, he walked slowly toward the great hall of the underworld. The girl watched his departing back, silent for a long time. In the end she did not follow Anthony, Prometheus, she only let fall 2 tears without realizing it. And Anthony, Prometheus, followed his past self back to the great hall of the underworld, watching him sit upon the pure white throne. After a long while, the self upon the pure white throne raised his head and spoke softly. "All right, you've watched for so long, won't you really come out and have a chat?" And so Anthony, Prometheus, sighed, emerging from the memory to stand before his past self, meeting his gratified gaze. "So it seems I succeeded?" his past self asked with a delighted smile. Anthony, Prometheus, sighed and said, "Yes, you succeeded. I really never expected to have been outmaneuvered by my own self." "Don't put it that way, this is called making good use of everyone's labor." His past self waved a hand carelessly. Then Anthony, Prometheus, was silent for a while before speaking. "I still have a few questions. Why did you have to drink the mangpo's soup at all? There should have been other methods that didn't cost you your memory, right? With a Forge Master's means, can you really not see it?" His past self countered, and for a moment Anthony, Prometheus, was lost for words. On the surface, the mangpo's soup was a choice made out of helplessness. To maintain his existence, he had to cast off his memory. But both Lord Laojun and Anthony, Prometheus, could see that there were, in fact, other options. What the primordial river was fundamentally entangled with was the underworld and Anthony, Prometheus, because back then, Anthony, Prometheus' soul had departed clinging to the underworld. But once the underworld repairs were complete, he would only need to peel his own existence away from the underworld, and the primordial river would no longer be able to interfere with him. He could even use this to resurrect, sacrifice the underworld entirely, complete the final reincarnation, with a Forge Master's abilities, guaranteeing the success rate was achievable. Anthony, Prometheus, had been lying earlier. Not only could his memory be preserved, but even resurrection could be accomplished, if only he were willing to let go. But why not do it that way? Anthony, Prometheus, asked in confusion, but his past self only smiled again. "Don't you already know?" he countered, and so Anthony, Prometheus, finally fell silent. "See, you do know after all." His past self laughed, propping his chin on one hand, gazing at the Stygian vessel, and murmured softly. "Look how beautiful this place is. When they died, they surely all had so many regrets, didn't they? So much of life they never got to experience, so many things left undone, so many people still waiting for them." His past self murmured softly, "The wicked, fine, let them be. But the good ones, wouldn't it be such a pity? There ought to be a God in this world. Heaven and hell ought to exist. Otherwise, why would people refrain from doing evil? Why would they do good? Rewards and punishments, for those who do well, or rather, those who wish to do well, shouldn't they be given a little reward and opportunity?" His past self set down everything in his hands, looked at Anthony, Prometheus, and suddenly said, "That's why I can't bear to give up this place. I want to keep it going, to even expand all of this. It was only after I built the underworld that I came to feel this way. Still, if it's you, you should be able to understand, right?" "Yes, I understand." Anthony, Prometheus, sighed. Looking at his past self, he suddenly said, "And besides, you don't want your family to see you in such a sorry state, do you?" The past Anthony, Prometheus, was silent for a while, and after a long time, sighed and said, "Yes. I want to show them my very best side. I want to tell them that no matter what they face, they can rely on me. So I can't be in a sorry state, nor can I be unsightly." But soon the past Anthony, Prometheus, suddenly laughed and asked his other self, "Enough about that. So then, did you go and save those people? Those you met along the way?" "I did everything in my power," Anthony, Prometheus, said in a low voice. For everyone in the group, he had held a heart that could not bear to see them suffer. He felt it shouldn't be this way, they could go on living, so he had done everything in his power to save them. "Then that's wonderful." His past self laughed loudly, then said, "This is our arrogance, Anthony, Prometheus. Arrogant enough to want to take up God's office in his stead, to mete out reward and punishment to all the world. How arrogant, Anthony, Prometheus. But this is who we are. Anthony, Prometheus, said softly, and so the past Anthony, Prometheus, fell silent and gave a slight nod. Yes. So it's truly wonderful that we can go on being this arrogant. Keep at it, Anthony, Prometheus. Press forward, and you must save the underworld. Since you've appeared here, I believe you've already found hope. And so, the next moment, Anthony, Prometheus' vision pulled away, and at last his consciousness broke through the chaos and returned to reality. Have you remembered it all? Lord Lao Jun raised her head, looked at Anthony, Prometheus, and asked expressionlessly. Remembered it I have, but you were cuter as a little girl, you know. Anthony, Prometheus, sized up Lord Lao Jun and suddenly remarked with feeling. Lord Lao Jun rose without a word and gave him a glance. Don't say such mood-killing things at a time like this. She stared at Anthony, Prometheus, fixedly, sending a chill through his heart. The kid he'd raised from childhood, Anthony, Prometheus, knew her well enough. Right about now she was probably cooking up something in her head. Despite her blank, emotionless appearance, Lord Lao Jun's feelings were actually quite abundant. Especially since he had rather irresponsibly dumped the whole burden onto her, leaving her to watch him cycle through reincarnation hundreds of times. Still, Lord Lao Jun would actually say that Anthony, Prometheus, didn't understand her all that well, either. The old father never did know just what his good daughter might curdle into after hundreds of cycles of reincarnation, nor did he know just how resentful Lord Lao Jun now was. In any case, for the sake of his own arrogance and that bit of sentiment, he had neglected his own daughter for hundreds of cycles. Even if Lord Lao Jun could understand it, that didn't mean she would forgive it. But as it happened, those earliest memories of the past were the most tender stretch of Lord Lao Jun's whole life, the time when she felt the warmth of family most abundantly. It could even be said to be the happiest stretch of her life. She would never forget those afternoons, deep in the underworld, the days when Anthony, Prometheus, would coax the underworld's purple butterflies to play with her and amuse her. Even when Lord Lao Jun put on an air of disinterest, he would switch to another approach and try every which way to entertain her. And so, even though Anthony, Prometheus, in the end abandoned her time, and again to cycle through reincarnation alone, to bear those burdens alone, she truly had never hated him. And she absolutely acknowledged that he had always deeply loved each and every one of his family, giving his all in his wish to be good to them. Yet she could not forgive the disregard with which Anthony, Prometheus, left her behind. The reverent love born of this, curdled by discontent over the long ages, what it might become, one could only say, was a truly terrifying thing. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about which secret chamber to lock you in once this whole affair is over, to keep you from running off again. Lord Lao Jun sighed and uttered this line indifferently. The corner of Anthony, Prometheus' eye twitched. All right, that's enough. Anthony, Prometheus, pondered for a while, then suddenly laughed and said. Well then, let's go take care of business. Next, it's truly time to settle all of this. Let us go and do the final work, for the sake of the underworld that shall never fall. ________. Seek, Walnut Chan. New history, Coat, counterattack system. Let's hit these goals. 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Chapter 121, Carmen, Encountering the Hades Stat Monster, Scared to Tears by Anthony's Stats, 8K. 5,260 words. After reviewing his own memories, Anthony, Prometheus, finally understood what Lord Lao Jun had meant. Indeed, if it was merely a matter of providing the mass needed for the Kabbalah's Sephirot, then he alone would be enough. He could fully supply all the mass required for the portion of light that lay beyond the 7 days. Cycles of reincarnation beyond counting, a lifespan even longer than Lord Lao Jun's. What had formed over the course of that immense span of years was precisely Anthony, Prometheus' very essence. The qualities demanded by the Kabbalah's Sephirot, Anthony, Prometheus, had already acquired in full across his long cycles of reincarnation. In a certain sense, He was even more suited to the firing of the seed of light than Ein's 10,000-year cycle, in terms of the sheer length of its timeline, likely couldn't compare at all to the full span of Anthony Prometheus' entire working career as a forge master. Add to that the plan Ein had so carefully laid out, and Anthony Prometheus was confident that a single firing would yield enough light for 2 whole worlds. "Oh, right, Lord Lao Jun." Suddenly, Anthony Prometheus spoke up as if recalling something. Lord Lao Jun's footsteps paused, as though she dreaded the prospect of her old father blurting out some other absurd notion. But in the end, all she received was this single sentence from Anthony Prometheus. "This whole journey, it's been hard on you. Thank you." Anthony Prometheus spoke to Lord Lao Jun with utter sincerity. Lord Lao Jun's footsteps stayed frozen in place for a long while, and within that heart that had long known little emotion, waves of complicated feelings began to stir. "Who needs your concern, you selfish wretch who only ever cares about your own amusement?" After a long pause, Lord Lao Jun finally murmured the words in a low voice, calm, without a ripple, no expression at all upon her face. As if that truly was what she thought. Having said this, Lord Lao Jun lifted her foot and hurried away. Watching this scene, Anthony Prometheus let out a sigh, a trace of helplessness on his face. Disliked by his own kin, was he? Still, he called out, halting Lord Lao Jun's departing steps. "Don't be in such a hurry to go. There's still something else I need to trouble you with. Have you forgotten what I just told you, that we need to find a way to keep the underworld from falling?" Anthony Prometheus spoke half resignedly, and Lord Lao Jun turned her head back. Upon that expressionless face, a rare flicker of helplessness surfaced. Perhaps her heart wasn't as calm as her words made it seem. Just now she'd surely meant to have her say and bolt right off, hadn't she? But after a long while, the blue-haired girl still walked back to Anthony Prometheus' side amid a sigh. "Fine." She spoke faintly, "It doesn't really matter anymore. I should have long since gotten used to your flights of fancy, and to being dragged along for them. You're always like this. Could you be a little more steady next time?" The girl was at her wit's end. Listening to these words, Anthony Prometheus stood there somewhat awkwardly, not quite knowing what to say. By all reason, Anthony Prometheus ranked higher in seniority. And yet, in the end, he was still the one getting scolded by the girl. Fortunately, though, the girl said nothing more after that. She quickly and meekly settled herself at Anthony Prometheus' side, never straying a single step. And Anthony Prometheus, at last with his hands free, began to contact Carmen in the group chat. "Lord of the Pure White Throne at AAA City Ghost, how goes the smog war?" "AAA City Ghost, same as ever. Company G is making a desperate last stand, they've unleashed all 3 war machines, just short of the Cockroach Emperor now. AAA City Ghost, Company L looks ready to fight to the death now too, the smog's getting thicker and thicker. Barring any surprises, the war should be nearing its end soon. Lord of the Pure White Throne, I see. So in other words, the smoke pollution source still hasn't been dealt with. AAA City Ghost, nope. Why are you asking about that? Lord of the Pure White Throne, nothing much, I was just thinking, could we swipe the smoke pollution source and use it to carry out the plan? AAA City Ghost. Looking at Anthony Prometheus' words, Carmen's expression gradually turned uncanny, and at the same time, she began to suspect that Anthony Prometheus' old habit was acting up again. Whenever it came to moments like this, in Carmen's impression, Anthony Prometheus always seemed to start scheming up some petty pilfering, pluck a feather off every passing goose kind of job. But for you to want even that thing, damn, you really aren't a picky eater. Lord of the Pure White Throne, did your mind wander somewhere weird? That thing's meant to be used to carry out the Seed of Light plan. Looking at the question mark Carmen sent, Anthony Prometheus began his explanation with a touch of helplessness. Simply put, the original Seed of Light plan actually had very few loopholes. But now, because the script had been altered beyond recognition by Anthony Prometheus, the loopholes had been rewritten into it. He thought it over carefully. Benjamin hadn't died, Callie hadn't died, Daniel hadn't died either. Most of the rest, though turned into boxed-up sprites, seemed to have gotten better during this period under Carmen's counseling. And so an awkward problem arose. Everyone was alive and well, so then, what was to be done about the reverse Kabbalah collapse needed for the core suppression? AAA City Ghost, don't tell me you're planning to manually use the smoke to drive everyone into collapse. Lord of the Pure White Throne, am I that twisted? Besides, even if I wanted to, it'd be hopeless. Do you really think Callie could be polluted? Lord of the Pure White Throne, projection. What I want is a projection. Use the smoke pollution source to project possibilities, and thereby anchor the corresponding possibility. Lord of the Pure White Throne, and besides, the smoke pollution source also counts as an energy substance, so it should be possible to use it directly to power things, to pull out smoke-polluted versions of everyone. Lord of the Pure White Throne, by this method, we should be able to gather the conditions for the reverse Kabbalah. Then traverse the 10 Sephirot in proper order, add me on top of that, and the seed of light is done. After a brief moment of hesitation, Carmen finally agreed with what Anthony, Prometheus, said. After all, by the looks of things, there really didn't seem to be any better way than this. AAA City Ghost, I guess that works. Conveniently, the smog war's about to wrap up too, so carting this thing off from Company L's side right now won't stir up any trouble. AAA City Ghost, just treat it as the smog war's curtain call. Lord of the Pure White Throne, it won't come to that. This war will have a far grander finale, I promise you that. Lord of the Pure White Throne, when the war ends, radiance will bathe the earth, and a colossal tree will break through the soil, rising all the way to the heavens. And so, just like that, the whole matter was cheerfully settled. Having finished his discussion with Carmen, Anthony, Prometheus, reached out and stroked the blue-haired girl's head. Just as always, the girl gave no response, only silently waiting for him to finish his rubbing. Then, Anthony, Prometheus, spoke up. I'm going to step out for a little while, I'll be right back. Once I return, the plan will formally begin. All right. I'll be waiting, then. The girl gave a slight nod, which made Anthony, Prometheus, rub her head a few more vigorous times. At last, under the girl's disdainful gaze, Anthony, Prometheus, sheepishly withdrew his hand. Then, he opened the chat group once more and sent out a message. Lord of the Pure White Throne has applied to enter the world of group member AAA City Ghost. World Traversal application approved. The next instant, even having reached this stage, Anthony, Prometheus, still felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer. The moment after, his consciousness sank into the endless primordial river. The city. A meteor beneath the shroud of smog slipped quietly into the city. Within that seemingly endless mist, a figure with black hair and purple eyes walked at a measured pace. Purple butterflies fluttered one after another around him, as if leading the way for him. Suddenly, the fluttering butterflies fell, and Anthony, Prometheus, halted his steps accordingly. He pushed open a door and walked into that unremarkable room. Layer upon layer of ceiling locks lost all response under the Forgemaster's power. And so, in the very next moment, Anthony, Prometheus, entered that room almost entirely unobstructed. The person inside the room lifted their head in an instant, but upon seeing the figure of the newcomer, they couldn't help freezing for a moment. Long time no see, Ein. A pleasant smile hung on Anthony, Prometheus' face as he spoke. Ein seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then gave Anthony, Prometheus, a slight nod. At the same time, within this laboratory, Carmen's phantom gradually coalesced. It made Anthony, Prometheus' eyelid twitch. Should one say as expected of the cyber ghost? So elusive and unpredictable that even with the soul strength of a third-tier Forgemaster, Anthony, Prometheus, hadn't sensed Carmen before her appearance. Once this one was resurrected within the light, she'd probably be even more outrageous. I've already heard about the matter from Carmen. In the end, it was Ein who spoke first. He pointed at the combat screen before him and gave it a casual swipe, and so, smog shrouded the entire screen. It's just that, if it's a matter of obtaining the smoke polymer, I'm afraid it'll still be somewhat troublesome. That, after all, is the singularity core of all of Company L. Only when Company L goes completely bankrupt will there likely be a brief window of exposure. However, during that window, the probability that Company L destroys the smoke polymer is rather high. There's no need to worry about that, I'll handle it. Anthony, Prometheus, cut off Ein's words and said directly, I'll bring it back. Before I get that thing in hand, just move everyone to the underworld. The site for the new Seed of Light plan is set there for now. Ein was rendered speechless for a moment, sizing Anthony, Prometheus, up. After a long silence, he gave Anthony, Prometheus, a slight nod. Then, I'll leave it to you. Out of trust born from their last collaboration, Ein paid his respects to Anthony, Prometheus. And so, Anthony, Prometheus' gaze turned toward Carmen, extending an invitation to her. Let's go. Come along with me for a bit, you've still got some work to do. Should I say it's no surprise? You capitalist dog really won't let me off the hook. Carmen let out a sigh, then gave Ein a parting word and led Anthony, Prometheus, toward the upper floors. Before leaving, Anthony, Prometheus, tossed Ein a beacon leading to the underworld, so that he could take the rest of the people in first. After Ein hurried off, Anthony, Prometheus, followed in Carmen's footsteps, heading steadily upward, until at last they passed beyond the limit of the ceiling and arrived atop the building. As far as the eye could see, what now covered the entire city seemed to be nothing but this boundless dense fog. We're right now in the very core zone of the smog war. Carmen explained offhandedly, in other words, the inside of the L hive. Your base of operations is built deep behind enemy lines. As long as I'm here, nothing will go wrong. Carmen's voice came calm and detached. She gazed into the distance. The city shrouded beneath the smog flickered with firelight and ash, with not the slightest sense of stillness. The war was nearly over. The Five Fingers had long since joined the battlefield, and Company G, on the brink of bankruptcy, had begun ceaselessly stirring up conflict, with insect-mutated soldiers everywhere. The smog drifted and spread, and the city dwellers shrouded within it grew gradually sickly under the day-after-day pollution, some even becoming madmen, then losing the ability to care for themselves. Tell me, once the light is fired, will all of this get better? Carmen looked at the city below, musing for a moment, and suddenly posed the question to Anthony, Prometheus. That's something you should be asking Ein. It's not like you don't know. He won't give me an answer. Carmen shrugged and said helplessly, once he's set his mind on something, no matter the outcome, he'll definitely see it through. Sometimes I really envy him. But this is the dream I gave him. When I cruelly left this dream behind for him, I didn't even know whether I was right. Carmen lowered her eyelids and spoke softly, the deep smog, and the war within that smog, reflected in the depths of her eyes. What she hesitated over was not the war itself. What she hesitated over was whether this war could lead to a result worthy of it. Isn't it already too late to speak of hesitation now? Anthony, Prometheus, shrugged and said breezily. Carmen paused slightly and in the end she nodded too. That's true. There's no need to think so much anymore. And at this moment, butterflies flew out one after another from beneath Anthony, Prometheus' feet, surging into the smog, carrying away the souls of the dead. As he did this, Anthony, Prometheus, spoke calmly. Just keep walking forward, like Ein does. When the light blooms, hope will bloom. Hope won't make this world a better place, Carmen. He turned toward Carmen and smiled, but those who chase after hope will, won't they? Carmen fell silent for a moment and in the end she nodded. Then, let's begin. And so, Carmen turned her head toward this hive shrouded in smog. Her figure within the river lifted its gaze, and then looked toward those endless stars. Amid the search through star after star, she suddenly closed her eyes, her consciousness returning to the present. Then, she pointed far into the distance. There. She declared with certainty, and Anthony, Prometheus, raised both hands, and toward that spot, struck out from afar with a clap. In an instant, the smog scattered entirely, as if a gale had swept through. Anthony, Prometheus' gaze flickered slightly, and through the Forgemaster's cage he glimpsed the existence within. The smoke polymer, that hideous, ferocious monster. What it represented beyond itself was that colossal smoke itself. It was the very singularity technology of the old Company L. And at this moment Anthony, Prometheus, merely brought his hands down once more, clapping softly. In an instant, the Forgemaster's cage completed its total sealing. The seemingly endless smog gushing outward also came to a halt. And within the Forgemaster's cage, the smoke polymer roared as if in fury, struggling in agony, yet it was as though pinned to the ground by a spear, unable to move at all. Anthony, Prometheus, lowered his eyelids and clapped again. And so, endless butterflies flew out, stirring up a storm, swooping onto the body of the smoke polymer, and for a moment, it was as gorgeous and exquisite as a violet in bloom. But Anthony, Prometheus, merely clapped once more. And so, bright blue soul flames lit up upon the violet. From that moment, the smoke polymer shrieked in agony, and amid its roars, it bellowed at the entire world. Countless plumes of smoke gushed forth, yet were scorched away utterly by the soul flames. The origin furnace rumbled, dissolving into each and every butterfly. The fluttering, dancing butterflies decomposed everything they touched, like a furnace. Anthony, Prometheus, pondered for a moment, then clapped his hands once again. And so, this time, the sound was as if cut off mid-note. Everything froze here, leaving only the surging primordial river flowing into that origin furnace. The smoke polymer could no longer move at all. Amid the rumbling of the origin furnace, it gradually condensed and contracted, and countless butterflies withered and died within the origin furnace. Until at last an aggregate radiating gray-black and white smog manifested, yet it was like a tiny, round crystal. Anthony, Prometheus, reached out a hand, and that crystal orb came into his grasp. Toying with it in his hand, it fit just right. Carmen watched this bizarre scene, feeling only that it was damn well bewitched. What was this? You stand there without moving an inch and just casually deal with this singularity core. Just how strong are you now, exactly? The corner of Carmen's eye twitched slightly, and then she put the question to Anthony, Prometheus. Faced with Carmen's question, Anthony, Prometheus, seemed to hesitate for a moment, a rare contemplative look surfacing on his face. But in the end, he merely shrugged. Hard to say. Honestly, I'm not too clear on it myself. He looked at the smoke orb in his hand, and then continued. I skimmed through my earlier memories a bit, and along the way I more or less finished repairing the underworld. The result is, the underworld seems to have, indeed, acknowledged my return. The me of now is infinitely equivalent to that underworld itself. The essence of the underworld was Anthony, Prometheus' former forging furnace core. And now, rather than calling it some other dimensional thing, it would be better to say that it was the world itself. As a forging furnace core that had once approached the very pinnacle of forge masters, that the underworld possessed such capability could only be said to be within expectation. And after the underworld's repairs grew ever more complete, Anthony, Prometheus, at last felt the feedback coming from the underworld. Having poured so much money into this thing, he could finally see some return now. He had been acknowledged by the underworld. And so, the mighty power of the Forge Master lingering within the underworld was at last open to Anthony, Prometheus. Though there had been some loss across who knew how many cycles of reincarnation, and it would be hard to return to its peak in the short term, even so, it was already a rather considerable legacy. All right, the thing's in hand, no need to say more. Anthony, Prometheus, let out a sigh, raised a hand, a flash of red light, and the smoke orb in his hand was sent back into the underworld. He then looked toward Carmen, a red beacon hovering in his hand, and said to her, "Are you ready? If you're ready, then we're about to return to the underworld to let the seed of light bloom." Carmen heaved a sigh, took the beacon from Anthony, Prometheus' hand, then turned solemn and said in a low voice, "Ready. Now, let's go." When Anthony, Prometheus, and Carmen returned together to the underworld, Ein had already settled all the people from the laboratory. They were staying in the side hall of the underworld, where Callie was playing around teasing a dog. But looking at the howling celestial dog that seemed to be enjoying itself so much, Anthony, Prometheus, was silent for a moment, and decided in the end not to tell either of the two about this matter. After returning to the underworld, Anthony, Prometheus, immediately raised his hand, and the smoke orb was enlarged in an instant, then enlarged again, and then entered the deepest depths of the underworld. There, a single position had always been reserved for the core of the underworld. The smoke orb embedded itself deep into the depths of the underworld, yet it never managed to fuse in. Anthony, Prometheus, looked at it for a while, and could only sigh softly. Seems there's no taking the easy way out after all. But it didn't matter, he hadn't held out much hope for it to begin with. What came next was the real business. He looked at Ein, who came hurrying over, then glanced at Carmen, and immediately asked, "Is everyone ready?" "They're all prepared and in position," Ein said softly, and so Anthony, Prometheus, gave a slight nod and then spoke again. "Good, then. Next, 3 of the 18 levels of hell have already been cleared out for them. There they will face off against the selves within their own hearts." As Anthony, Prometheus, spoke, he gazed into the depths of the 18 levels of hell. At last, he paused slightly and said, "To ensure the final Sapphira has sufficient mass, I too will enter within it. Next, the matter of mirroring possibilities, I'll leave to you, Carmen. Rest assured." Carmen nodded, signaling that she'd take care of it all. And so, Anthony, Prometheus, slightly lowered his gaze, and the entire underworld began to operate in accordance with Hades's will. The next instant, the crowd in the underworld's side hall accordingly entered the depths of hell, while Anthony, Prometheus, turned the glass window, aiming it at the smoke orb deep within the underworld. From that instant, smog coiled and swirled. Amid the endless smog, Carmen operated the glass window, sifting through countless possibilities to select the fitting one. From within the smog, those polluted possibilities. In the 18 levels of hell, those specially set up reverse Kabbalah counters surged almost instantly, even faintly entering a malfunctioning state. And so, when the several of them came back to their senses, an extra person had already appeared before them. Looking at this guy really is a bit infuriating. Facing the humanoid machine before her, Callie frowned at the weapons in the other's hands, crimson eyes in penitence, and let out an annoyed click of her tongue. Then, from behind her own back, she drew that mimicry prototype EGO. The next instant, blade met blade. Meanwhile, on the other side, Daniel held a coffee cup in his hands, looking at the soul in the sky resembling a cross-like judgment, the corner of his eye twitching slightly. "That thing's really huge. Is this another possibilities version of me?" Daniel muttered to himself, then shook his head of his own accord. "But I'm just an office worker, how am I supposed to deal with that thing?" He let out a sigh, then froze slightly, hearing words that seemed to ring out right beside his ear. "It was I who got those who trusted me killed. But by doing so I created more value. Betray their trust, I only need to betray their trust." Daniel furrowed his brow, looking at that existence in the sky surging with black smog. After a moment he sighed, and drank down the coffee in his cup. "I think I understand a little now. But seeing it like this, I really am unwilling to admit that's myself." The coffee had gone a bit cold. Daniel thought to himself. Apart from Daniel and Callie, many more people were doing similar things at this moment. In a higher level of hell, Hod faced another self, looking at that body, slime-like and viscous, rolling with black smoke. "Come on, your goodwill is useless anyway. So why not just put away that hypocritical kindness? You know better than I do just how suited you are to doing evil." Hod looked timidly at the girl before him, who wore a corrupted smile and mocked him wantonly, and couldn't help swallowing. Benjamin stood with both hands stuffed in his pockets, gazing silently at a decrepit-looking version of himself, saying nothing. The former Galleon, now Bina, sat on a plastic chair, drinking tea with another self covered all over in black smoke. Typhoreth had to face her dead younger brother. He had come back to life, yet that brother, covered all over in black smoke, was interrogating her. Yes, it was gazing in silence at the self lying in the coffin, its skin being peeled away bit by bit. And there were more still, Mocketh, Netzach, and so on. Anthony, Prometheus' gaze swept over them one by one, and at last drew all his lines of sight back, calmly looking ahead of himself. Before him, too, a stretch of black smoke was ceaselessly churning, repeatedly attempting to gather into form, yet always falling short at the final step. Anthony, Prometheus, had his own part to deal with as well. He took in the entire scene of the 18 levels of hell. Now the Seed of Light plan was proceeding steadily. Thanks to Carmen's counseling, the department head's wishes had essentially all been resolved. Therefore, they didn't actually meet the requirements of the reverse Kabbalah. But by mirroring their possibilities through the black smoke, and then having them face off against another possibility version of themselves, the requirements of the reverse Kabbalah could be fulfilled. And so the final result was quite simple. Extract the portion belonging to the reverse Kabbalah, and use the smog to shape it into form, and thus, the collapsed department heads thereby appeared. Then, by the very people whom Carmen had now successfully guided through their issues, those collapsed existences would be crushed by their own hands, or released and set free. Thereby, leaping across the Sephirot of the Kabbalah's tree, accomplishing the miracle known as the Seed of Light. The only shortcoming was that this could only produce light enough to shine for 7 days. But according to Anthony, Prometheus' prediction, to apportion enough light for his own side, at least 10 days' worth would be needed. So in the end, the decision Anthony, Prometheus, made was, wouldn't it work to just conjure up a smog derivative for himself too? And so he did just that. But right afterward he discovered that this smog derivative was acting like it had blown a fuse, spinning round and round in place, just refusing to come out for the life of it. Anthony, Prometheus, had watched this thing nearly take form several times, and the result? Not 10 odd seconds later, it blew up again. "Hey man, would you move a little?" With a pained look on his face, Anthony, Prometheus, gave the smog a couple of kicks. He'd already made his preparations for his own collapsed state to be utterly unreasonable, prepared for a bitter fight, even to pay a price to settle it. And the result? This thing turned coward and chickened out, wouldn't even come out. Refusing to believe it, Anthony, Prometheus, kicked it several more times in a row. And just as he was about to hold his nose and give up, all of a sudden, he was stunned to discover that the smog had finally moved. After a bout of frenzied twitching, the smog slowly formed into Anthony, Prometheus' shape. Then, just as Anthony, Prometheus, waited full of anticipation, that smog scattered again. And this time it scattered completely, not even a wisp of smoke could be seen. And just as Anthony, Prometheus, was doubting his very life, he heard a voice echoing right by his ear. "What are you doing, bro?" That familiar voice interrogated Anthony, Prometheus, thus, "What are you always looking for some non-existent thing for? Your possibilities have long since converged. You really think you're playing around as a forge master? If it's mass you need to fill in, then just use yourself. Why go to all that trouble racking your brain over those collapsed forms?" Then, the voice slowly dissipated, leaving behind only a dumbfounded Anthony, Prometheus. Damn it, that was his own voice. And that tone, Anthony, Prometheus, knew it all too well. That was his past self, or rather, himself from the previous cycle of reincarnation. "Wait, bro, how come you're here too?" Anthony, Prometheus, instinctively lowered his head to glance at the ruby on his body, and then, all of a sudden, realized a possibility. It was unlikely to be some hokey not having died phenomenon. After all, that was himself, and of this much Anthony, Prometheus, was certain. Then there was only one possibility. Because it really couldn't find a possibility after searching for so long, the smog had in the end activated the memory information left behind in the ruby, forcibly conjuring one up out of nothing. Still, come to think of it, the ruby had, in a certain sense, also recorded Anthony, Prometheus' cycle after cycle of reincarnation. This information, in a certain sense, could also count as a facet of Anthony, Prometheus. But also thanks to the reminder from his past self, Anthony, Prometheus, had more or less figured out the road ahead. After all that fuss, isn't it still just me sitting on the golden toilet? Anthony, Prometheus, said helplessly, looking at the seed of light sprouting before him. He let out a sigh, reached out, and thrust his hand into it. And so gentle light, under Anthony, Prometheus' nurturing, began to be gradually kindled. The long transmission of mass had begun. Throughout this long transmission, within the other levels of hell, the struggles too were gradually reaching their conclusions. The mimicry in Callie's hand flashed, slicing off the machine's head, and she lit a cigarette. "Did you protect others?" At the very end, that head asked Callie. Callie took a drag of her cigarette and smacked her lips. "Probably." She tossed the cigarette down, letting the butt fall to the ground, flickering with tiny sparks. Hod gently embraced his other self, softly soothing the other. They were all, in fact, words Carmen had once said, yet the corrupted smile on the other's face gradually faded. Daniel regretfully picked up his utterly empty coffee cup, looked at that collapsing cross, and gave a soft sigh. "At least this time I can't betray others' trust again, right?" He capped it off with that somewhat flippant line. Netzach tossed aside that bottle of beer, and Mocketh, in a notebook, cherishingly wrote down the handwriting reminding herself. Yesod, facing the self in the coffin, simply undid the buttons and draped the garment over that blood-soaked flesh. Tifereth embraced her younger brother, softly singing a nursery rhyme of days past, for a long, long while. Benjamin stood before his aged self, taking with his own hands the pocket watch the other handed over. Until at last, Bina rose to her feet, hearing the voice of her other self. "It's truly miraculous, isn't it?" The other self spoke thus. Bina's footsteps paused slightly, and then she nodded toward the other. "Yes, truly miraculous. And so, I will watch over them always." She narrowed her eyes, looking at the radiance shining in the distance, and spoke with delight. "Perhaps they really will sever a cycle this once." And so, all of everything, lit up upon the Sephiroth. Until Anthony, Prometheus, watching that gradually swelling radiance, gave a soft sigh, and reached out a hand to his side. "Coming?" he asked. Standing beside him, I did not hesitate, and slowly nodded. And so in that moment, the two of them entered hand in hand into the radiance. The ever more innocent self, the final Kether Sapphira, was successfully lit. Moreover, in the very instant Anthony, Prometheus, walked over, Hades's accumulation across the long cycles of reincarnation finally erupted. And so, from that very instant, the colossal tree broke through the earth, and radiance spilled across the world. Countless beams of light cascaded down, illuminating the entire world into broad daylight. Whether the underworld, or the city now in the midst of the smog war, all were bathing beneath the shining of the radiance. The seed of light now stood tall upon the earth. ________. P. Walnut Chan. New history, Coat, counterattack system. Help us hit our targets. 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all. Chapter 122, Priestess, what do you mean you blew up the Origin Stone universe? 4K5. 2,969 words. The radiance shone upon the earth, lasting for 7 days and 7 nights without pause. An unending daylight blanketed heaven and earth. The fog of war was broken through by that colossal tree of light, and the city dwellers gazed up at the sky, watching the radiance that cascaded down. The old Company L, after losing its singularity core, declared total bankruptcy. But news of the smog war, amid that endless daylight, had already ceased to draw anyone's attention. Everyone's eyes were drawn to that brilliant radiance, utterly enraptured. At this very moment, the underworld. Anthony, Prometheus, leaned against the railing, gazing from afar at the radiance gently blooming within the underworld, and at the core in its deepest depths, gradually being replaced and filled in by that light. The 10 Sephiroth linked to one another, forming in the depths of the underworld a complete tree of Kabbalah. Lord Lao Jun reached out a hand, ceaselessly stabilizing the newborn tree. By now, there wasn't even time to voice his grievances about a certain someone. 14 days of radiance, huh? At last, Anthony, Prometheus, sighed softly under his breath and withdrew his gaze. Turning his head, he caught sight of Carmen walking through the underworld, and his brow arched slightly. Congratulations. Anthony, Prometheus, waved lightly toward Carmen, smiling as he spoke. You're now the first of our prison sentence trio to come back to life. Carmen shot Anthony, Prometheus, a glare, but didn't say much else. She simply came to stand at his side, glanced at her own skin as it was now, and let out a breath. How do you feel right now? To tell you the truth, I've never felt this good. Carmen gazed off at the radiance being projected into the distance, and all at once, she began to laugh. Come to think of it, a scene like this feels like it happened a long time ago too. Back then you'd only just left the city, and you'd even spirited Angela away. Good timing, good things come in pairs. Why don't you give Angela back first? Ahem. Why are you still hung up on that? Anthony, Prometheus, gave 2 light coughs, his expression seeming a touch awkward. Of course I am. Back then we were still on the Stygian vessel, not in the underworld. Speaking of the Stygian vessel, why don't we go take a look at it? What do you say? Anthony, Prometheus, sparred verbally with Carmen, making the corner of her eye twitch as she keenly felt one thing. Sometimes, once certain people went over to the capitalist side, they could never come back. But after a single sigh, Carmen said no more. She regarded her own body, feeling that body of hers now nearly fused as one with the light, as well as the consciousness that existed within the river, and softly sighed. Carmen's resurrection ritual was now thoroughly complete. At the same moment the seed of light was launched, not only did the city and the underworld each receive 7 days of radiance, Carmen, too, at last fully came back to life. From the blooming radiance, beneath the quietly flowing river, she had already utterly merged into all of this. In a certain sense, it wouldn't even be an overstatement to say she had become one with the city. She existed among all things of the city. The seed of light dwelled in the bright side of everyone's hearts, the river dwelled in the dark side of everyone's hearts. As far as Anthony, Prometheus, was concerned, this whole resurrection of Carmen's had instead made her more and more of a female ghost. Forget it. Although I'm still not happy about you spiriting my daughter away, I have to thank you for everything along the way. At last, Carmen rose from the railing and spoke softly toward Anthony, Prometheus. Anthony, Prometheus, arched an eyebrow slightly and was just about to say something, but after seeing the way Carmen was glaring fixedly at him, he sullenly held his tongue. Come to think of it, your own resurrection should be coming soon too, right? All of a sudden, Carmen turned her head and asked Anthony, Prometheus, since the seed of light has already been taken into the underworld, there shouldn't be much left after this, right? That one's, well, a little hard to say. For a moment, Anthony, Prometheus' expression turned subtle. He opened the group chat and glanced at the progress, then couldn't help letting out a long sigh. I'll just show you directly, you should understand then. And so he extended a hand, and the entire underworld fell under his control. Then, the underworld began to rotate, and finally, it displayed to Carmen the Stygian vessel hidden in the very deepest depths of the whole underworld. That Stygian vessel had now swelled several times over once again, with countless steel tendrils extending out, linking up to the underworld. The Stygian vessel was now connected to the entire underworld, joined as one. And because of this, Anthony, Prometheus' Forgemaster level had at last seen another increase, reaching level 4. But the problem lies right here. Anthony, Prometheus, heaved a sigh, gave a turn of his hand, and the underworld revealed to Carmen a hollow cavity in its very deepest depths. The cavity, by some special means, extended downward like infinitely folded space, forming an infinitely vast space. What is that? A vessel. Anthony, Prometheus, spoke evenly, a vessel to elevate the underworld to its highest level. The maximum amount it can hold is, one world. He lowered his eyelids, gazing at that cavity, and couldn't help sighing. This was the final obstacle. In truth, this too was a legacy left behind by Anthony, Prometheus' past self. Back when he turned that old forge furnace core into its present form, he seemed to have already taken many things into account. For instance, simply repairing the underworld wasn't actually enough for the newborn forge furnace core to reach level 5. At most it would only reach level 4, after all, it was just something cobbled together from the scraps and offcuts of a broken forge furnace core, which was understandable enough. And so, his past self came up with an astonishing conception. He fashioned this cavity to contain a world. Once this world was contained, another world would simultaneously merge into the underworld's cycle of reincarnation, thereby greatly elevating the underworld's rank. And thereby allowing the forge core to be upgraded to level 5. And so, Anthony, Prometheus, found himself stuck on this very thing. Because, in order to design this cavity, his past self had gone to enormous lengths, and had also brought about an astonishing fact. To keep the underworld from falling, it would also be necessary to support it with multiple worlds, in order to avoid the scouring of the primordial river. A mere core only returned the underworld to its best former state, it was only preparation for a future without falling. The true goal had been placed upon capturing a world and merging it into the underworld cycle. And his own resurrection conditions appeared, accordingly, a little bit delicate. Anthony, Prometheus, glanced at the group chat, opened up his own resurrection conditions, and fell silent for a moment. The resurrection conditions could actually be called rather gratifying. Up to now, only the final 2 conditions remained. But the problem was that these 2 conditions seemed none too friendly. The underworld must not fall, and the Forge Master level must be raised to level 5. Only after completing the transcendence of rank would Anthony, Prometheus, himself be able to transcend from being an earthbound spirit of the primordial river, and thereby successfully resurrect. Prison, huh? He sighed with feeling, put away the projection of the underworld before him, and spoke helplessly toward Carmen. In short, as you can see, if I want to resurrect, I have to find another world and figure out a way to merge it into the interior of the underworld. For the world it's actually a mutually beneficial good thing, equivalent to scoring a free ride on the underworld cycle of reincarnation. It's just a bit of a prison sentence for me, that's all. Find a world. Then why not just the city, how about that? Carmen mulled it over for a while, then promptly asked Anthony, Prometheus, only to receive a look from him as if he wanted to speak but stopped himself. The city. Lady, why don't you listen to yourself for a second? Even if Anthony, Prometheus, were inclined, he wouldn't really dare to touch it. Beating up a smoke aggregate to bully some weaklings is fine, but out beyond the heavens of the city, those stars are probably every one of them off the charts. To try and snatch the city out from right under the noses of those things, without a level 5 Forge Master level, Anthony, Prometheus, wouldn't dare attempt it. The heads of the city would surely welcome him outright overnight and even show him the way, but it's a pity, Anthony, Prometheus, really doesn't quite dare for the time being. What's more, carrying a world through traversal is also a strenuous job. Just one sentence is enough. How exactly are you going to get a world moving, and even haul it all the way here to the underworld? Teleportation isn't feasible. There's no way to teleport with a world that enormous. So in the end, only one method remained. Carrying a world, crossing the primordial river. Anthony, Prometheus, had long since experienced navigation upon the primordial river. In his memories there were even more arduous voyages, just looking at them made him go numb. It was a nearly impossible task. But Anthony, Prometheus, had no choice but to complete it. It wasn't merely for his own resurrection. To be honest, by now Anthony, Prometheus, had nearly grown used to this state of being a dead man. Resurrection would of course be better, but without it, the days seemed livable enough too. Having never tasted the vividness of life, death became bearable as well. But the underworld could not be allowed to fall once again. Across the long cycle of reincarnation, it had nearly become a long-cherished wish. And now, this matter had been handed into the hands of this cycle's Anthony, Prometheus. Though it sounded a bit uncanny to say, Anthony, Prometheus, really did seem to be the most promising iteration yet. He had to find the underworld such a world, so that it need never fall again. Forget the city. At last, Anthony, Prometheus, heaved a sigh and spoke sincerely toward Carmen. I've already got a rough idea now. As for the choice of world, I've already made my selection. Carmen looked at him, waiting for what he intended. Terra. Anthony, Prometheus, spoke helplessly. Apart from me, there's still one of our prison sentence trio who hasn't been resurrected. We can't very well just leave it be, can we? At that, Carmen's expression paused slightly and finally she nodded. That's true enough. Then I'll head back first, you do your best. Next time something comes up, remember to call me in to help. Sure. Anthony, Prometheus, gave a slight nod, watching Carmen's figure vanish before him. In the blink of an eye, only he himself was left here once again. He strolled through the underworld and silently opened the group chat. In his heart, he secretly made up his mind. Lord of the Pure White Throne at Terra Demon Race Female Spy, are you there? Lord of the Pure White Throne, Carmen has already resurrected. Strike while the iron's hot, hurry up and deal with things on your end. Lord of the Pure White Throne, I'm coming over to your side now. Terra Demon Race Female Spy, that fast. Terra Demon Race Female Spy, it's just that the situation on my end might still make it a little hard to meet. Lord of the Pure White Throne, it's fine, your situation is just right. Terra Demon Race Female Spy, is there already a way to solve the lumberjack problem? Lord of the Pure White Throne, for now, you could say there's a plan, at least. Anthony, Prometheus, finished typing and fell into silence. In truth, Anthony, Prometheus' plan was actually quite simple. The lumberjacks are hard to find, and even if you find them you might not beat them, so can't I just outrun them instead? Just snatch the entire world of Terra away. Anthony, Prometheus, didn't believe that bunch of lumberjacks could actually trace their way along the primordial river and find the underworld. He even had reason to believe that, theoretically speaking, as long as he made it onto the primordial river, the threat of the lumberjacks should already be lifted. As a world to be appended to the underworld, Terra really was nothing special. There weren't actually any particular requirements in this regard. It would have been fine even if Anthony, Prometheus, had chosen Demon Slayer. But since he'd come all this way anyway, he might as well resurrect Teresa while he was at it. It was a convenient thing to do anyway. Once the lumberjacks were dealt with, all that remained was to sort out Teresa's current situation. That part was actually easy to handle. Anthony, Prometheus, already had a rough idea. Moreover, although Terra held no special significance to the underworld, the structure of the world itself was rather special. Originium. It was precisely because of this thing that Anthony, Prometheus, ultimately settled on Terra as his first choice. He had a guess. If all went smoothly, Terra might be one of the few worlds that could be transported across the primordial river. Lord of the Pure White Throne, I won't say more. I'm coming over right now. After typing out this string of words, Anthony, Prometheus, closed his eyes. In the next instant, his consciousness pierced through the world barrier and returned to the world of Terra. When Haku opened his eyes once more, he had already left the Grand Flame and arrived in the distant territory of Sarkaz. Sarkaz. Anthony, Prometheus, walked upon the earth, looking at the crack-riddled ground and this barren land, and couldn't help shaking his head. Then he opened the group chat. With a light flick of the transparent fishing rod, amid the rumbling of the origin furnace, a nearly colossal mass of soul energy began to transmit. And so, in the next instant, Teresa, stuck far away in that bizarre space, had her expression stir slightly, as she felt the descent of some pulling force. The next moment, a fall. Under the urging of the colossal energy, the soul briefly fell. When Teresa opened her eyes once more, before her remained only that black-haired, purple-eyed youth. Under the working of the Hades's great power, she had temporarily returned to the mortal world. She gazed all around, her eyes seeming to hold a touch of novelty, but then she felt the pulling force transmitted back from above, and couldn't help frowning. She had not yet been able to break free of that space. Right now it was more that Anthony, Prometheus, had forcibly dragged her down. This current state probably can't hold out for too long. Anthony, Prometheus, tossed a soul over to her and spoke evenly. I can roughly feel that. Teresa nodded helplessly, then turned her head to gaze off into the distance. That was the direction of Casdal. Planning to go back and take a look? Anthony, Prometheus, asked. Teresa nodded, but then a somewhat hesitant look appeared on her face. That place will win itself a good future, believe me. As for you, sooner or later you'll have the time, and the chance to go back too. Anthony, Prometheus, gave a light chuckle and spoke thus. Then, he too raised his head, gazing off into a certain direction in the distance, as if waiting for something. But for now, there's something more important to deal with. Let's save the catching up for after you've resurrected, how about that? All of a sudden, Anthony, Prometheus, spoke, narrowing his eyes. Teresa, for her part, was startled, then suddenly realized something. Just now when you called me down, was the commotion rather big? Ah, yeah. Because I really couldn't pry you loose, and in the end I got a little impatient, so I just went ahead and blasted you out directly. Anthony, Prometheus, scratched his head and spoke a bit awkwardly. For a moment Teresa was stunned. Making such a big show of it, won't there be problems? Hey, listen to you talk. Anthony, Prometheus, waved a hand and said, drop the question mark. There will definitely be problems. For a moment, a bewildered look surfaced on Teresa's face, but Anthony, Prometheus, only patted her on the shoulder and spoke with a solemn expression. Relax. I know what you're worried about, but it's fine, I'll handle it. If anything, I was actually afraid she wouldn't come. Is it really fine? Teresa asked, seeming somewhat anxious and worried, while Anthony, Prometheus, merely revealed a smile. Rest easy on that count. He said, I have ample experience negotiating with female ghosts, in this area I'm an expert. Teresa. What's this about negotiating with female ghosts? What's this about ample experience? But in that very instant Teresa was spacing out, the surrounding environment abruptly changed. Black-gray hues covered everything. Anthony, Prometheus, watched this scene, and as if afraid the other party wouldn't come fast enough, used the Hades to transmit over a bit of power. Here at last. He murmured, his tone carrying a few notes of delight. And so, after a brief wait, the priestess, the door of whose home had been blown open, descended upon this place. _______. Here, Walnut Chan. New history, code, counterattack system. We have set new community milestones. 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Chapter 123, Bruce, you say you have a way to deal with the lumberjack. 2,967 words. In that moment, it was as if even the world itself had lost all color. Everything around him dimmed in that instant, sinking into an endless black and white, as though he had suddenly been dragged into another world. And Anthony, Prometheus, who had indirectly brought all of this about, merely surveyed the changes before him at his leisure, a look of curious wonder on his face. And so, in the next instant, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared before Anthony, Prometheus. Those faintly violet eyes were gazing earnestly at him, carrying a trace of gravity, and a measure of hesitation. Hello, priestess. Anthony, Prometheus, then reached out a hand, cheerfully offering priestess a handshake. But priestess had no intention of shaking it, feeling only a tangled mess within her heart. Honestly, it would have been the same no matter who it was. You've just had your home blown to pieces. You jolt upright from your deathbed in shock, only to find that the culprit who did it is standing there like nothing happened, even politely offering you a handshake. Put yourself in that situation, and you'd be left stunned for a good while too. Especially since Priestess had discovered an exceedingly serious problem. She couldn't see through him. Priestess knitted her brows, watching the Anthony, Prometheus, before her, unable to help falling into wave after wave of silence. She couldn't see through his origins, couldn't make out his true depths. She couldn't even find any record of his existence within the Originium. Who are you? At last, Priestess took a step back, two pairs of violet eyes meeting each other. In the end, she asked just that. Anthony, Prometheus, you may call me that. That thing just now, was that your doing? Her words carried a pointed implication, so Anthony, Prometheus, turned his head and looked around. In the surroundings there was an extremely conspicuous crater, and a swath of damage. Anthony, Prometheus, took a glance and suddenly felt it was somewhat familiar. After thinking for a moment, he slapped his forehead. Oh, so this was where his blast had reached. And so he turned his head and earnestly spoke to Priestess. Sorry. In order to pull my friend down, I had no choice but to resort to some rather drastic measures. I hope you'll understand. Drastic. Understand. Priestess looked as though she'd been angered into laughter. She tilted her head and glanced at Teresa beside her. This girl was still much the same as the last time she'd seen her, which left Priestess somewhat irritated. And so, she coldly delivered her ultimatum. Just what exactly have you come here to do? I've come to cooperate. Anthony, Prometheus, answered calmly and evenly. This is the attitude you take toward cooperation. Priestess pressed on with another question, but at the same time, she kept steadily raising her guard against Anthony, Prometheus. Until a single sentence from Anthony, Prometheus, drifted leisurely past her ear. There was no other way. I had to fish my friend out first. I'm afraid I did indeed offend you in doing so. It seems you're in a poor mood, so as for the cooperation regarding dealing with the lumberjack, let's discuss that some other time. For a moment, a look carrying a few traces of apology surfaced on Anthony, Prometheus' face. Oh, so he'd come to deal with the lumberjack. Hold on a second, deal with the lumberjack. In that instant, it was as if a single string among Priestess's just now taut nerves had abruptly snapped. Her expression froze. For the moment, she still couldn't process just what her brain had heard. Her final reaction was that three-character term running through her entire mind. Lumberjack, 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 lumberjack. By the time she came to her senses, Priestess gave a start to find that she had once again come to stand before Anthony, Prometheus, a smile on her face, gripping his sleeve. Every movement had been instinctive. Priestess could even distinctly feel that her actions had come faster than her thoughts. Anthony, Prometheus' movement paused slightly, then he gave his sleeve a small tug, but it wouldn't budge. So he lifted his head, looking at Priestess, and at the smile upon Priestess's face. I think that, at certain times, both of us ought to have a bit of patience. Oh right, why don't we start by talking things over? I'm in no hurry. As for the damaged portions of the Originium, I can repair them slowly. Priestess said with a smile, leaving Teresa hung out to one side, in a tone gentle and tender. Anthony, Prometheus, glanced at Priestess, and then he too began to smile. It's all right, there's no need to trouble yourself over that. He said with a smile, then lightly clapped his hands. Before we talk, we should have a proper venue. Let me fix it. And so, in that moment, the origin furnace roared, countless currents of refined soul energy howling within it. Then, like a torrent, it surged out from the furnace's mouth, and in a single instant, filled that gap. At the same time, the analytical capability of a fourth-tier Forgemaster activated in an instant, fully parsing the missing piece of information within the Originium, and completing the final repair. Amid the gradually quieting roar of the origin furnace, Priestess's gaze flickered. She opened up the Originium's access permissions and took in that newly added piece of information. Then she regarded Anthony, Prometheus, with a different sort of look. This move of Anthony, Prometheus' had genuinely and solidly exceeded Priestess's expectations. Still, it did convey to Priestess a rare piece of information. This visitor of unknown origin was not merely talking idly. Whether it was his earlier forcible fishing of someone out of the Originium universe, or the ability he'd just shown in repairing the Originium universe, both demonstrated his extraordinariness. Though his origins were unknown, but then again, if his origins really had been clear, Priestess would instead have found it rather hard to believe he could deal with the lumberjack. Well then, let's hear it. And so Priestess let out a soft breath and looked toward Anthony Prometheus. What is your plan? And just what is it you want to obtain from me, that you'd come seeking to cooperate with me? Priestess spread her hands. Clearly, she intended to lay all her cards on the table with Anthony Prometheus directly. At the same time, she meant to further confirm his trustworthiness. As for the latter question, it's because the trouble of the lumberjack has indeed brought trouble upon me as well. As Anthony Prometheus spoke, he turned his head and pointed at Teresa, who stood off to one side with her hands folded before her, and said, On one hand, it's to save my friend. I need to resurrect her, and that requires you to release her information. On that point I'll have to trouble you. On the other hand, I also have certain matters that can only be handled once the lumberjack is dealt with. So I hope I can reach a cooperation with you. Anthony Prometheus spoke sincerely, and then his gaze turned toward this Originium universe. Priestess knew that what he was about to say next was the real business. So she extended her hand and gave Anthony Prometheus a shake. I'll trust your sincerity for now. So then, what is the plan? Oh, that's simple. Anthony Prometheus looked at that Originium universe and then calmly turned to Priestess. Are you interested in altering the Originium plan a little? Altering it? Priestess was taken aback for a moment, an odd expression seeming to cross her face. But Anthony Prometheus merely nodded again without the slightest hesitation. Yes. Alter it. As he spoke, he waved a hand before him. At once a pure white screen appeared before them, and with another wave of his hand, a picture appeared upon it. Priestess looked at the screen. Upon it were 2 planets and a river connecting the planets. I call it the Wandering Terra Project. Anthony Prometheus said mildly, pointing his finger at the 2 spheres. This one is Terra. The one beside it is the underworld, the place I come from. I come from another world, or rather, another universe. There, the threat of the lumberjack does not exist. And I have a way to send Terra into that universe as well. Having said this, Anthony Prometheus spread his hands open, as if to show Priestess something. But there was nothing in Anthony Prometheus' hands, and Priestess merely stared fixedly at the screen Anthony Prometheus had displayed. How will you do it? Using this river in the middle. It's how I came here in the first place. Anthony Prometheus pointed at the primordial river and said, We need to send the thing that carries the world up onto this, and then, with something like a boat, ferry Terra over to the underworld. Don't you think it's rather like a world wandering adrift? That's why I call it the Wandering Terra Project. Who will carry it out? Priestess was somewhat dazed, asking almost on reflex. Who else could it be? Me, of course. Anthony Prometheus said in an exceedingly breezy tone, yet for some reason it gave one the feeling that a trace of gravity lay buried beneath that tone. Then how do you intend to push an entire world off to a place like that? Priestess asked reflexively, Have you calculated the energy this would require? I'm not too clear on what the primordial river even is, but how would you get into it? Can it even hold an entire world? And what's the power source? Are you going to cover the land with thrusters and then use them to push Terra across? Almost the very first instant, her instincts vetoed this plan. But the next moment, she heard Anthony Prometheus' calm reply. When did I ever say we were going to use an entire world? We don't need that much. You ought to trust a forge master, Lady Priestess. All we need is a message in a bottle. A single message in a bottle is enough. Anthony Prometheus murmured softly, his tone calm, yet mingled with a faint sigh of regret. A message in a bottle. Priestess was momentarily stumped by Anthony Prometheus' phrasing. She found it somewhat hard to picture the full scope of the plan. Until she recalled the meaning of a message in a bottle. To send information across the vast ocean, ferrying it to the far shore. The core of it here was information. Which was to say, You intend to send the Originium across. There's no better vessel for it. Anthony, Prometheus, nodded, affirming Priestess's words. Just send the Originium over by itself. Priestess looked toward this Originium universe and frowned, but before she could speak, Anthony, Prometheus, cut in. It's all right, no need to worry. Even though the Originium plan isn't finished yet, the current Originium is already enough. The primordial river is special. It doesn't require that much information. And the ultimate aim isn't to decompress the Originium all over again once we arrive. It's not so troublesome as that. He waved his hand and said softly, the Originium is a medium for pinpointing all of Terra to the corresponding location. Only the information carried by the Originium is sufficient to send all of Terra to its destination. And only the Originium can withstand the scouring of the primordial river. There was a great deal in all this that Priestess couldn't follow, but Anthony, Prometheus, showed no intention of explaining. He merely held that ruby of his, recalling that long-sealed memory. There was a reason he didn't directly adopt the method of having the whole world wander. An existence as vast as a world, once it entered the primordial river, would fall apart and crumble if it failed to sail to its destination. The previous Stygian vessel had already proven this. Anthony, Prometheus' current Stygian vessel had only narrowly escaped disaster thanks to the compatibility of its own earthbound spirit. Anthony, Prometheus, didn't think the land of Terra would be any tougher than the Stygian vessel. So the Originium was the only option. I'll carry the Originium into the primordial river, and then bring it to the underworld. Once I arrive at the underworld, by drawing upon the Originium, I'll be able to teleport the entire world across. For that, I'll need to plant a great many teleportation devices all across the land of Terra. That part, though, is relatively simple. As Anthony, Prometheus, spoke, a miniature matrix surfaced in his hand. It was a matrix composed of what were called phase teleportation engines, and its coverage target was the entire world. This way, by using a small amount of information to outline the full picture of the world, the teleportation's positioning function can be activated. He said somberly, and thereby, the entire world will be teleported to the underworld. For a moment, Priestess was unable to utter a word, and once she'd gathered herself, she asked one final question. And so, how long will it take? For all of you, it will be no more than the matter of an instant. Anthony, Prometheus, gave a self-mocking smile, then withdrew all his creations and spread both hands open toward Priestess. So then, what is your decision? Priestess looked at Anthony, Prometheus' open hands and fell into a long stretch of hesitation. It was only after a long while that she let out a deep sigh, and then reached out to place her hand upon Anthony, Prometheus' palm. It seems I don't have a second option either. Priestess said, I'll trust you for now. I need the Originium's access permissions. Nothing more. I'll plant the matrix myself. And so, without the slightest pause, Anthony, Prometheus, spoke up, also, while you're at it, set my friend down. TCH. With the permissions, you could do that sort of thing yourself. Priestess clicked her tongue in displeasure, saying so, but in the end she stopped pinning Teresa in place after all. In that moment, Teresa felt the pull that had long lingered upon her vanish. She lifted her head, only to find everything around her rapidly taking on color. Priestess had disappeared. All that remained was the words echoing beside Anthony, Prometheus' ear. Remember to keep your promise. Anthony, Prometheus, fell silent and then gave a short laugh. So next, do we just need to return to your underworld? Teresa looked at Anthony, Prometheus, and then asked just that. Anthony, Prometheus, was silent for an instant, then revealed a helpless smile. That's easy enough to say, but actually carrying it out is somewhat more difficult. Can't the teleportation just be used directly? If it could teleport normally, I wouldn't have needed to go to such great lengths. Anthony, Prometheus, shook his head, giving this answer. He had in fact concealed one thing from Priestess. And that was the Originium's true purpose. The originium actually can't withstand the scouring of the primordial river. It would probably disintegrate the very moment it entered. And so Anthony, Prometheus, spoke with the utmost sincerity. For a moment, Teresa was startled, instinctively looking up. "It's fine, she's not here," Anthony, Prometheus, said brightly, and only then did Teresa finally lower her head and look at Anthony, Prometheus. After a long silence, she asked softly, "So then, what exactly is the truth of the plan?" "In terms of the outcome, it's actually much the same." Anthony, Prometheus, shrugged and calmly said, "It's just that achieving that outcome is many times harder than originally planned, and then some. The originium itself serves no purpose, what's useful is the information inside it. But to teleport all of Terra across, not a single bit of that information can be missing. Even I can't achieve that, and I believe that when Priestess decompresses the originium, she likewise can't manage a lossless decompression. Any method of teleportation will cause a loss of information, only one method won't." Anthony, Prometheus' tone was icy and yet calm, the primordial river. It was the convergence of countless pieces of information. From the very beginning, Anthony, Prometheus, had learned of this from the chat group. And now, this foreshadowing, buried for who knows how long, had finally been dug up. Precisely because it was itself a convergence of countless pieces of information, it had a natural affinity for information. Therefore, the instant the originium entered, its outer shell would very likely be scoured to pieces. But the information would be preserved by the primordial river, indeed, without any loss at all. And what Anthony, Prometheus, had to do was drift along carrying this exceedingly fragile information, all the way back to the underworld. "This time I'll be drifting manually. By the nature of the primordial river, the flow of time is not uniform." Anthony, Prometheus, said, "Master the method, and under your timeline, completing the teleportation will be no more than the matter of an instant." Amid the silence, Teresa said nothing. "This is the true essence of a message in a bottle. I'll go plant the information matrix first. Afterward, you'd best enter the originium I bring in. That way I should be able to resurrect you ahead of schedule." Anthony, Prometheus, left these words behind, then turned and departed. Teresa couldn't shake the feeling that Anthony, Prometheus, was still concealing something, but she didn't ask, only watching his retreating figure vanish on the spot. In the next moment, like phantoms, phase teleportation engines rose up one after another in every corner. And so, this was the very last of it. The Terra Drift project was about to begin. ______. Walnut-chan. New history, Naruto, is it reasonable to beat up an Otsutsuki with Hammon, right? 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.